Mhm. Well, that was something. Okay, everything's fine. Uh-oh. Nope. That's broken glass. Stop. That's broken glass. I mean it. There's glass. Get out. Oh my god, I hate you so much. What in the hell is your problem? I love kitties. Kitties are amazing. Kitties are amazing. Kitties are amazing. Good morning. You can go back to bed.
Can I help with it?
No.
Okay.
Nope, I'm good. Thank you, though. I just miscalculated. Jumped up and knocked down a candle. I'm now just stepping in the glass because stepping in glass is fun. Excuse me, folks. I'm just cleaning up a little bit of a mess. A little bit of a messy mess. Nothing major. Nothing major. Little messy mess. I think I got it. Find out. Yep, nope. That's garbage. That's garbage. That's garbage. Oh, look, there's glass everywhere. Dang it. Dang it. Ah! Don't touch anything. Don't. You're goofy. You're a goofy goober. No, goofy goobers. Nobody gets glass in their paw, please, okay? We're all like glass free, right? Everybody? Everybody? Everybody glass free? Cat's knocked a candle over. How is everyone? How is everybody? Oh, let me see if what's her name is on. Yeah, I'm it's kind of a whatever morning. It's kind of like a why am I doing anything morning? So I'm just here. Just here. Let's like it. Good morning, Camus. Oops, my cats are freaking out. How are you, Camus? I don't know how long I am for screen. Having kind of a moment, kind of a day. I have a feeling that's my purpose. My purpose is to come on and be. I'm going to do the crust tonight. So maybe I'll do that later. Maybe I'll do that after the lunch break. Yeah, I'll probably do that after the lunch break because I got to make the crust and stuff like that. So, but the inside, the mix turned out amazing. Oh my God, it turned out so good. You could just eat that as like a soup. It was pretty good, pretty tasty. That was fun. Yeah, I did just the filling because it was too late and we weren't going to eat it last night anyway. So I talked to my daughter about it and said I would do it tonight. And she's like, that's perfect. And I'm like, great. Wonderful. So it was great. Yeah. Anyway, so that's kind of what the dealio was. Let me make that bigger. Yeah. Yep. I don't know. I'm not in a great mood. I'm gonna be real honest. I'm just not in a great mood. But I think progress is that I actually turned on the signal thing, the TV or the computer. But other than that, it's a little bit of a bitter morning. Bitter morning. We love to be bitter. We just love it.
Murdaugh will take the stand in his own defense. We're going to talk about what that means, who the witness before him will be, how long we think cross-examination might go. If Creighton Waters is dialed back the caffeine to be ready for this defendant testifying,
this shit show,
and more. But first, we're just going to roll the intro. We've had an adventure already this morning, but I'm ready. We're going to put up a poll. We're going to re-poll. We polled yesterday, and we're going to re-poll. Do you think Alec Murdaugh will actually take the stand?
I do.
Let's go.
I think he will.
We're invested now, baby. We're in the defense case. They're supposed to rest tomorrow. We might get this case to a jury next week in week 6. Yeah, double the length of this trial. But I think we'll hear the judge because there's a bunch of admonitions that need to be given and waivers that need to be taken if the defendant testifies. So we should get a pretty good hint once the court takes the bench before they bring the jury.
Hey there, I'm Emily D. Baker, the internet's go-to legal analyst, breaking down the legal side of the pop culture and entertainment stories we can't stop talking about. I'm a big fan of the cursey words. I've been a licensed attorney for over 17 years, but this is not legal advice. This is where the law nerds unite to talk about facts, not... Let's get into it.
So let's talk about what happens when a defendant needs to testify or when a defendant chooses to testify. The defendant, Alec Murdaugh, has an absolute right against self-incrimination, which means they cannot be compelled to testify. In Depp v. Heard, there was an agreement. Do you remember the agreement? That they would not call the other side during their case. Because in a civil case, Johnny Depp's team could have been like, we called to the stand Amber Heard. Get on up there. Oh, I'm hearing them say, all rise. Judge Newman presiding. We'll see what the attorneys have. In a criminal case, you can't compel a defendant to testify. It's against their constitutional rights. If they decide to testify, they waive that Fifth Amendment right and can be asked broadly about anything. The defense doesn't want that to be the case. Oh, wrong audio. Hold on. There we go.
We're going to ask you in a minute to advise Alec Murdaugh on his
They're going to do the waivers.
rights concerning testifying.
They're going to do
Before we do that,
the
though,
waivers.
I'd like to
They're going to do the
remind all attorneys
waivers.
who made motions concerning the financial crimes that were allowed in by Your Honor's ruling under 403, res gestae, and maybe 401.
And 404.
And advise the court that we would renew our motion to exclude that testimony.
But you can't.
Now,
They're going to do the waivers.
it was
They're
included.
going to do the waivers.
It has to do with why he committed the crime.
Our advice to Mr. Murdaugh
They have to do the waivers in
would
every
have been
trial.
different in terms of taking a stand, if that material had not been allowed
can
under
tell it's gonna be one of those
Since
days.
it was
You'll
allowed
be all kissing
in
and-
under 608, we would object to it. I just want to put on the record that our advice, had that not been allowed in, our advice as to whether to take the stand or not would have been different.
This is for the media.
Want to put that on the record.
I'm gonna make this more often
strike
though,
the
Cameras.
financial
This wasn't
information.
hard.
That's
I mean, I
up to
took
the
my
court.
time because we were
Recess,
just,
then
I was
to give
online.
different advice about what to do.
But that was a lot of fun.
It's 2:23:23.
Your Honor,
I'm ready.
obviously we've addressed
Oh God. That's not on our end.
with the court, but Your Honor has considered this and
Not
amended it,
today,
and
cameras.
we've stayed within those boundaries, and I'm not aware of any reason why in this trial we changed the rule. Have detail, we're just reiterating the arguments made to Your Honor before.
Anything further? The court previous
Oh my God. It's just long crime does not have
that the
the court up yet.
so-called financial crimes and other
Oh, this feed is killing me.
crimes and or bad
Hold on.
acts
I'll see if we can find another
determined
feed.
them to be relevant, material, and admissible.
I'll look at it negatively, but
Court
given
TV
the
is, or Long
403,
Crime is still running
404
Talking Heads.
analysis,
They've
as
not
well
switched over
as
to trial yet.
the, race justice analysis. And the trial has proceeded with many witnesses
Our advice to Mr. Murtaugh
testifying regarding
There we go.
these issues. And the court will not change course during the trial and provide any special exception to Mr. Murdaugh with regard to testimony regarding the matters that the court has already determined to be admissible. With regard to the advice of counsel, Mr. Harpootlian, you stated for the record the basis for your advice. Of course,
That's
a
not really the
defendant's-
matter of the court.
Yes, sir.
First of all the financial information, misdeeds are in the record,
Yep.
basically. I mean, the amounts,
Not basically, yes, they are.
very specifically.
Y'all.
So, at this juncture, two things happen. One, he has not been convicted of anything in regard to financial crimes. So normally, they couldn't ask him about those crimes because he hadn't been, he hadn't been convicted. You got to be a crime that carries a year or more, those kinds of things. It meets none of that. So then you go to 608, and it's character evidence. And it's going to be fair game. We disagree with, there's a Fourth Circuit case that seems to restrict it a little bit, but we disagree with the process whereby he couldn't come in unless he was convicted. He
The
takes
other
the
feeds
stand,
I'm seeing are
and they're going to
buffering
ask
as
him
well.
extensively
It's coming from the
about
source
each and
feed.
every one of these events in an effort to,
There we
commit
go.
character assassination. This is what we warned about. You told the jury it only goes to motive.
Well, that was
and this obviously goes
inappropriate.
well beyond that and vitiates Your Honor's earlier ruling.
No, he said
or
it
at
could go to
least
character.
It gives them
Hi,
two grounds
John.
now to argue why it's relevant.
Monday
And
closing
our
argument.
advice
Y'all open the door to
was,
character.
had that information
I'm really
not
emotional.
already come out,
Leave me alone.
we would be sitting here with no
Over here.
financial misdeeds in the record. And we believe that
Oh.
the jury
He's forced to testify
highlighted
because
to
of the
the
court's
jury,
ruling.
acquitting him because they haven't proved motive. They haven't proved. There's no forensic evidence
This is
whatsoever,
for
no confession,
not just the media,
no
but for
eyewitness.
appeal.
It's all, as you say, in denying our motion for a directed verdict, it's circumstantial. This is just a naked effort of character assassination to influence the jury, that he has committed these financial misdeeds or misrepresented other things. And as a result, no matter what charge you give the jury, we're fearful that if he hasn't explained any of that, that they will hold it against him. And
He's going to testify.
I
again,
hold
it
it
all
against
goes back to
them.
your original ruling.
Good morning,
to
Mrs.
the
James's
motive.
mom.
I'm not sure there's arguing motive after Mr. Tindley's testimony and after
Here we
Doss
are,
Cook's
just
testimony,
sitting around like a
who
bunch of
said there
fools.
wasn't a storm coming on Thursday.
Emotional fools.
All the feeds are glitching, y'all. Let me refresh this real quick. But all of the
Trying to get
feeds
a
are
chat over
glitching.
here,
Not all of the feeds are already on the trial.
Likelihood would not put him on the stand or not advise him to take the stand. I just want to make that record.
Just state what you put on the record and what you have
Hi.
argued throughout the trial.
Did I call you guys over here?
I certainly understand and appreciate
Was that me? Did I do something?
This it's compounded this new
Look at
problem.
me. Look, I don't even have to get up.
And we think, with all due respect,
Hi. Hi. I love you too.
arguing
Hey, don't eat my
argued,
hair.
a month ago.
Okay? I need all the hair that I have. I really would appreciate it if you would fucking
The
leave
state
it.
going through the minute
you.
details of each one of these offenses.
A cuppa
will
cuppa.
be,
Are you
in my
having a
opinion,
cuppa, Mrs. James?
this is,
James's
turning
mom, are
Madoff
you having
trial.
a
This isn't a
cuppa?
murder trial. This is all about financial.
This is.
Steve,
I think this is all
not
for the
about-
media.
All that sounds like a good jury argument if you're the one to make the argument.
Mrs. James's mom.
convincing you.
Yes.
It's
It sounds like a
an
good jury
that you
argument.
can make to the jury. I've
Need
ruled on the issue,
train.
and I do not know what the questions that the state.
Oh, I will.
Oh, you
Tomorrow I
do.
will.
Forecast the next 3 days as you have just done. as
We'll do
to,
that at
every
lunch.
minute detail the
Not
state will
before.
seek to introduce.
Just
And
remind me if
all
I seem
rights
to be
are
forgetting,
preserved
because
as
today
to
I'm a
any
little,
and all
I don't know what's
He
wrong.
doesn't have to
testimony
testify.
Well, I mean, I do
anything
know what's
that's-
wrong with me,
is
but
objectionable that you all wish
I may be more mindless than usual,
when those objections are
which
made.
is weird.
And Your Honor, I appreciate that. All we're saying is,
But yet
if they have
something
carte
so
blanche to go into the
normal.
minute details,
They
and
do.
talk about who the victims
They
were,
do.
and do all of that, and do that.
They do.
It's going to take a week more.
Yeah, it
especially
is.
with our objections, and then have to redirect them on that.
Anyway.
And haven't we wasted enough time on financial matters?
What's today? Thursday?
Well, yes.
I'll give you an opportunity to respond if you desire.
Thursday's good. Thursday would be
Again,
good.
Well, yes, we
Court
have.
rule, I
But
don't think I need to address it any further.
Yeah, when the
Smart.
defendant takes the stand and testifies, he has no right to set forth to the jury all facts which may be favorable without exposing
himself to cross-examination.
cross-examination.
Correct.
Whether or not
Absolutely correct.
a defendant testify is solely the right of that.
The protection is not to
Well,
testify.
maybe that's what it is.
The court
That's the
makes
That's a really
protection.
good
no
point.
recommendations
It's very
pro
gray and
or
cloudy. We're getting
con.
ready,
I have no
I guess, for something. I don't know.
role other than
The winds blew
advising the
yesterday, you're
defendant of his
right. That does
rights and to
cause a
ensure that he understands his rights
Yeah.
so that he will make an
I understand.
informed decision with regard to testifying after consultation with counsel and anyone else he might want to testify.
Oh my God, let me see.
With.
Oh my God. Good morning, Dell.
Do you wish me to
Good morning, my darling gal.
engage in that colloquy at this time with
Yes.
Mr. Murdoch?
Your Honor, I think it would be good for you to engage in that colloquy.
Ah.
Now we have one short
Come on,
witness
K-pop.
before he would testify.
John
if he
Marvin.
continues to want to testify.
All right. Mr. Murdoch, if you'll come forward and stand.
Is it in
So
signal
this is
now?
done in every case, whether the defendant
clerk, if
testifies
you
or not.
would,
Normally, they're not standing, though. That's unusual. Normally, they're not standing. This happens in every case, whether the defendant testifies or not. They're advised of their absolute right to testify.
Oh my God, why am I not up to date on signal?
He's been sworn. In California, they don't swear them first.
Morning. At this time, I'm going to explain to you certain of your rights. If you do not understand anything I say, please let me know, and I will explain it in greater
I hate how
detail.
blurry this feed is. Why
Yeah,
is
what
this
is
court feed
this?
doing this today?
Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Maybe
There we
that's
go.
what it is.
We have now reached the stage of the trial in which you are presenting your defense. And you have the right to claim the protections given to you by the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution of the United States. This amendment
I'll
states in
take you
part
to all the
that no
major
person shall be
places.
compelled in any
Wait, we
criminal
need to
case
write a love
to
ballad.
witness
About it.
against
We'll
himself.
talk about it.
I see it.
And this means that you cannot
like
be
the music a
required
lot.
to testify.
The music
You do,
is
however, have the right to testify on your own behalf. However, no one can make you
yes,
testify.
Jim. Good morning, Jim.
Whether or not you testify is a personal right and no one
This
can
music
waive
was
this
too
right
much, Cal. That's too much.
except you. If you decide to testify, you will be subject to the same rules that govern other witnesses, and you may be examined and cross-examined on any relevant issue in this case. If you decide to testify,
Well,
the decision on your
oh,
part must be
oh.
freely, voluntarily, and intelligently made, with knowledge of
We
the
gotta,
protections
yeah.
given to you by the Fifth Amendment and the
This is the
consequences of
same
your
colloquy in most
decision
places in the
to
country.
testify.
I'm a fan. Like you
As
want
I
to,
understand it, you have no convictions
you want to build a
involving
prototype, or you have the
dishonesty
the prototype,
or false
or
statements
investors,
or
and your stuff can
for
actually
any
be
crimes punishable
100% down.
by more than one.
Major funds I know, and like we'll make a shitload of money together. It's
I'll
like
take
people want
you
to
to,
actually build
oh,
stuff.
the major funds I
have
know.
no objections. Like wilder the better. I don't mind, right?
What do you think about recycling glass?
But I'm telling you, the experience that I've had.
What do you think about
over the last
recycling
2 years
glass?
Is that the U.S. government loves.
What do you think about recycling glass, Charles?
Justify
Do you
Against
think
you.
that's a
any
good idea?
consideration
Do you think we
whatsoever,
could make
and
new
that there is
concentration
to be
camps out of the glass
absolutely
we
no
recycle,
prejudice to you
Charles?
because you did not
God, she is
testify.
Ava Braun up in
It
this
is left
bitch.
entirely up to you
God
whether or
Not
not
the
to
damn,
lawyers.
testify.
girl.
It's up to him.
You may
Who
talk with
hurt
your
you?
attorneys, Mr.
Who hurt
Harpootlian, Mr.
you?
Griffin,
I'm sure it was that Brazilian husband that you
Barber,
don't
Ms.
really
Fox,
have.
family, friends, or anyone
Pictures
else.
are it isn't
But the
real.
final decision will be left
Look how
entirely
packed
up
court is.
to you.
What? Who the fuck would
Do
stick a
you
dick in
understand what
you?
I've explained?
Yes, sir, I
I
do.
want to
Do you have
know.
any questions whatsoever as to what I've explained?
No, sir, thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, Dana, let's
And you've
recycle
talked with your lawyers about
glass.
whether or not you've
I think
testified.
that's a
Mr.
great
Harpootlian
idea.
just suggested advice he's given to you.
You fucking moron.
The court has no comment
Fucking Nazi
whatsoever as to whether you
sucker.
should or should
Sucking off
not
Nazis
testify.
over on
You get
Twitter.
to
Go
choose.
visit.
Do you wish to
Tell her Lolo
confer
said
with
hi.
lawyers some more about
Ask
whether
her
or
how
not
or are
you
you
Chuck
gonna
testify?
just
Balls
tell us?
No, sir, I don't need to talk to them anymore.
like
Have you
chicken.
made a decision as to whether you're going to
What's
testify?
raining?
Yes, sir.
Holy
And?
fuck me.
And what is your decision?
I'm like,
I
what's
am
that
going to
noise?
testify. I want to testify.
What is
There it
that?
is.
All right, very well, thank you.
Thank
Oh
you.
yeah, I guess you can't see
There it
it.
is.
Your Honor, we'll have one short witness before,
That's weird. It's like
Murdoch.
sunny but rainy.
Very well.
He's just told the court
Hi.
the defendant is testifying today. He waived his right. He's been sworn in. There's one short witness, and he will testify
I
today.
just dipped this in
If
my.
there's anyone you're watching this trial
The
with,
rain
now
is
is the
so
time
loud.
to share this feed out. The defendant has said, or the defense attorney has said, that
If you will bring the jury,
the
Oh
jury's going
man,
to
I
be
wish I
here
was
for
there.
it
I'm sorry I
today.
missed that. That's funny.
Bring the jury.
A moment of genius.
The defense argued essentially that the court forced their hand
Yeah,
and
this
stated
is
they think there will
today,
be
right,
days
KMS?
of
Finally,
cross-examination.
we get to see him testify.
Alec Murdaugh
Woo!
is going to testify
Woo, woo,
in
woo.
his own defense.
That's
This
really cool, gal.
could be
That's
a
really fun. That's a good
colossal
catch.
mistake. But again, the defense
What is
argued
that hold music?
that
What is
his
that hold
hand
music? Is that
was
like
forced
Wagner? Is it
by
like
the court allowing
is
in
like
the financial crimes.
what is
And
that?
that if he
Sit
didn't
down.
explain those things, that this jury would convict him
Sam,
based on those things.
I have
That
to
is a
shut
very real concern for the defense. They're not
the
wrong.
TV over. Okay,
They
we
are
broke
not
something
wrong
already
about
today.
that. We will see who testifies
chill.
next. The defendant's
Nazi glass
cross-examination
recycling
is
company.
wide open spaces.
Well, that sounds
And
like a
we're
factory
probably
to
going
me.
to have
Yes,
him
it
on the
sounds like a
stand
great factory.
till at least the end of the
When
day
we have a
tomorrow.
glass
So
recycling factory,
this is going to end
we
up
will be
being
the
the
most
testimony
powerful
that
Nazis on the
matters most.
planet.
He has to explain why he's at the kennels and why he didn't say he
I
was there
believe in
and
you.
why
I
he doubled
believe
down
you're
on it.
not just a
He
little
did not
ginger
know that
elf
video
with
was being
big
taken.
ears and kind of a fat
What's he
face.
going to do?
You're
I
definitely
don't know.
around and you're
It is
definitely a
rare that we
fraud.
see a criminal defendant in a
Same time, Chuck,
non-self-defense case
it is
taking the
glass
stand.
recycling that
It
will
is
make you the
generally a
greatest.
very bad idea. But I think we're
thank
going
you.
to
Good
hear from
morning.
John Marvin.
day number 23.
Nazis. What Nazis,
Defense's
gal?
case, you may call your
Nazis.
next witness.
I think it's
How
going
did
to be
we
John
get
Marvin.
here? How did we get here?
No, They're
How did one of
recalling
our
Nolan
supposed
Tootin.
friends become a Nazi
Why didn't you just
sympathizer
ask
doctor?
Nolan Tootin when he
Liar.
testified for the
Did that
seat?
happen?
Has he changed his mind?
Jenna and Chuck, Nazi glass recycling.
Did Nolan Tootin not already
Come up with a
testify?
name for that.
Didn't Nolan Tootin testify? Have I lost my mind? I am so tired.
This world is insane.
All right, they're calling Nolan Tootin. Did they call the other Tootin?
Rootin' Tootin? Who is Nolan Tootin? I don't even know.
You'll come to the witness stand and have a seat, please.
But he looks like a bro.
Jennifer said, can he plead the fifth? No, he has waived his Fifth Amendment. Did they call Nathan Tootin? This is the brother? All right.
Nolan Tootin.
Too many
Tootens.
Yeah, we'll listen to the clip
The
that
other
I
Tootin
played
testified.
more in depth at the break or
I
something.
grew up in Hampton County.
It's a clip from Spaces, so it's very public.
Maggie, I went to school at Wade Hampton.
But
played sports with
in the
Buster
hours of
growing
shit, you
up,
have to
and
clip the
just-
good
We're
parts.
lifelong friends.
All right, his brother testified.
I work in the timber business.
Okay. And do you know Alex?
I do.
Okay, and how long have you known Alex for?
Pretty much my whole life.
Did you spend a lot of time with Alex and his family?
Yes, the defendant can still change his mind.
And how would you describe your relationship with
I gotta
Paul?
go change my thumbnail.
He was one of my best friends. I mean, considered him like a little brother to me. We were really close.
How about tell the jury a little bit about Paul?
Paul's one of those guys that would, I mean, you could call him at the drop of the hat and he would come. I mean, he was, there for you always. He would call you nonstop all throughout the day, every day. And, I mean, he would do
Cats are really
everybody uses their
whatever he
phone a
could
lot.
for you, whenever he could for you. And
How often did you talk to Paul?
every day.
I will.
How often did you see
I
him?
will, gal.
A couple
I
times a
will.
week, most weeks.
And when you saw him, where would y'all be?
I mean,
I see it.
Depended. He would come to my house.
I see
would
it.
go to Moselle.
Yeah.
I would see him on the boat. I mean, we would just go hunt together, fish together, just do whatever we really felt like doing.
Okay. And other than hunting and fishing, what else did you guys do together?
We hung around Moselle. We farmed at Moselle. Whatever we felt like doing, really.
And when you were with Paul,
I'd like to get back
outside
to
doing
doing
these
whatever I feel like
activities, did
doing,
he
but
have a
this
phone
trial
with him
has
normally?
taken
Most times, yeah.
7 years
Okay.
of my
And
life.
did he ever put it down?
He did sometimes, not a whole lot. I mean, it was either in his hand or in his pocket, but if he had something in his hand, he would, set it down either in the truck or somewhere close to him. I mean, it would be within
Can't
reaching
type.
distance.
But yes, I'll do a video on that, gal.
What was your impression
It's
from
great.
the time you spent with the family as to how they got along?
I mean, they all had a really good relationship, I felt like. I mean, when I was around, there was
KMS is on the
always
case,
kinda
gal.
laughing and, a good relationship.
KMS is an official
Did you have a
Nazi
nickname
hunter.
for Alex?
Big Red.
I think everybody called him Big
And
Red.
how would you describe the relationship between Paul and Alex?
They had a really good
KMS have
relationship.
our Nazi hunting operation on the Discord.
Would you say that
That's where we
Alex was
host our-
patient with Paul?
He was.
They even bring up
Now you mentioned that
LB
you guys hunted
and-
together. Are you familiar with the types of guns that Paul had?
I
in
was.
it, and
Okay.
Zev, Eric,
And,
Gary,
did he ever use
masterclass
a
and
300
takedowns. This is
He
really
did.
good, gal.
And
This
what's
is
your
great. This
understanding of
adds on to what Jenny did and all of the
Buster
stuff.
and
That's
Paul
great.
Dad
got
for
two
Christmas.
I can't wait to
Christmas
read
one
it.
year. One,
That's
Buster
really
had a
cool.
black one,
Hopefully
Paul
the
had a
whole
tan one.
story comes out.
And
That would be great.
They were at Moselle, and then Paul's went missing, or got stolen, whatever happened to it, and then there was just the black one at Moselle that we used more or less.
Okay. When you were at Moselle, what did you do with Paul?
Rode around,
Boy, we just had like a
played
torrential
around at the
downpour.
house, messed around at the sheds.
Well,
We
torrential.
would
I'm grabbing your questions for when we
ride
have a break.
buggies,
Away.
ride in a truck, go fish, go hunt,
So I guess it's not that.
go farm.
When you rode around at Moselle, what vehicles would you ride in?
It really depended, honestly, what was closest to get into from the house. It was, sometimes my truck, sometimes Paul's truck, sometimes golf cart, Ranger, whatever we felt like riding in.
Okay. Did you ever ride in the black Ford F-150?
I did.
Okay. And are you familiar with where the
Yeah, I
kennels
didn't
are
connect
located
those
at
dots yet,
Moselle? Okay.
KMS, but
And
you're welcome
if you and Paul
to.
were at the house, would you guys
Obviously.
typically walk to the kennels, or would you drive down there?
We would never walk. We would
Gal, when I
drive
told you I
around
might
somewhere.
have a
Okay.
contact.
And were there
Fair
ever
enough.
times where you noticed Paul with guns in his trucks at Moselle?
Nazi
Did
fighting,
he
we're
have put him
fighting
in a blackout with
Nazis.
Paul has guns in his
Come on,
trucks.
fight
We know.
Nazis with
And were
us.
there ever guns
Yeah.
left in
Nazi
the shed by the
fighters.
dog kennels?
They were sometimes, not a whole lot, but there were.
I didn't get
sometimes
specific though,
left there
KMS.
and then picked up later.
Okay, what about the hangar?
That's consistent with
same.
what everyone else has said.
Now,
I love
Maggie.
this. I love it when
Tell me
all
about
the
Maggie.
smart people in my life start to
She
fight.
was
together.
she
I
was a
just
very
love
sweet
that.
woman. She would,
Very
do
helpful.
whatever. She treated me like I was one of her own. She was just really, really sweet woman.
And would she go down to the dog kennels?
She would.
Okay, and how would she get there?
Okay,
It just
after trying to
depended
open the
really. She
shower
would drive her
again.
car sometimes.
There you go.
She would walk
So
sometimes.
there it
She
is.
would ride her bicycle. She would ride a Ranger, a golf cart.
What is a Ranger?
However she felt like getting down there.
Okay, let's go to the day of June 7th.
Okay.
Walk me through that day.
That morning I got up and I talked to Paul either over the weekend or Friday or one of those days when we had talked about CB had sprayed the sunflowers. And so I'd gone out to Moselle that morning and rode by the sunflowers to see if they were actually dead yet or not. And I noticed that they were dead. So then, Paul and I talked.
Why people would flock to an
around 10
environmental
or
disaster
11
site.
that
I
morning
know.
about kind of coming
Oh
up
my
with a plan
God,
about how to
Jim,
get
yeah.
plowed up under and replanted. So then I
I
went to
know.
work and
I
stayed at
know.
work all day pretty much. We were supposed to go out that
You
afternoon
can get rid of
and
this.
start plowing the sunflowers
God,
under.
it's just the
And
chat
I got
Paul was going to be at
stuck
Moselle
work late
to deal with
and
the
I don't even know
talked
how
to
to.
Paul throughout the day. And
Oh, you know what I know?
wasn't-
I know what I'm doing.
So I went home after
I know
work.
what I'm doing. I know
And,
what I'm
I got the
doing.
call around 10:30 or so, 11, sometime around there, and came back.
Oh my
to
God, that's
Moselle
me singing.
And
That's me
everything happened.
singing. That's me
When you talked to Paul that morning,
The
what, if
sunflowers
any,
are
understanding
apparently
did you have
critical.
as to where he was?
It's
He was in
the.
Okatee. He was working for John Marvin at the time.
I know.
Okay, and then
But
you guys
at
made
the same
plans to
time,
meet at
and
Moselle
yes,
that
it is
right.
true. It's all out there.
Then why
But
weren't you at Moselle?
we can go ahead and
when
do our
you
thing.
called him on the way
Did you
home,
remove it, Cal?
what, if any, understanding did you have as to where he was?
When I talked to him on the way home, he was
It's
driving
still an
from
alias.
Okatee to Moselle when I spoke to him.
It's still an
Then
alias.
why weren't you there?
Where
So
were you
there.
when you got the news
Just get
about Maggie and
stitches.
Paul?
I was at home.
Why didn't you go to
Did
Moselle?
you go to Moselle?
I did.
Did you see Alex?
I did.
How would you describe him?
He was pretty distraught. He was when I got there. He and I saw each other, and we both kind of walked towards each other. And he gave me a hug and
I
just
will.
started crying and told me they were gone.
I will send you the
That
Substack.
maybe I'll have begged the court's indulgence.
No. We
It's
missed a
still
whole big
not
part between
her.
I was supposed to meet Paul at Moselle and he wasn't at Moselle.
What am I doing here?
What happened in between there?
Dang it. Oh my God.
I want the answer. I just want the answer to that.
I will send you
That's
the
all.
Substack. I have to, let's see.
Chat, you nervous?
Hold on, please.
You nervous about what's going to happen next? Y'all
Your
feeling a little
plans to meet
like
up with
nerve
Paul on
sighted?
June 7th.
Right.
Was that plan to address the issue you had seen in the with sunflowers?
That's right.
Okay.
I'm just going to drop it in the link, right,
There
Gal?
is no point of this witness.
Can I drop the, I'll just drop that Substack in the link. But then I am going to
think
record
the
it.
point was Paul was planning on being at Moselle.
Nolan, good morning. How are you?
Good. How about you?
Doing well. Nolan, we've met a bunch
that's
of times,
possible.
right?
Yes.
Prior to trial, we've met
It's very possible. I was
Colleton,
talking.
we've met elsewhere. We've had quite a few conversations at first.
Protagonist and co-star. You're absolutely right, Gal. It's really fascinating.
And you've had a lot of
Because
conversations with law
his
enforcement.
his
also.
pathology
Sometimes
is
they're-
like his pathology is like I need to
you
be
were-
heard,
you were
and I'm gonna be
as close a friend
petulant
as Paul as there
if
could be.
I'm not
Is that
heard.
fair to
If
say?
someone's not listening to me, you know what I mean? It's that kid
And
tugging at his
I just
mother's
want you to say
apron.
again.
So yeah,
he was the kind of guy
he's
that
it's really
if you
obvious.
needed something in the middle of the night, you could call him.
Yes.
Him, it isn't acid rain, and we've got to figure it out.
Flat tire
I'm
side
really
road,
trying to get
Paul's
up
there
to
for
speed
you.
on what happened.
Sounds like everybody's got flat tires around here.
On what happened, and the fact that
you
DeWine
also-
waited to declare a national emergency. What the hell's
And Maggie, I think you referred to her.
What
as
is
a second
DeWine
mom
doing?
to you. Kind of, they adopted you
No.
into the family. You were treated like one
How
of the.
dare
one of
you?
the
If you're
group. Is
blaming that on the
is
federal
fair to say?
government,
That's
and it was your delay. That's disgusting.
And what year
That's
did you
true.
graduate
You
high
should be
school?
ashamed of him.
2014.
And what year was Paul at Wade Hampton?
People need help.
He didn't go to Wade Hampton.
Oh, what year was he graduating high school? Sorry.
I want to say
Angry.
17.
Makes me angry
17 or
regardless of
18.
his
So you were a little older than Paul.
That's right. He was the same age as my younger brother.
I know, right,
And
Jim?
your younger brother, I know we already heard, we saw, it's Nathan too,
That's
right?
right, yes.
And he testified previously in this
It's a fair
trial.
point on the tires. I've replaced more tires living
So
in
your,
Tennessee than I ever
your
did living in California.
years in high school would actually align with
Busters.
more
It's a New York
Busters,
Times
and
story.
Paul was
Hold
a
on,
little
we're checking
younger.
those little stories as we go, darling.
I think you mentioned that Paul was an avid cell phone user. Is that fair to say?
That's fair.
He used it all the time.
Yep.
Which may be part of the reason why he was so
2024
responsive
field. Who cares?
when you needed something, because he always was there to answer the call or respond to a text. Is
One
that
thing
fair
for
to
you
say?
know.
Yeah.
Good use of this witness.
Okay,
for
see,
them.
this is it, gal.
It's fair.
This is the Peter
Do
Thiel.
you consider yourself someone that has a fair amount of knowledge about
So
firearms?
Silicon Valley
feel
sends
like he does.
checkout as their first
Are you an avid hunter?
cannon
And you've had
fodder
a lot of experience with
to
firearms
protect
yourself,
the
I have.
autocracy.
and a lot of experience
Okay.
with the family's firearms.
Yes, sir.
Gain kind of a knowledge of what people tend to use or favor.
Yes, sir.
Weird.
And
Okay.
is it fair to say that? Well, first, before we go there, let's talk about the 300 blackout. Paul's 300 blackout. I think you just testified to that they received as a Christmas gift.
Right.
Now, Buster's,
I mean, I
when they
don't
received
think
it,
you're wrong.
Buster's 300 blackout was what color?
It was black.
And Paul's 300 blackout was what color?
It was like a sand color.
And you hanging out with Paul, and I'm going to talk about somewhere in like 2017, 2018. Did you go to a Halloween party with Paul?
We did.
Did you actually ride with him?
From my recollection, yes.
And it wasn't uncommon for Paul to have his kind of favorite guns in the car with him. Is that
That's
fair to say?
Nordell. What is his
And
deal?
on this occasion, when you went to
Oh,
this party, did Paul
I know.
have
Oh,
that
your
300, his
puppy.
tan 300 blackout with him?
He did.
This is back in like 2017, 2018,
It was a while ago, yes, sir.
before COVID.
That's right.
The new designation, before COVID, after COVID. And tell us what happened. What happened that night?
I mean, we were at a Halloween party, and
Oh, this is
we had
the
been
gun
around
getting stolen
Moselle
or
most of the day, and
lost or whatever.
you know, we left, and then later on,
Good morning, Runkle.
the gun was gone.
Too early for us.
Substack entries.
You know,
He founded and
whatever happened to it,
company,
you know, we no longer had it.
co-founder,
So,
Swanton.
It was there before you went to the
Johnson.
party, and then y'all come back, and it's out of the car.
That's right.
Now this was a really
Oh
nice.
no, that would be a
He's-
bad idea,
right?
Maggie.
It
He's
was,
like
a
all over
fairly
that.
expensive rifle, and
Well,
the
company
scope on it is
clearly
very
I
expensive.
built
That's right.
AI.
I think Alec will be the defense's
So it
last
wasn't like it
witness.
was misplaced. It was.
And you're really
it was
called next.
stolen.
I believe so, yes.
What do you want, dude? I know that's what he wants. He wants to be Mr. Evil. He actually is Dr. Evil.
You know, I can't switch
And
feet
then
yet. We
going
had
to
feet
guns,
issues
did,
this
did
morning.
He
Paul
is
have
Mike
a
Myers.
shotgun?
Feet in a
Austin
minute.
Powers.
Between witnesses.
Was it the? And have you paid
1
attention to any of the trial?
million
I've watched some, yes.
souls.
And is it without going ahead and rooting
I
through the
want
guns?
a
Is it that
million
camo
souls.
and color Benelli?
He almost
Super
said
Black
root
Eagle
Hey, little
that
Nazi
the state
troll.
has in evidence.
That's right.
He
That's
wanted to say
Paul's
root
Paul's
too.
shotgun?
That
Help
was
of
his,
the
the
Nazis.
one he favored the most, yes.
This is the weirdest shit ever. You already
And
watched
then,
this on TV, right? Yeah.
Did Paul also
The gun we
have
showed
a 300
earlier.
blackout
Like
on the middle?
literally
Yeah.
He did.
incel.
So
Most
what
times.
did Paul
When
do
incel
after
is second
his
off an incel.
rifle was
I don't
stolen? What
understand
did
that.
he use then?
When his rifle was stolen,
How
he
humiliating.
more or less took Buster's as his own. So
Is he started using Buster's. Is that because Buster really didn't use that very much?
Buster was in school, you know, either in Wofford or in Columbia. So Buster came to Moselle a fair amount, but Paul was there more, and so Paul just, you know, used it as his own.
Me with my brother's sweatshirt growing up my
And
whole
then
life.
Buster had a shotgun he'd favor. I think we'd already heard about it, but is it a Benelli Super Black Eagle Model 2?
Podcaster Zeb is one of Johnson's
And do you
new
know
liberal
the differences between
champions.
the Super Black Eagle
Made up
models?
conversion and what Zeb
And I think your
admiringly
brother already
says is
testified to that,
Johnson
but
reinvention.
there's markings on the
revival
shotguns that
history.
you
Yeah,
can look
and
at
you
and
want
tell
to
if you know
know
what you're
what
looking
I
at.
see
right.
when I look at Zeb Shalev?
And then
I see a
I
dude
believe
who was
Alex favored a
outclassed,
Super Black Eagle
and
Model 1.
unfortunately he was
That's right. He either
outclassed
shot
by
the one or the
women,
two.
and so his little
So we
piece
have
of
1, 2,
Karen,
and 3.
thank
so
you.
he decided that
For the same.
anybody
My
who
fact
told
sheet
him
Benelli
today.
Super Black
these
Eagle, but models
women,
1, 2, and
they're
3.
so
right.
mean to you.
And those are all 12
They're
gauges
not being
typically that was
fair
used
to
as
you.
a kind of general use.
Oh, you should be so mad at those women. Zeb said,
As they're
I think
preparing,
you also mentioned that about
getting ready
guns
for
being
Alex's
left down at the
testimony.
kennel
I'm
area.
gonna
You said it
get
was
you
occasional.
Chucky
Is that fair to
Johnson
say?
on my show, and you
They
can
weren't
help me.
stored down
I
there,
get
right?
the really, really,
Permanently. Nothing
really
was stored
mean
down there.
No, nothing
women.
was stored down there.
And it was usually if
And
guns
then
were left, would it be
everybody
mostly in
backed
just
off
hunting
into a
seasons?
tissue
That's right.
and had a
It
juice
would either
box.
be during, the hunting seasons.
And that
or,
was their first
if Paul
meeting.
was
I
cleaning out his
just
truck.
described it.
He would.
That was it.
And when are the hunting
It
seasons
was
for like
behind
deer
Howard
and
Johnson's.
duck, and turkey? When are those hunting seasons?
It was
Deer season is typically in the fall,
It was
sometime
in
August to
Czechoslovakia.
January. Duck season
Weird.
is, around Thanksgiving to the end of January, and
Weird.
turkey season is March 22nd to
And that's
May 1st,
exactly how
somewhere around
Zev speaks when he's really talking.
Were you,
Yeah,
and you
he's,
spent a lot of
he's
time in
more than
Moselle, I think
sketchy,
you-
Mrs.
we
James's
talked about
mom.
that.
He's
Were you
complicit.
around before the, how many entrances and exits
Just
are
so you
there
know.
at Moselle, the
There are
property?
two.
Were you around before, when there was only one entrance and
was.
exit?
I
So
don't,
when there was
Jim,
only
I have
one
no
entrance and
idea
exit,
how they're going
the main
to
entrance and exit, where was that one?
protect
That was by the kennel.
against
And is that actually where the
leaching
mailbox
of those
is?
chemicals. I
And
just
think
don't, I don't,
packages are sent that way.
it's
They
overwhelming to
typically
me, and I
empty
just
shit
can't
to the
believe
hangar.
those people.
And then at some
that
point in the
people have to
future,
deal
a
with
second exit was created where some brickwork was done, sort of leading from the house. Is
That's
that
right.
is
And I
that
wish that
accurate
we
as well?
had
That is.
shamed DeWine into
Um,
accepting help or something.
And you all spent a lot of
Yeah,
time
something
at
was
the kennel
off. I
area,
felt
kind
that
of
too.
the hangar
And in the
kennel
beginning,
area.
it was
We did.
fine because, like,
It's kind of a good collection point for whatever
we
y'all were
listened
doing,
to
whether
his
it was working
show.
on
He
the
was
the
fine.
heavy equipment
It really
there,
was
or
after
hunting and getting ready for
he had
things.
this
Is that
grievance with
correct.
women.
fair thing to say? There's a good collection
kicked off.
point
Yes, sir.
for y'all.
He's just one of those dudes.
And I think
He's
out there
one of
there's
those
also a
dudes who can't
processing
handle
shed
some
for if
competition.
you killed
Say this.
anything.
And if the competition is women, he really is vulnerable to
And
being
If you all
radicalized.
are down
But
there and
It took like a minute
No one
say
to
to radicalize that
Maggie
stupid
or
fuck.
Alex were at the house, and they,
You're a
obviously
fucking
knew you were
idiot.
down
You're a
there.
fucking idiot. You
Would they
fucking
tend to
fell for a
come
right
drop
wing
by
op.
before they would
Here you
leave
are,
just to see if
supposedly
y'all needed
liberal
anything?
left wing,
More often
and
than
the
not.
Is he just
minute
buying time
the
so they can work on
right-wing
the
op
cross for Alec? Why are we asking all these questions?
stroke, puts their hand on your leg,
The jury doesn't know Alec's
You're
going to testify, by
unzipping
the
your-
way. They weren't in the room when that decision was made. They weren't there
That's what Zev
when the colloquy happened.
And
So-
knowing Paul as well as you do,
his Substack has dozens
Is
of
it-
self-congratulatory
and we've heard a
moments
lot
and
about him. Is it
misspellings
fair to say
and
that he
veers
was
into territory where
he had a
Johnson
lifestyle that was
is,
just fairly unpredictable?
Absolutely.
praised by others,
I mean,
mostly when he's the only
He
witness.
lived.
because
He was traveling the state. whether it
Interlocutor
was
is dead.
Columbia, Charleston, the Low Country.
Johnson 2.0
Wherever. He was
mentions
everywhere,
quote,
right?
Jews
That's
in
correct.
And he
Substack
actually
columns,
kept
no less than
clothes
200
in many different places just for that reason, because he was such a
150
traveler.
articles,
He
and
did.
most of those mentions
So
convey
you talk
that
to him almost every
Jews,
day,
quote
right?
unquote,
That's right.
as he puts that,
But for those that
some
maybe
are
weren't so close to
untrustworthy,
him,
are spies
it would
for
be
Israel,
fairly
or have dual
hard to
loyalty.
even know where he was going to be on any given day,
That's right.
unless you.
I
kept
don't
in
even think they.
frequent
I
contact
don't.
with him, right?
First,
That's fair to say.
He was
That's
everywhere.
good
well, I wouldn't.
questioning.
Any
trust
given day
Norfolk
during the
Southern
week,
to say
who knows where he
anything
could be.
So
specific
nobody
about
can
chemicals
really
that they're
hunt
carrying.
Paul down at Moselle because you never know where
This
Paul's
whole
going to be unless it's someone
DeWine
close to the family.
delay.
That's
the
the
shit.
best question on cross.
All
Just
right,
stop now.
so I'm going
There's a
to.
lot of questions.
I'm going to talk to you about June
A lot of
7th,
questions.
2020. And that's
Paul
a
was
day,
unpredictable. Nobody
that's
knew
the
where
day
he
you
was going
lost,
to be.
your best friend.
That's right.
And that's a tough day for you, is that right?
It is.
Is it tough when your family? Johnson's
you talked to
obsession
Paul
is
that day
not
on the
just
phone.
Jews, quote unquote, but
in the
Israel, mentioning Israel
morning and afternoon times.
435
Is that
times
accurate?
in
Yes, sir.
his blog.
And
Of
I
his
know you just
columns
testified
make
to it, but walk us through.
mark
walk me
Israeli
through again, if you
spies
wouldn't
or
mind.
Israeli
I
influence.
believe y'all were talking about the sunflowers. They
Concerns
died.
about how the entire world's
And
That's been
you,
proven.
you often helped out on the
Yeah,
farm.
he is so pushing this fucking bullshit
Meaning
anti-Semitic globalist
farm-related
bullshit.
stuff, tilling the ground and planting
So
seeds.
clearly,
and all
I
that
just,
stuff.
it's shocking to me.
You're pretty active
Yes,
in the
it's wrong.
maintaining of the
It's
duck
manifest.
ponds and the corn.
All of
fields
that
for
should
the-
be
for the hunt
transparent and should
purposes,
happen
right?
within the
That's
first
right.
24 hours.
So if Paul needed something,
Like,
he'd,
there needs
he'd
to be,
typically
I
he'd
guess
call
there
on
needs
you.
to be federal
He'd
rules
call on
on
you to
that.
help out.
Yes.
And is that what happened on
Maybe we
leading
need
up
to
to and
rethink
on
the
June
whole
7th?
Question.
state of
Yes,
emergency.
it was.
The good
He
questions
knew
about Paul
that I
being
was
unpredictable
riding by, because
I hope they'll tie back
typically
together.
when you spray
Because
something,
this
it
happened
takes a
before
couple
where the
days
governor,
before
from
it actually
political
takes
beef
effect.
or whatever
So
stupid
it happened. CB
decides to
sprayed them.
delay.
I want to say
Bullshit.
Thursday or Friday.
I'm gonna.
So
I
we really
promise
couldn't
you,
get
I
a
will
good
be
idea
quiet
what
during
was
the Alex
actually
Murdoch
done, the harm that was actually
testimony.
done until
I'm
a few
so
days
sorry,
later.
but I'm
and
just getting
I was going to be riding by Moselle that morning to go to work. So I just swung in there.
No,
to-
because when they
to
burn, they
check on it
create
and see
even
what
more
it was,
killer
where we could
chemicals.
come up with a
Right,
game
but
plan
they
on what to
burned
do.
it, right?
And you have pretty free use of the
Oh, yes,
property,
and
meaning you
that
could
is-
you could show up and come and
That
go
is
as
right,
you
all
please.
day
That wasn't
long and
weird,
twice on
right?
Tuesdays.
That's right.
So the fact that
take
you
that
went
to
there
the
that
bank.
morning to check on stuff,
No,
that's
because
actually
when
pretty
they
normal
burn, they
for
create
you.
even more killer chemicals. When they
And so
or
you show
dump is
up
when they
on
jump,
that
they
morning
dumped
and check the
dirt all over
sunflowers,
the
and,
site
and
to try and
they're-
reduce
they're
the
dying. Is that-
explosion.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So
Stop
the
it.
decision was made that y'all would have to. And why do you need sunflowers? What's the purpose of those?
They attract doves. You know,
Oh,
we
yeah,
plant
you know.
them.
They lure the doves with the
kind of
sunflowers.
corn, sunflowers in the dove field. You know, to have dove hunts.
So it's important for hunting purposes. It's important to maintain a dove field. You call it the dove field
That's
or
right.
the sunflower field.
Yeah, it's a good attractant.
Wait, I gotta send that.
So the decision made then to till the field and replant the sunflowers.
That's correct.
It wasn't too late in the year in the season. You could still get some good growth out.
That's
of it.
right.
And this is something you're pretty familiar with and you've done a number of times before with Paul.
Yes, sir.
All right. So what do you relay to Paul then?
He seems like
I talked to Paul, told him that they were in fact dying and we had to restart. So he
It
and
won't
I
let me
had
send it.
talked about coming up with a game plan, meeting up that afternoon at Moselle to go
Insider,
ahead and get the
how
tractor
are
hook up
you?
and begin plowing them under.
And
you doing?
ultimately, you weren't able
Breathe
to
the
make it
nipple.
that day. Is that
That's
true?
correct.
Okay. What did you have going?
He
on?
really
I got
staged
hung
that
up at
photo,
work
didn't he?
around the Columbia area.
Yeah.
So the plan then became we're just gonna do it later,
That's
right?
right.
We'll do it sometime later in the week.
Um,
Now, leading up to
let me see if
these
it
events,
works.
you received a
Oh, here
Snapchat
we
from
go.
Paul around 7 p.m. Is that right?
That's it. Come on.
Sometime around there, yes.
Sometime in the evening time.
That's right.
Spies are everywhere, and
And
are Johnson's
tell us what that
rhetorical
Snapchat.
device.
Snapchat's like a video image that someone can send you.
That's correct.
By any individual
And, tell
with
us
color
about
and
that.
color,
testimony
and
on
It
what
was
the
a video
Snapchat
of
is.
an explanation for
John Deere
anything
Highboy
you want to
sprayer,
project.
one of the cylinders
Wow, that is
back
really
to spread
it.
the boom to spray was
That is
leaking pretty bad, so he was sending me a
That's
video to show me
that's
how
the
bad it was
ticket
leaking.
right there.
Okay. And a tiller is a piece of farm equipment.
Oh, there it is.
Is that correct?
What is it?
Sorry.
Repeat your question.
You said a tiller? Is that
The Highboy.
Highboy. Is that a piece of farm equipment?
It is.
And is that the thing you would use then to plow the fields?
That's what we would use to spray.
Spray. Sorry. Thank you.
He's just a
And it
city
was
guy.
leaking some sort.
There you go. I know. I understand. We don't have. I love this kid. This kid's too much. Look at that. What a fucking simp. I'm a Nazi simp and I'm a fucking Russian simp and I'll simp for anybody. I'll simp for anybody that wants me to simp for them. Oh my goodness, Jesus. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. Oh my god.
Turned on. Is
I
that true?
can't.
So not only is there the hanger lights inside the hangar, but then there's lights on the outside of the hangar as well.
Oh my god.
Is that true? And is it true then also that the
Wow.
kennels
Try
have
harder.
lights, both fan
Try harder,
lights and
Chucky,
overhead
Chuckles.
lights?
That's correct.
Chuckle,
So if you're
chuckles.
down there in the middle of the night, even though there may not be any
Cut the
you know,
cut.
street lighting or anything like that,
That's what I
the
call
kennel
it.
area and the
Cut.
hangar are all brightly lit with like
You'll
fluorescent
be
lighting.
like,
Yes, sir.
oh, Peter Thiel, I can do things for
And
you.
you would
that's
you be
what
able
he's
to
doing.
see
He's going to all these guys who
the
probably won't take
lighting
his phone call.
if you were at
Matt Gates is the only guy that'll
Moselle
take his
house?
phone call
Would you
because
be able to look
Matt
down if
Gates.
it's nighttime? Would you be able to look
Guess
down
what?
and see the well-lit area?
I mean, really,
You could, yes.
The defendant's going to testify.
this one's an easy one, folks.
Are you going to watch it?
This one's an easy.
All
Yeah,
right, so
he has an obsession
on
with
June
Israel.
7th,
Oh my God, much to her sister.
what's the last communication you
Her
have?
brother-in-law's
That phone
father
call.
of having unscrupulous dealings. Oh,
And
Phone
you
call
go to
and
bed.
Snapchat.
Sorry, go ahead.
it's
The
just
phone
an
call and
op. That's what's so
Snapchat.
great. Johnson's obsession with
And
espionage and
you
his
then go to bed that night thinking it's just
Israel
any
by
other night, is that
association is
right?
let
That's
him
correct.
coin a term.
And I think you
Israel,
testified to it,
it's when
but you were
agents
woken
against
up at
it's
what time?
when
It was
agents
around
against
10:30.
America first
Between
simultaneously
10:30 and
serve
11.
Israel and China.
My mom had
Oh,
called
Jesus
me,
Christ.
and she had heard something had
Oof.
happened at Moselle, so
Johnson,
I
you
tried
need
to
some
call
deep
Paul and text
imprisonment.
Paul and didn't get a response.
I was
So
going to say
I
therapy, but then I thought, no,
got in the
I
truck
think
and,
it's straight to
drove
prison
over
with
there as
you,
fast as I
little
could.
elf.
Markia, the
Little
jury
Keebler elf.
And
deliberates
at the
amongst
time, were you
themselves,
living
but the attorneys have to
fairly close
argue
by?
Keebler elf
I
of
was
doom.
living
to tie it together.
I was living closer to Alameda. It was probably a 20 to 25-minute drive to Moselle.
I'll have the, hey, gal, while I'm reading
When you
that
arrived at
article
the
on
scene,
video, I'll have
what
that picture
entrance
up
did
of
you
that.
go to initially?
Initially, I was
In
coming
fact,
down
you know what?
Moselle
No,
Road,
I'll find some more and
I
I'll do like a
noticed all the
montage.
first responders over towards the kennel area.
Would be great.
And so I pulled in there, and they wouldn't let me in. So then I backed up and came in through the brick columns and made my way around.
Get ready, Chuck. Strap in. IV drip
And,
closing. Yep, I'll take
Leonard,
it.
you're on jury duty today. I'll
You need
happily
our
send a
orders?
note. I don't know
when
if
I
it'll be
got there,
accepted, but
they
I'll
were,
happily send a note.
I'm sorry, I'm
a
in a
lot
mood.
of first responders out, and I could see two bodies laying.
I'm in a bit of a
one
sad mood.
by the corner of the shed and one by the feed room door, and they had sheets over them.
And by the time you arrived, law enforcement had already cordoned off the area.
They had.
But you could, where the tractor equipment was housed, you could kind of stand around back there.
That's correct.
And even though it's set further
Why
back,
does
you
he
could,
have
you
such
could still see sort
animosity?
of the
Because they
scene.
washed their hands of this racist.
like he's about
Who was there with you?
They rejected him, and his
When I arrived, it was
hell has no
myself,
fury like a
Alec,
narcissist inflamed with
Randy,
rage. Hell,
Ronnie Crosby,
yes. Then the
Mark
subject
Ball,
lists all the people he's accused of being spies, exactly why he's accused them of it.
I think that's it at the time. People started coming.
It's going to be
when
really.
I got there.
I'm so glad people are saying no.
And I know you testified to it, and it's
not today.
It's obviously understandable, but everyone's pretty upset.
No, we see you.
Yeah, counsel. Everyone's pretty upset. Pretty upset.
And when you did you have a chance then to interact with Alex?
I did.
I have two cats.
Is he here today?
He is.
Free to a good home.
Council table right there in between his lawyers.
Yes.
I'm happy if you would like to take them. They do want to open
I think you
at
said
all
you
hours.
hugged, is that
day
right?
and
We
night.
did.
So,
And what
ahead
thing
of
did he
time.
repeat to you twice?
The boat.
Powers are not safe
Boat
with
wreck,
these
the
two
boat
little demons.
That's the thing he said to you.
That's right.
Does Chuck have connections with Veritas? I don't know. Why would the
And
board choose now to get rid of?
Did he also
Big
ask you to
Gibson?
get
Give me
in
a break.
touch with
This is
Rogan?
this is a ploy.
You know Rogan Gibson.
I do.
I'm not buying it.
Friends
I'm
with
not
him as
buying
well.
it at all.
Yes, sir.
So the two things he said to
I'm
you there
interested in
is
who's
two
on
of
the
the things he
Veritas
says is
board. I don't care.
boat wreck. I think he
James
said the
O'Keefe.
effing boat wreck. Is that right?
At Tiermond.
And
Can we just say fuck in court?
Get in
It's
touch with
fine. Just
Rogan.
say it.
Yeah, it was a
There's
little while
Matt
later.
Tiermond
But yes,
again.
he asked me to call Rogan.
There's Matt Tiermond again. There's Matt Tiermond again. Yeah, I know. He says he isn't just a whistleblower. Our
There was
hero
a
is
good point made
also
in
a
Super Chat
focus
that
of various
Paul's
intelligence
location
agencies
could
from
have been
across the
determined by
world.
Snapchat.
Gosh, what does that
It's
sound
not
like?
clear to me if his Snapchat was available for everyone or just his friends.
That sure sounds like a fucking that sure sounds like a fucking LARP to me. Exactly. It doesn't take a clinical psychologist to describe what's going on here. Johnson's ego demands that he be able to explain his downfall in his 20s and his exile into insignificance by age 30 because he's a shitty human being. Bye, sweetie. Bye, James. I'll see you in a minute, Mama. Yeah, he's a fucking incel LARPer who thought he could ride the shitty train because he is a shitty person. So he thought, oh my God, shitty people are in now. Well, they weren't in, so he was shoved down. Now he thinks they're back in, and he's going to try to make fetch happen again, but it's not going to happen because he's still a fucking Nazi sympathizer, anti-Semitic piece of shit. And furthermore, now he's trying to do damage to actual good people and put them in danger. So he can fuck right off. Right off. I'm so done.
Well, thank you. You may step down.
Just like those who have a persecution complex and have failed at something. It's someone
You may
else's
call your
fault
next
always.
witness.
Where have we all heard this before? Have we not
You may call your
witnessed
next
a convoy
witness.
of grievance for the last
Ladies and
year?
gentlemen, we have you go to the jury room for a short break. Please do not
Johnson
discuss the
convinces
case.
himself it
So
was
they are
done
going to
to him that he
confirm
was the
with the
target of
defendant that he's
vast
testifying.
international
So the jury is
conspiracy.
being
Why?
excused,
Who gives a shit
and they're going to
about this
confirm
little
that he is the
Hitler
next
elf?
witness called.
Then he saves face and continues to
All
be
right, you
right. He's
guys.
not.
This
He's
is
not right
the
about
final moment.
anything. He's
The
not
moment
right
is
about
here.
anything. And you know what he's doing?
He will
He's
be on the stand when they come back out.
because this
If he
little
testifies.
chippy that he's brought on board to do his dirty work,
I will
his
answer
little
questions
Ghislaine
if they take a short
Maxwell,
break.
Carrie Kukral, who's basically his Ghislaine Maxwell, she'll find that
Creighton
very
looks
ironic.
way
Everyone be
shorter.
seated.
She's obsessed with
And
F.
Alec, when they're all standing up there together, it's probably perspective and
Since
depth,
Carrie
but
Kukral is so obsessed with Epstein, it's
Harpootlian,
really
do you
funny.
need any
She's
additional
become
time
the
to
Ghislaine Maxwell of
confer
this
with
scenario,
Mr. Murdoch?
reaching out to people and trying to get them to do the dirty work of Chuck Johnson.
Alec just said I don't need to talk to
He
you.
is
He
Ghislaine
indicates he
Maxwell.
doesn't need to talk to me. It's
Yeah, he's a
hurts my
shithead,
feelings, but
Jim.
we don't.
He's
we
the
don't
one
need,
who's trying
It
to
is
get
a
Gallows
murder
shut up.
trial,
However, Your Honor,
Dick.
he does need.
So let's just be real
to
clear about what's
visit the
happening
restroom
here,
before
Jim.
we
Chuck
start this
Johnson
process.
would like Gallo shut up
Take a
because
recess
Gallo has the
about
receipts
10
on his
minutes.
buddy Matt Gates. Period. Full stop.
I heard it on the mic.
And
I
he'll
don't
do
need to talk
anything
to you. The court
get her
is
to
in
shut up.
recess for 10 minutes. When we resume, the defendant will be
I wish it was a
testifying.
LARP. I wish
I
it
will
was
make sure that we can
drama,
switch some feeds.
but that's just
The
it.
feed this morning was rough. No other feed was live yet this morning for that bit. And that
Kukral is the
is one of
founder
the
of
frustrations. We're going to
upcoming
work on
Ross
getting our
Lions
own
Film
feeds
Festival, and
because
reportedly Johnson's
there
girlfriend.
was still
Named
programming
his
going on
name
most of the
explain
other
why
channels when
Kukral
the
has tweeted
court
no
first
less
started
than 100
talking
times defending or
to
praising
the
Johnson.
attorneys. So he needs to use the restroom. He's like, I don't need to talk to you. The defendant gets to choose. So if he chooses to testify, there is nothing his attorneys
I've
can
never
do
heard of
to
it.
stop
I've never heard of the
no
Ross
matter how
Lions Film
much
Festival.
they would like to
I have
stop
actually
it.
heard of
And I imagine that there are
the
times
last
when
10
his
years.
attorneys are like, please stop it. Okay, where did my feed just go? It just
Anyway.
all right. Let us go. We're going to answer some questions. We're going to speed run them as much as we can. I just saw another question. How much time do you think he is facing in the financial crimes? All. He's facing life in the financial.
Yeah, he is facing. He's got 9 counts in the financial crimes, right? Or no, 100 counts. Johnson 2.0 writes approvingly in his Substack about Francis Galton, cousin of Darwin. Galton is a discredited 19th century English scientist, father of eugenics and scientific racism. Johnson's Substack mentions Galton in 6 different articles. Johnson says Galton is a genius and recommends everyone read up on him. What? I'm telling my cats are like destroying my shower. Hold on just a moment, please. I'll be right back. I shall be right back. Oh, oops. You need to stop doing that. I really would. Stop doing it. Stop being so loud. You are being too loud. You are being too loud. Okay. Sorry, and I left her off. I'm sorry. That was rude. We'll see if she has anything worthwhile to say. Yeah, I'm going to read, you guys. Thank you, Gal, for putting all these sections of the Substack in. I'm going to read it too, but this is important for people to get.
The defendant's testifying.
It's
okay. I can't. Anyway, let's see. Let's read some more. Johnson's Substack mentions Galton. Okay, yeah. Galton cheered for a pride of race and a nation where immigrants were accepted on racial grounds to get the better sort. Oh, where have we heard that before? Didn't what's his fuck talk about a merit-based system of immigration? Yeah, that's what he perceives as racially based. It's yeah, I know it's fucked up. I know it's fucked up. I'm not. Galton's theories bordered on justifying genocide.
Galton wrote, "There exists a sentiment, for the most part quite unreasonable, against the gradual extinction of an inferior race." So that is Galton, and that is someone that Chuck Johnson, who is currently getting crowds of about 1,000 plus, or 400 to 1,000, on Twitter for his nightly spaces where he rants anti-Semitic and racist bullshit. And much to the glee of all these people who lift him up on their shoulders, including Dana Smith Dutra, who claims to be a Biden supporter and a left-wing champion of democracy. And for some reason, she's decided to lick the balls of a Nazi. I don't actually get it. Not where I would go if I were unhappy in my life. I have struggled and struggle with depression a lot, so I can't imagine, but I just never thought, oh, you know what? I think I'll go find a Nazi and simp up to him. Do 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 do. Oh, I have a good James O'Keefe. It's personality disorder. Is that supposed to make me feel better? Oh, I think you said he had depression. Oh wait, oh god dang it. And how does Johnson think everyone should think about race? With determined commitment for Johnson, racial genetics is everything. He does talk about it a lot. In the spaces, I notice it is all about what the background is of anyone who he's talking about. It's really weird. Like that seems to be the everything that any actions that the people take that he's criticizing, it always comes back down to what's their ethnicity, what's their it's just the weirdest. It's very Nazi. It's very Nazi. I'm gonna kill this cat. I'm gonna go kill my cat. Excuse me while I go kill my cat. Here we go. Yeah, that's naughty. And we're going to spray water because we got to the naughty water stage. Okay? And is it a shocker? Yeah, he just hosted him and Richard Spencer just hosted a space together the other night. Richard Spencer, the world's most punchable Nazi. Have you met him? Have you punched him? Next time you see him, punch him. I don't get it. 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 Res Uberalis. But here's here's the thing, okay? Here's what I've learned watching the Chuds for the last year plus. They don't care. They don't care. They pick up on the syllables that fit their narrative, their own personal grievance narrative. So if David Riddell, Convoy Santa, is mad because COVID happened and he had to not drive as much, so he didn't make as much money, he's injured, and all he needs to hear is that equity programs, or whatever, or inclusion and diversity are negative. They don't need to hear much, I guess is what I'm trying to say. They don't need to hear any background of the message they're being given. It just needs to hit the spot, the amygdala or something, right? Like, or whatever that is. I don't know the brain chemistry, but it needs to hit that part of the brain where it's like, I'm already feeling like I'm being victimized by the world. And now I'm justified in it because Tucker Carlson or Stu Peters or Tamara Scott or Emerald Robinson said a sentence that I remember. And we're right in the thing that scares me is we're right in the thick of this communication storm. We're not at the end of it. We're at the beginning of it, really. Like a lot of pump was primed over the last 7-8 years. I will. Yeah, you guys. So this is from a space. Is this from last night, Gal? Is that from last night? Wait, where's that? Now I can't find it. Hold on. Where is it? Oh, here we go. Oh, shit. Oh, no, it's fine. It just sounded bad. Here we go. Let me make sure it plays. This is from a space with Chuck Johnson. I'm not going to show you it. And the name of the space. Oops. Oh, shit.
I'm a fan.
Oh,
like
fuck.
you want to,
Damn
if
it.
you have weird tech and you want to build a prototype, or you have the, and you.
Damn. Oh, wait. I'll start it over again. It's a very short thing. No, you're not hijacking it. We're waiting for this. Anyway, this is the beginning of his space last night, and then 5.5 hours. He really likes to hear himself talk, you guys. This is really the point of the whole exercise, is that he wants to hear himself talk. So, but Dana, the woman I've been shitting on this entire couple weeks because she's going after someone I love dearly, Gal Suburban. Dana is in this with a brilliant idea, you guys. Okay, so get ready for this brilliant idea. Hi, Ted. Good morning. Carrie wasn't in there. Oh, Dana was. Okay. So anyway, so here it is. This is, first of all, he's got theme music now for his spaces, which is, or his hold music. I know we're not sure what it is, but anyway, it's fantastic and inspired, and it sounds very Nazi. Come on. I can't see the controls. Play it. Oh, there. That is so Nazi. We've got some Nazi hold music for you now, and it's just, it's just for the Aryans.
I'm a fan. Like if you have weird tech and you want to build a prototype, or you have the, and you built the prototype and you want like more investors, like, and your stuff can actually compete, like, I'm 100% down. I'll take you to all the major funds I know, and like we'll make a shitload of money together if like people want to actually build stuff. And I have no objections. Like, wilder the better. I don't mind.
I don't know how to do that.
What do you think about recycling glass?
But I'm telling you, the experience that I've had, right, over the last few years is that the U.S. government loves electric shit.
What do you think about recycling glass? What do you think about recycling glass? Hey, what do you think about recycling glass? Hey, what do you think? I'm making that a bop. They totally ignored her. He just kept talking. What about glass? What about glass? George Glass. What about recycling glass? George Glass. There's no George Glass at our school. Our school. Fabulous, Dana Smith Dutra. Fabulous lady. You're amazing. Simpata. It's that Nazi glass. It's that Nazi glass. It's that Nazi glass. It's that Nazi glass. Ava Brown is in the building and she'd like to talk to you about recycling your glass. Hello, I'm Ava Brown, and I today would like to talk to you about recycling the glass. When you recycle the glass, then you are dominating the world. And we want to make sure we, the Nazis, dominate the world. So we must recycle the glass.
Recycle the glass. Recycle the glass. What do you think about race? What was it? Wait, I need to play it again. What's a new dawn in white America? Wait, there's a thing, and we're going, and it's fussy.
Like you want to, if you have weird tech, and you want to build a prototype, or you have the and you built the prototype, and you want like more investors, like, and your stuff can actually compete. Like, I'm 100% down. I'll take you to all the major funds I know, and like we'll make a shitload of money together if like people want to actually build stuff. And I have no objections. Like wilder the better. I don't mind, right?
What do you think about recycling glass?
But I'm telling you, the experience that I've had, right, over the last few years.
What do you think about recycling glass? What do you think about recycling glass? Yes, Ted, it's next after the break. What do you think about recycling glass? What do you think about recycling glass? Please, Dana, come to YouTube. Yeah, that was Spaces. That was Chuck Space last night. What do you think about recycling glass? Oh, we're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. We're back.
See, they gonna put the defendant up on the stand?
We're gonna have a talk about it.
They're so loud in that courtroom. That's why the bailiff's yelling at them. Oh, the bathroom break, though, they've got to take the...
recycling glass.
They got to take the bailiffs and stuff, too. He doesn't
Recycling
get to just walk to the
glass.
bathroom like everybody else. Because he is in
Recycling
custody.
glass.
So it's not as easy as all that.
You may bring the jury.
Bring the jury. We will be... What happened? Ah! They're chatting. They are definitely chatting. We're bringing the jury. I'm going to see how the feeds go, and then we'll switch between them. I mean, all we want to see is the defendant's face. So, I think Poot is going to do his direct, and I think his direct is going to feel... if this sound starts to kill me, I will switch back. But I think that with Poot,
and Dana,
he's going to be very tempted to lead the way he did in that hospital police interview we heard. And if he starts leading, I think the prosecution is going to literally jump down his throat with every objection in the world. So I will be saving super chat questions till we have a break. I will be putting other stuff up on the screen. I will be giving commentary, but not a ton of it because
we need to hear
what this defendant has to say.
Recycling glass.
And
recycling glass. I'm recycling
the moment
glass.
that they say, call your next witness, Alec Murdaugh, everybody's going to be like,
recycling glass.
Trish, see, I don't hear a fourth voice on the kennel video, but maybe the defendant did. I don't know. Nobody's brought it up.
Oh, that's right.
So this is happening.
This is basically Sweet Home Alabama, but with Nazis. I forgot that's what this was. Thank you for reminding me.
David said defense is by all accounts ahead. AM is an attorney. He can't be this self-absorbed. Have you not met attorneys, David?
Hold on.
Attorneys are absolutely...
I will. I promise I will get to the trial. I know that's why you're here. I brought you here under false pretenses, and I understand that. But basically, Dana talked about that thing. Remember in Sweet Home Alabama, the delightful rom-com with America's Sweetheart, Reese Witherspoon, and a dude that I would hit, but I don't remember his name because he looks like about 6 other dudes in movies, but he's real cute. Anyway, he is in Alabama. They grew up in Alabama. Remember this? Please tell me you've seen this movie or I'm going to feel real foolish. And he ends up as a guy that catches lightning on a beach and makes glass out of it. So, in a prior space, one of the reasons recycling glass is such a funny idea coming out of Dana bitch, is that she had this idea on a prior space
about having, like, he could come down to Alabama and the lightning hits the sand. I think it was actually, maybe I'm just remembering a scene from Sweet Home Alabama, but now I can't. Now now life is imitating art, but there's Nazis. I don't know. Okay. Yeah. But there's Nazis. Oh, here we go. Oh, here we go. Oh, okay. We're gonna listen to court, but we are literally gonna fucking listen to her reenact Sweet Home Alabama. No, 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 no. That's not it. It's a very sweet movie. I've actually find it terribly,
I don't know
terribly
why.
romantic.
I don't know why we're still here.
And she turns down McDreamy.
The jury normally comes in.
Yeah, Dana, Nazis aren't happening, okay?
The jury normally comes
sad
in
and you need to get fucked.
much earlier.
Everybody needs to get laid. Just
So-
calm the fuck down.
it's
I need
just-
to get
this
laid
is-
too.
I
but you
know.
don't see me running
I don't
out
know what's
finding the
happening.
nearest Nazi to
Where is the jury? Why are they not here yet?
God.
What is going on? What in the
I
ever loving?
hope it's an emergency unit.
Well,
but
when he
I
says
don't
bring the
think
jury,
gonna
it's
be
normally
him.
a matter of moments.
I think it's going to be Mar-a-Lago and he's going to be deloused.
Innocent until proven guilty. Always a good reminder. We'll see if
Remember the
this.
white
We'll
people
see
live,
if this
Jim. That's right.
shifts the needle
Remember
for
the
any of
white
you.
people who voted for him live, Jim.
If Jim or Poot, it's going to be Poot. Examines Alec and he commits crimes. Is that considered perjury?
I need to
Oh,
get coffee.
and no, he committed the crimes.
Indeed.
No, the attorneys aren't speaking. Could Alec perjure himself on the stand? Yes, he could.
I think
In the
I
grand
could
scheme of
calm
things,
down.
does it
I
even
think
matter
I
with all the
could
crimes
be
he's
a
facing?
normal
Probably
person.
not.
I really do.
But if the attorneys,
I just
if the
don't know how
attorneys
to
can be
normal.
proven to
I
be
don't know how to
facilitating
normal.
or suborning perjury,
I don't-
then it's a thing. Is that there are limits to that, though, when the attorney is asking questions on the stand because the attorney's just asking the
More
questions,
coffee.
and the
More
attorneys
coffee. More
are
coffee.
obligated
More
to
coffee.
zealously represent their client. So, Ronnie says, "Oh my God, I'm leaving on a major road trip in the morning, but here I am at 1:30 a.m. Aussie time, and I feel like I can't stop watching. My mind's blown that AM will testify on his behalf. Crazy bingo card day. Yes. Did you see that an inmate from Ridgeland County Jail called in the bomb threat? I did see that. I thought that was odd. I thought that was interesting and odd that the call is coming from within the jail. Rare said today is the 4-year anniversary of Mallory's passing. R.I.P. young soul. That's a very odd coincidence in this case that today would be the day that Mallory Beach passed away. I had completely forgotten that was in February. But that's part of why the water was so cold. I got to go to bed. Catch the replay crew. Don't worry about it. You don't.
Is a sign
You're
that
good.
it's the right thing to do.
Netflix did it as the anniversary of the accident. That makes
Stat.
sense. It's just odd when we're in the middle of this.
I sent you an email this morning. Fred.
They didn't know a
I
juror
mean, I
was.
sent you back
That's
a
very fair.
reply.
It is the morning. They've had coffee. The defense banking on a 401 appeal. Well, 404, 401.
Yes, I did.
If he's convicted, I think the defense is
Yes,
banking
I
on
sent
him
you
not
a
being
response
convicted.
this
But if
morning.
he's convicted, they will appeal on those. Those grounds are the easiest for them to appeal on at this point. But other shit can still happen. Cloak Sword said it's a deep breath before the plunge. It sounds like the jury is now shuffling in.
Thank you.
Girl. Okay, I'm gonna go quiet a little bit.
Ma'am, you will not be able to
Really
sit.
here.
You cannot sit there. You cannot sit in the jury box.
Who is trying to sit in the jury box? What is happening? Who is trying to sit in the jury box? Oh, the court sketch artist.
You may call your next witness.
Jim?
Thank you, Your Honor.
It's you?
Defendant Richard Alexander Murdoch wishes to take the stand.
And we are here. It is happening.
You'll place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You'll have a seat on the witness stand.
We've all gasped collectively. It is absolutely happening.
And if you don't mind stating your full name again and spelling your last name.
I'm Alec Murdoch, Murdaugh. Good morning.
Oh, position himself so he can just look right at the jury.
Look for him to
Yep.
stick the landing, gal. He's gonna stick the landing.
I don't know if I can do a 3.
Mr. Murdoch, on June 7th,
That's not what that said.
2021, did you take this gun
Oh,
or
shit.
any gun like it and shoot your son Paul in the chest in the feed room at your property off Moselle Road?
No, I did not.
Mr. Murdoch, did you take this gun or any gun like it and blow your son's brains out on June
Holy
7th
shit,
or any
Jim.
day or any time?
No, I did not.
Mr. Murdoch, did you take a 300 blackout such as this and fire it into your wife Maggie's leg, torso,
Holy shit,
or
Jim.
any part of her body?
No, I did not.
Did you shoot a
Okay.
300 blackout into her head, causing her death?
This is not.
Mr. Griffin, I didn't shoot my wife or my son anytime. Ever.
She's good?
This is weird. Oh, good, Rip.
Okay.
Then you can keep an eye on the parrots too.
I
Rip.
mean, I guess we're getting to the point.
I think it's good.
I wish they would just go to a 2-screen
Mr. Murdoch,
feed.
is that you?
We don't need this
On the
empty.
kennel video at 8:44 p.m. on June 7th, the night Maggie and Paul were murdered.
It is.
Were you in fact at the kennels at 8:44 p.m. on the night Maggie and Paul were murdered?
I was.
Did you lie to SLED Agent Owen and Deputy Laura Rutland on the night of June 7th and told them that you stayed at the house after dinner?
I did lie to them.
Did you lie to Agent Owen and Agent Croft on the follow-up interview on June 10th that the last time you saw Maggie and Paul was at dinner?
I did lie to them.
And in the interview of August 11th, did you tell Agent Owen and Agent Croft, did you lie to them by telling them that you were not down at the kennels on that night?
Yes.
Just go to a 2-screen.
Alec, why did you lie to Agent Owen, Agent Croft, and Deputy Rutland about the last time you saw Maggie and Paul?
As my addiction evolved over time, I would get in these situations or circumstances where I would get paranoid thinking. It could be anything that triggered it. It might be a look somebody gave me. It might be a reaction somebody had to something I did. It might be a policeman following me in a car. That night, June 7th, after finding Mags and Paul, Papa, don't talk to anybody without Danny with you. All my partners were just repeatedly telling me that.
Shouldn't talk to anybody at
I had
all.
a deputy sheriff taking gunshot test from my hands. I'm sitting in a police car with David Owen asking me about my relationship with my wife and my son. And all those things coupled together after finding them, coupled with my distrust for SLED,
what
caused me to have paranoid thoughts. Normally, when these paranoid thoughts would hit me, I could take a deep breath real quick and just think about it, reason my way through it, and just get past it really quickly.
Distrust for SLED, you say?
On June the 7th, I wasn't thinking clearly. I don't think I was capable of reason.
Huh.
And I lied about being down there. And I'm so sorry that I did. I'm sorry to my son Buster. I'm sorry to Grandma and Papa T. I'm sorry to both of our families.
This doesn't seem like a
Most of all,
strategy. This seems like an
I'm sorry to
unravel.
Mags and Pawpaw. I would never intentionally do anything to hurt either one of them.
That's an interesting use of the word intentionally. I would never intentionally do anything.
Ever. Ever.
Did you continue lying after that night? Did you not?
But once I lied, I continued to lie. Yes, sir.
Why?
He's not chewing gum. He's
You know, or what a
either his
tangled
mouth is
web
dry
we
because
weave.
he's scared.
But once I told the lie, I told my family, I had to keep lying.
He's not chewing gum. That's just mouth noise.
Alex, tell the jury what happened on the evening of June 7th, starting when you met with Paul.
Sure.
I'd been at work that day, a fairly normal day.
What?
Let me start in the morning, or
It was normal?
Sure, start in the morning.
It was normal that you got confronted about stealing all the money? That was normal to you?
it was just a regular morning. Maggie was leaving to go out of town.
Maggie was
she
at
was
Edisto.
going to a doctor's appointment, and she had some stuff to do at Edisto, where she was having some work done on our house at Edisto. But Maggie was there that morning. She went to leave, and she told me she was doing these things. I always asked Maggie to come back home and stay with me. But anyway, Maggie had left. She did her thing. I went to work, did work. I learned from Paul that
Maggie,
Who's Paul?
according to
Paul, my
Maggie's
son Paul,
sister,
my son Paul, murdered.
And your name for him was Paul.
Yeah, we called him Paw.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, in the scheme of parenting,
her sister
it was
and
a
Buster,
more even.
Maggie, I called him
It was
Paw
just an even
Paul
parenting
Terry.
throughout the day, kind of
But
static.
Mags
said he
called
wasn't
him
there.
Paw. Bus called him Paw. A lot of people called him Paw.
I thought you called him Little Detective.
But anyway, I learned about I'd known that CB, the guy that worked for us, had sprayed the sunflowers. I knew about that, but I'd been out of town. I didn't know they were dead. Paul let me know they had died. So we had to replant the dove field. That's our dove field, which the dove field is just a big social part of having property. People come, and it's just a social big part of it. So the dove field was a big deal. So when the sunflowers got killed, we knew they were dead. Paul was coming home, and I learned that early Monday morning.
And did
Huh.
and we'll catch back up, but at some point in time, did you meet up with Paul?
Yeah, after work, I met Paul at the property.
Interesting.
And we're
We've
going
never
back
heard
to
him
talk
referred to as
about more
Paw
of the day,
before.
But I just want to focus in on that evening right now.
Okay.
When Paul gets to the property, what do y'all do?
First thing we do is we go to the dove field, and we look at the dove field. And
How'd you get to the dove field?
he had come in my brother's truck. We got in my son Buster's black pickup truck. We called it Buster's truck, or the black pickup truck. You've heard it called too, but I call it Buster's truck.
Okay, so you're in Buster's
There's
truck.
too many
and
Busters.
You go to the dove field. Tell the jury what else.
Well, that's the first thing we do. We go to the dove field and we look, and it was clearly it didn't. You could tell they were. I mean, you could tell they'd been sprayed, and you could tell they were dead. I mean, they might have still had a tiny bit of life, but they were dead.
He is
so we
pissed
knew
off
that.
about
So we
those
knew we had to
sunflowers.
replant the whole field.
But if
So that didn't take but a second.
Nolan already came and determined
But after that,
do you
Paw
need to redetermine that? Nolan came that morning to tell you they were dead. That doesn't make sense. Because Nolan stopped by
We
that
just
morning.
rode the property. We spent time together. We rode around and we spent time together on the property.
Did you go to the duck pond?
Oh yeah, we went to several food plots. We went to
Does it feel like Jim is
Single
helping
Oak
him?
Stand, we called it, which is across the road. I know we went to the bridge stand. We went to the duck pond where we stayed for a minute, and
Did you,
I can remember the duck pond specifically because I had helped Paw Plant the dove field.
What?
And
What's the dove field and
the
the duck
corn in
pond
the
have
dove
to do?
field. So sunflowers, corn, and I had helped him plant the corn in the dove field. Paw had planted the duck pond by himself, and he's making a really big deal to me about how much better the corn was doing in the duck pond than it was in the dove field. We stayed there for a little while. We were at the cabin for a little while. We rode around the cabin looking at it.
now, cabin is what?
That's it's just a little small. It's truly a cabin. It's a 4-room structure.
It's a
got a little
4-room
living
cabin.
area, a little kitchen. It's got 2 little bedrooms and 1 little bathroom. And that's what you've heard talk about, where the kids stayed some summers.
Some people
And,
call that a
Is that
house.
what the jury's seen, some overhead pictures? It's right there on Moselle Road?
Yeah, it's right
It's
up on
just- it's a
Moselle
little
Road.
4-bedroom
and it's very
house.
close
It's a
to
house.
the driveway that goes to the shop and the kennels.
No, it's 2
Did you
bedrooms,
spend any
1
time at the
bath.
shop, you think?
Oh, yes.
Living
I
room,
mean,
kitchen,
the shop
house.
was, that was sort of the hub. That was the main place. If you weren't at the house, you might be out going to this field or this food plot or this duck pond or this part of the river, but the shop is where the kennels were located. That was, you were always there. Something was always going on there. You're always doing something there. That's where all the tools were. That's where all the equipment was kept. That was the main hub.
Right.
And so we were there that day. There was a point in time where we unloaded a bulldozer that had been on a different part of the property. It was on a trailer. We unloaded it and sprayed it down real quick. That was just one of the many things we did that day.
How did you have time to do all that?
Things
How
the
did you have
jury's
time to
seen,
spray it down?
Alec, is a Snapchat video of you and doing something with a tree. Do you remember that?
Yep.
Oh yeah.
And so what was happening there?
That's just part of when we were riding. That particular location where that was is at a food plot that we called Sawtooth Oaks, and it was named that because there were some sawtooth oaks that were planted there that you can't see in the picture. But what that tree is, at all these food plots, there's an area where it's not as big as a field, but it's like a field where you plant vegetation for wildlife. Like it might be cowpeas or soybeans, but you plant, and then there's a feeder to attract deer. Then we planted these little fruit trees on these stands, and what you see me doing is fooling with a fruit tree that I'd been tending to. It had fallen over. I had straps on it. I had strings on it that were holding it up. One of the strings popped. I undid the other string, and it was falling over, and Pawpaw was laughing at me, trying to get it back upright. And it was just a fruit tree that I'd been dealing with for years, and it wouldn't stand up straight.
And were you and Paul having a good time at that point?
At that point,
you could not be around Pawpaw.
the nicknaming is Some might be okay with it. Some might
Not
be like it's
around
great,
him
but it
and not have a
feels
good time.
it feels
Were you close to Paul?
odd.
He couldn't be any closer than Pawpaw and I and Buster and I.
Not in a single interview
We're
did he
in
call
awe.
him Pawpaw, and that's part of why it hits me so weird.
He's just wonderful. Wonderful.
And it's one of the things you enjoyed doing together.
I'm
was
sorry,
just
I'm not
riding the
finding
property?
any of
I
this.
love doing anything with Pawpaw. It was an absolute delight. But yeah, things, I mean, Paul's passion. I mean, Paul was passionate about a lot of things, but that property was really a passion of his. I mean, he loved to work it. He loved to work the fields. He loved to work the food plots. He loved to hunt. I mean, he'd work on the roads. I mean, he would work on all of it. I mean, he would work on
Wow, it sounds like he was
construction. And
just
he would
working
he
all
worked
the
on whole property.
time. Oh my God.
It was his passion.
So on the
Work, work, work.
evening of
That's
the
all
7th,
Pawpaw did.
that jury's been inundated with data from various different sources, but
Sure.
just ballpark, can you, I mean, knowing, what we know now after reviewing everything, but roughly when do you remember Paul getting there and you getting there starting to ride the property?
No, I know.
Now that I've
nicknames
had the
are common.
benefit of,
He
of,
just
of seeing
it's different
all
than
of
the
these
interviews.
records,
It's different than his interviews.
Pawpaw
That's-
got home.
That's why it sits
I
weird.
believe a little bit before 7 o'clock. And I got home a little bit before him.
I want to know what
I
he
think
was doing in the kennels
details
at the
had
time
been
of the
that I got home
shooting.
around 6:42 or 6:45 or something like that, and Paul got there, very quickly thereafter,
And then,
by 7 o'clock.
so you rode the property for a while. Do you remember when Maggie arrived?
Yeah, it was later than that. It was 8 or after 8. I think it was after 8 and looking at the records. A little bit after 8.
And do you remember her arriving or where you were when she arrived?
I believe that I was at the shop when she came through, which would not be unusual for her having been away. If Blanca had gotten the mail or somebody had gotten the mail, maybe not, but if somebody had not gotten the mail, it would be perfectly normal for her to pull through there. And I believe she did pull through there that day. And Paul and I were at the shop, I believe.
And then what did you do after Maggie arrived?
Maggie went
That
to the
thermostat
house,
is
and
at
I know
66
that.
degrees this morning.
But shortly
It was
after,
68
however
2
I
days ago.
learned that Maggie got home, I went to the house when Maggie got home, and I left Paul at the shop.
But if she came in through the mailbox, she would have come
What
by
did
you
do
at the
when you got
shop.
to the house?
I saw Mags, talked to Mags, and I took a shower.
The clothes that we saw in that Snapchat video was that the clothes you had at work?
He remembers when he took a shower now.
Yes, those are the clothes I had on at work that day.
And the jury's seen you in those clothes and what's on June 7th. How tall were you and how much did you weigh?
On June 7th, well, I'm a hair over 6'4", right at 6'4". On June the 7th, I was about 265 pounds, 264, 265.
And this was in June, June 7th.
Yes, sir.
When you're outside, riding around and do you get hot and sweaty?
Absolutely. I mean, Paul and I had done some things. We unloaded the bulldozer, cleaned the bulldozer. We fooled around. Yeah, I mean, I sweated. I was heavy, and taking prescription pills also makes you sweat worse, or at least taking oxycodone
I
makes you sweat
definitely shower multiple times
more
in the
than you
summer.
normally do.
So was it unusual for you to take a shower when you got back to the house?
Not at all.
And it's really not.
And when you
That's not unusual. What's unusual
after you
is
took a
he
shower,
didn't tell the
what did you
police
change
that.
into?
I changed into the clothes that you've seen in this trial, shorts and the shirt.
Okay. When you got out of the shower, and changed clothes, what'd you do next?
I went back out where Mags and Paw Paw were, and
What were
for
they
dinner.
doing? What was going on?
Mags had, as you've heard, Blanca had prepared dinner, but it had been cooked earlier. Mags had fixed. I know Mags had fixed mine and her plate because I didn't fix a plate. She may have fixed Paw Paw. Paw Paw was eating, and Paw Paw was almost done eating by the time I got back out, which also wasn't unusual. I mean, Paw Paw was always on the go. I mean, he never sat still. And, you know, he'd sit down to eat, but then he's going on to his next item.
And
So then Maggie and I ate.
And do you all eat at the table? Do you eat at the den? What's your normal habit?
We would do both, but, I mean, when we ate at the table, it was really sort of more formal or not formal, but just more of an organized thing. What we would normally do on a regular evening is we would eat in the den in front of the TV. And that's where we ate that day. I ate on the couch, the table. Maggie had a little a TV tray that she kept over there, and Paw Paw would usually sit in a recliner and eat off of the ottoman.
This is the defense
TV
questioning,
on?
but they did skip
Yes.
right over the confrontation at work.
Was that normal for the TV to be on?
Yes. TV, if we were in the house, TV was on.
The TV is relevant to hearing the gunshots.
So what happened next, Alec?
Paw Paw moved on doing whatever he was doing. I don't know if he was in the gun room doing something, or he was in his room doing something, or he was outside doing something. I actually thought he'd gone to the shed, but in looking at, to the shop, but in looking at the benefit of having these records that we have, I know he was still at the house or somewhere around the house doing something, but he wasn't in there with Maggie and I. But Maggie wanted to go to the kennels, and I had eaten dinner. I laid back on the couch where I was sitting. Maggie wanted to go to the kennels, and she asked me to go, and I didn't go at that time. I didn't want to go.
Why didn't you want to go?
It was hot. I just had a shower. I knew I'd end up doing more work, sweating more, and the dogs is always a chaotic scene, and I just didn't want to go right then.
Well, let me ask you, what had you done the previous days, like Friday and Saturday and Sunday?
Start with Friday or
Yeah.
go backwards?
Yeah, start with Friday.
All right, on that.
Just briefly.
So 7th, 6th, 5th, 4th. So June the 4th.
I'll go back and look at the
My dad was in the
timeline about
hospital
Maggie being at Moselle.
in-
I remember the witness testimony.
Savannah, Georgia, at Memorial Hospital. And I went down to visit him Friday afternoon, and I stayed with him in the hospital. I spent the night there. You know, he was real sick. I mean, he was having a hard time.
Did you get much sleep Friday night?
No, I mean, I had a real sweet nurse found me. At first, there was just a hard chair in there, like
Natasha
this.
Chi,
A
yes.
nurse found me a soft chair, sort of like a recliner. So, I mean, I'm sure I slept, but I didn't sleep. You know, I didn't get a night's sleep. No, sir.
And then Saturday and Sunday?
Saturday, we had plans with Buster and Brooklyn. Y'all have heard about Brooklyn. It's Buster's wonderful little girlfriend. And
wonderful little
Max and I
girlfriend.
had plans with them to meet them in Columbia, to go to the South Carolina.
She's just a
In
good
prison
little lady.
phone calls, he was
It was a
obsessed
regional
with Brooklyn.
baseball
He would
tournament.
get Brooklyn on the
South Carolina
phone
was
to talk to
playing
her about what
Virginia,
was
I believe.
happening with Paul.
So
He's
when I
obsessed.
got back from Savannah and met up with Mags, at some point we headed to Columbia. So, I mean, there wasn't a lot going on in between there. We headed up to Columbia and met Bus in Brooklyn.
And then, did you stay in Columbia Saturday night?
We did. We went to the ball game, and I remember it was an evening game. We went pretty early and tailgated. Maggie had Maggie had reconnected with a college friend who coincidentally had married a college friend of mine. And they
He's
had a
just
son
looking
that played
right
for
at the
Carolina.
jury.
He was a first baseman, and a really good little player. And we met them.
At least
and
everybody gets
tailgated
called little.
with them, and it was a lot of fun. They had a lot of the parents of the players that were playing for Carolina, and it was a fun time. We tailgated, and then we went to, and it was a night game, so we went to the game, and the game got over. You know, it was fairly late into the evening, and
Then you went to
after
Krispy
that,
Kreme.
Bus, Brooklyn, and Mags and I believe we went to the restaurant in the hotel where we were staying, but we went, had dinner, and then Bus and Brooklyn went home, and of course Maggie and I went to our room.
And then get up the next day, and was there another game?
Another game the next day. That's right.
And then you, after that, you head back to Moselle with Maggie?
Yeah, we went to the game. That's right. Mags and I go back to
That's right.
Moselle.
The jury's heard
As if
about.
Jim is answering the
Ms. Rass
questions.
Talking about you bringing Krispy Kreme donuts to your
How
dad.
do you
Maggie
feel
loved
that
to-
Jim answering those questions?
She spoiled my dad, and always taking him something. My dad loved sweets, and she and I picked up donuts.
Now it's
and
Maggie,
took,
not Mags.
Krispy Kreme donuts to him.
And then y'all both spent the night together
I don't doubt
at
that.
Moselle on Sunday night. Did you both spend the night at Moselle on Sunday night?
Yes.
And then the 7th was a work day?
How to read
That's
it
right.
down. That's so
It's a
cool.
Monday,
It's a
Monday,
lot
June
of
the
reading.
7th.
Hang on. I'll rephrase it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Was Monday.
Yeah, you can't hear the judge because your
Saturday
back is
work
to him
day.
because you're looking right at the jury.
Yes.
Okay. And I just wanted to give that background. And so moving forward to when you testified previously about Maggie
Jim
asking
leading
you
the
to go to
responses
the kennels, were you tired?
Is not
Oh, yes, I was tired.
a good look in front of the
And you
jury.
just had a shower.
I don't
Just
think.
had a shower.
And you said that, well,
Yep,
did
he
you
wants
go
to
with
lead.
Maggie to the kennels
No.
immediately?
No, I did not.
What'd you do? What did she leave?
Yes, she did. She left and Paw Paw was gone.
Do you know how she got to the kennels?
At the time, I didn't, but now looking at these condensed records and
condensed
understanding
records.
the timeline, it's clear to me that she rode with Paw Paw.
And did you stay in the house
Yes,
for how long?
not long. I laid back on the couch, put my feet up, and like many times when Maggie asked me to do something that I didn't want to do or didn't start out doing, I changed my mind and decided I'm gonna ride up there. And I did.
And how did you get to the kennels?
I went on a golf cart.
Was the golf cart at the house, the main house?
Yeah, it was,
Well, that answers that question.
and it was there most of the time.
And when you got down to the kennels, what was happening?
It's just what I thought it was. It was a little bit of chaos. I mean, it was clear to me that Mags had just let the dogs out. The two dogs that were out were really her pet dogs. One is Grady. You've heard about a black lab. That's Grady. That's Buster's dog. And the other is the yellow lab that you've heard about. That's Bubba. Bubba was mine and Maggie's dog, but it was really mine, Maggie's, Bus, and Paw Paw's dog. It was a family dog. But Bubba's the dog I hunted. I mean, Maggie loved Bubba. She loved Grady too, but I mean, she had a special place for Bubba. But anyway, when the dogs first were let out, the first thing they would do is they would run. If you look at the overhead picture that you've seen, there were planted pines right behind the kennels. So you got the kennels and the chicken coop sort of formed
Like
an
where
L
there
shape.
was a
and in that L
shot.
with some planted pine.
Buckshot
First thing the dogs would do
lodge
is
in
go
one of
out
them?
in that kennel, and Bubba and Grady, I think, learned this from Bubba, but Grady would do it too. But Bubba had to mark every tree. I mean, he would go and he'd do a little number on this tree and that tree. You know how dogs do, and it's marking his territory.
Jim's coming in hot.
And so that
Jim's
was the
coming in
first
hot
thing
with
those
the dad
dogs did when
jokes
they
early,
came out.
Sam.
When I got there,
Before
those dogs
8:30,
were in
before
that area.
8:15,
So that's why I believe that it
Jim's
hadn't
hot.
been long before they'd been let out. Grady
laugh,
was
Jim.
chasing guineas, which was a normal thing to do.
What are guineas?
Guinea fowl is a guinea fowl is like it's like a chicken. It's a domestic bird that we had them. They make a lot of racket. It's like I know this sounds silly, but it's like a guard bird. Because anytime they just make a lot of racket anytime anything unusual is going on. If anything disturbs them, it could be a person, it could be somebody driving up, whatever. They're gonna make a lot of racket. So
there was no racket on any of those
Grady's
calls.
chasing guineas. Paul's fooling with Rogan's dog Cash. Maggie's just kind of standing there watching the dogs, which is normal, and they were in that place. As the dogs are out longer, they branch out more. But at that point in time, they were right there. So that told me they hadn't been out.
It's a lot of explanation.
Bubba
Guineas
catches a chicken.
Weren't on any of the calls. They weren't making noise during the.
I'm talking to Maggie for just a short time before
The,
Bubba catches a chicken.
Kennel
I
video
take the
either.
chicken, I put it when Bubba didn't chase. These dogs didn't chase the chickens to kill them, and they didn't normally kill them. They did kill them sometimes, but it was about the chase with those dogs, and they were proud when they caught one. You could just tell by the way Bubba would prance to you when he brought the chicken to you. He was proud that he had caught it, but he wasn't trying to kill it, and so most times the chicken wasn't dead, and that chicken wasn't dead. But
when did
a lot
the
of times they
chicken
would
die?
be stunned and they would be just real lethargic. So you had to take the chicken and you had to put it up somewhere where, the chicken could be by itself for a minute and
recover.
And it would eventually, usually, come back to normal and go on about its, whatever a chicken does.
Did you get the chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
I did. I took the chicken from Bubba and I put it on top of that.
Now we've seen this video of Paul.
So he took the chicken out of Bubba's
Cash,
mouth.
Rogan's dog. Did you know that was going on?
Interesting
What do you
question.
remember about that?
Yeah, I knew Paul was fooling with. When I pulled up on the golf cart, Maggie was standing back, sort of where the driveway would be. It sort of runs out at the feed room. The storage room's what we call it. It's been called the feed room. But it sort of ran out. Maggie was a little bit further
put
up
the
where
chicken
she
in the
could
kennel.
see back in that angle where the dogs were. Paul was fooling with Rogan's dog back towards the kennel. If I remember when I first got there, Paul was more in the driveway, but then I knew Paul was in the kennel fooling with Cash, yes. But did I know what he was doing? I didn't know exactly what he was doing, no.
Did you?
I knew he was fooling with his tail.
Was Cash in the kennel when you pulled up? You think?
Not when I first got there.
Did Bubba or Grady have any collars on?
Yes.
Both dogs? One dog? Do you remember?
I don't know about Grady, but I know Bubba had on his what we call a tracking collar. Paul, for his hunting dogs, Paul had a series of tracking collars, and I think there were 5. It might have been 6, but it's a tracking collar that had a device that would tell you where that collar was, so that Bubba was bad about, he would stay close for a minute, but then he would take off, and he especially do that on Maggie. He would take off and run, and so he had on a tracking collar that if he did that, you could, you could know, okay, he's, a half a mile down here. It's not going to follow him but so far, but it would follow a good long distance. So you could go get the dog if he ran off, which Bubba frequently would do, especially when it was just Mags and Bubba. And so Paul probably would have been the one to put that on Bubba.
So you've got us where you've gotten the chicken out of Bubba's mouth and put it up on a doghouse or something?
I believe what I put it on, and I don't remember this, but I've seen pictures and all this, and I saw the chicken sitting on top of the what looks to me like
Looking
a
just
portable
right at
dog
the tray.
crate. Wherever it was sitting on there is where I would have put it up there. You know, if any reason to believe anybody else moved that chicken, and it ultimately, that chicken did die.
And
We're aware that the
what did you do after you got the chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
I got out of there.
Rip, I think it's telling you
I left.
that
I went back
shoveling
to the house.
is not.
How'd you get back
not
to the house?
Before we do that,
That's what I think that's telling you. Time to
seen
light
the
up a bowl.
dog kennel
Pour some
video with
coffee
Cash
and
and
try again.
Mr. Davis. We slowed it down for him. Do you see the water hose in that video on the ground?
It's doggy walking
seeing that?
time. Goodbye.
Yes, I did.
Was the water hose out? And
Obviously, in the video, but I don't specifically remember that, but I can look in that video and see it.
right.
But that's not something that I noticed.
So, but you've seen it in the video here.
Yes, sir.
And then the two dogs were out.
Absolutely, and Grady.
And then you head back. How did you get back to the house?
The same route. I mean, the same route I'd come on. I
How?
came down the driveway, made a left on. You saw my route in the car. I drove that same route.
In what?
My question was obviously wasn't clear enough. What were you in a vehicle? You walked? What mode of transportation did you use to get back to the house?
Same way I came. I went back in the golf cart, and it was the golf cart. If you remember
needs
that
to
Mark
have
Ball
shorter answers. He's trying
testified that he
shorter
saw
answers. He's trying to explain too much.
where we normally would park it. You pull up.
More
pull
info
along
never
the,
helps.
The front entrance, and you come in from the left, and you'd go just past it.
He
and be on the
over-explains
right, and
these
you'd come in from
details
the right, and
in
you'd be just past it on the left, and that's where I got in it, and that's where I put it back.
Did you do anything else before leaving after you took the chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
No.
We've heard about Bubba being stubborn. How long did it take you to get chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
Well, Bubba could be stubborn, but Bubba would listen to me. And another thing, when Bubba had on that collar, one of the other features of that collar was
What did Bubba have on the collar, or was it Grady?
Bubba had on the collar.
Bubba had the collar.
I
Jim?
know Bubba had a collar on, and I'm not sure about Grady.
Okay, go ahead.
If
I'm
I
sorry.
misspoke on that, there's no question about it. Bubba had on a collar.
No, you said
I
Bubba.
assume Grady did too, but I didn't. I didn't.
Is
even
Jim
though I
trying to
saw
redirect
Grady,
his
I didn't
testimony?
notice for a fact that Grady had on a collar.
Okay.
But
Feels
he
weird.
probably did.
So, how
Makes
long-
sense to me that he did.
How long did it take to get
He's
the
just
chickens
agreeing
out
with
of-
Jim.
Nah.
Chicken out of Bubba's mouth.
It didn't take long. Number one, Bubba's coming back there to show me, hey, I caught this chicken. So he's not running from me. He's proud of that fact that he caught this chicken. So, I mean, he comes right up to me. Bubba
So he
was
wasn't
really strong.
chasing Bubba
but,
around.
You know, you take your thumb when the dog's clenched.
Way too
and his
much.
mouth's a
Way
little bit
too
open.
much detail.
All you do is you take your thumb and you push his gum in really tight against those sharp teeth, and his mouth opens right up. Took the chicken out and put it on, I believe, the portable dog kennel.
And then left.
And then I left.
Then leave, okay. And did you go back to the house?
I went straight back to the
What-
house, to the air conditioner.
And what'd you do when you got back to the house?
I lay down on the couch.
And then what? Well, I mean, was TV on when you went back?
Yeah, the TV never got cut off.
So you went back to the house, you laid down on the couch, and then what happened next?
I'm not positive I dozed off for a minute or didn't doze off for a minute, but I got up off of the couch, and I was.
When and why?
I made up my mind I was going to visit my mom.
Had you
That could be
spoken to Barbara
explained.
Mixon earlier
Can you
in the
explain
day?
that decision?
I
And,
talked to Barbara most days. If I didn't see her, I talked to her.
and what was your understanding of your mother's condition late on the afternoon of the 7th?
She
So
was
we laid on the couch
agitated,
for what,
which
30 seconds?
She got agitated when my dad, we were putting my dad in the hospital. I mean, he had a lot, over the 18 months, 2 years. I mean, my dad was in the hospital. He was in the hospital a lot. And my mom, I believe my mom knew when my dad wasn't there because, she would get agitated. That's just the only term you can think of. She'd get agitated. She'd cry a lot. She'd be fussy when she normally wouldn't be fussy. I know Alzheimer's patients are unpredictable, but I'm convinced she knew because it happened frequently. And Barbara Ann told me, your mom's agitated. You need to check on her. I gave her medicine. She's resting. So it wasn't anything urgent. But she's resting. So what Barbara would do, and Barbara could handle her better than, my mama. We all love Barbara. My mama loved Barbara. Barbara could get my mom to do things that nobody else. When she fussed for anybody else, including me or my brothers or my sisters, Barbara could get her, in order. And but Barbara had given her medicine and to settle her down and calm her down, and that would sometimes make her go to sleep for a little while, but then she'd be agitated when she woke up.
I imagine on cross they will ask him more about
so
Barbara.
You go check on your mom?
I did.
The dog was not having any of this cold, rainy day. He went out, did his business as fast as he could, and ran. Ran back to the
You
house.
saw the pictures. There's two exits off of that deck. One of them to the right, one of them straight out that back door. I would have parked to the left. If you're coming down these
There's
steps,
a lot of
if these are the
explanation on
steps,
some things
it
and
would
no
be to
explanation
the
on
left,
other things.
Back over there.
Just interesting.
Which is where I always parked, or where we always parked, anytime you were going in that entrance.
All right, I'm going to stop there and ask Doug, if you don't mind pulling up State's Exhibit 524, which is the GM All-Star data, and slide 38, which is in evidence.
Is it possible he's over-explaining? I don't think he's thinking it that far ahead. I think he's over-explaining the stuff that he's confident in and skipping over the other stuff that he's not confident in, but that's just my opinion. Though, in going through trauma, he might have forgotten a lot of the details of the other stuff. So it goes both ways.
In relation to your parents' house.
Where the arrow is?
If mom's so agitated,
Yeah,
why wait 2 hours?
Back in the area where I'm talking about.
Oh,
Plus
God.
3 day here
All right,
in
so
Los
if you look in
Angeles.
this picture,
Cold.
He's going to tell us
all right,
all how it is.
You see the you see the open area with the green grass? That's the front door. Okay, yeah, right where that circle is. That's the front door. If you look closely at the house, you can see a big dormer right in the middle of the roof. That's right over the front door. The white thing to the left of the house, that's like a parking pad where the driveway ends. And there's a parking pad. So you go, if you follow the driveway all the way to the house, you're gonna run straight into a carport. All right, by the carport door. Just to the left, before you get to the carport, is this area that you can see here. That's part driveway, mainly parking pad.
All right, I'm going to, Doug, if you'll pull up Defendant's Exhibit 130, which is in evidence, please, sir.
Candy, I'm going to have to get a law nerds
And
work
this photo,
for everybody.
Can you point out roughly where you parked that evening?
All right, this is the entrance to the right that I'm talking about. There's an exit and an entrance right in front of that door that you see there. So if you came down those steps, walk to your left, would be down there would be where I parked.
Oh, would you have parked on the grass?
You get on the edge of the grass back there. There's some grass there for sure, but it's not the area up here by the house where it's sodded and
sure.
this grass that you can really see in this picture. So it may be on the edge of the grass, yes.
In relation to the satellite dish, are you looking at this photo, are you to the right of that?
Yeah, you'd be to the right of that satellite dish.
Okay.
Yes.
And
I believe that satellite dish is right on the edge of the, there's a hedge, and like you see the.
It's a lot,
I don't know what you call it,
too
a
much
border,
exposition.
like a border where the grass ends and the flower bed or whatever
For
it is
any
starts.
witness, but especially the defendant.
You can't see it, but I think that
Shorter
satellite's
answers are
probably
better.
close to that border.
All right, well, let's
So it'd be to the
let's put
right of
another-
that in this picture.
Doug, will you pull up a Defendant's Exhibit 134, see if this is a...
Jim is trying, I think
So
Jim
is
is
the
trying
door that you're
to.
talking about?
That's it.
I think Jim
the
is
stairs
trying
that-
to rein
are
in
those
the
ones
answers
where you would
and
enter?
not having a lot of luck. Alex is going to talk if he wants to
Right.
talk.
These are the steps that I used that night
Jim
that
is
we
in a tough
always
spot.
used. And one of the reasons being is my dad,
Never asked, Francis. They never asked who
this,
was running
this
the
door
hose and
goes
why the
into
hose
what
was
we
running.
call the breakfast room. The breakfast room leads right into the kitchen, and so straight through this door, all of the breakfast room is kind of to the left. That door goes straight through another doorway. There's no door there, but it's like just an opening.
Melanie,
It
the
goes into
cross-examination will not be
kitchen.
limited.
Immediately to your right of that entrance into the kitchen is the entrance into where my mom and dad's rooms were. So if you went through that door, you were in a little area that had my mom's closet, my dad's closet.
Okay.
A little bit further, you go into my mom's bedroom. As
We
you
are
went
talking about
to
the murder of
right,
your wife and son,
you
not the
go-
layout of your parents' house.
My dad and my mom didn't sleep in the same room at this point, but the bedrooms were.
For me, this
they were
feels
back
like
to
he's
back. There was a door going
over-explaining
from
to
one the other.
justify
It was blocked.
parking where he didn't
Was
park.
there, and then there was a bathroom. So
That's
this
what it
is
feels like to
really-
me.
This is really the part of the house that at their age was getting used. So that's why you went in this entrance, because my mom and
He is
whoever was caring
justifying
for
this
her
so much.
was always
Jim
in
can't
her
stop him.
bedroom,
He asked the
which
question.
would be just on the other side of the room that has these windows that you see to the right. All right, those would be the windows for the room where my dad slept.
Okay.
And then my mom's right on the other side. The kitchen's right there. This is the part of the house they were always in.
Okay. Thanks for the tour of
And
the
are
house.
you the only one that would pull up in the back like that?
No.
Is it common for your brothers and your sister to do the same?
Oh, we all did it. I mean, we all parked in the same way. If you knew you were going to the front of the house, or if you knew there was a crowd there, or for whatever, you may park on the driveway, but if you knew, under normal circumstances, my dad always stayed in the breakfast room where he had a recliner and a TV. That's where my dad always was. My dad never, you would never go catch him sitting in the den up front or in a living room. He just wasn't up there. He was in this room watching TV, or either he was on this back
Your
deck.
dad wasn't there
And
that
my
night.
mom was either in her room, which was just off of that, or she might be in the kitchen or the breakfast room.
And
Not
when you
anymore,
got to the
but
house,
it
who
sounds
was
like
there?
in
Your mother's house on the
2021,
night of
maybe.
June
My mom was there and Shelley Smith was there.
7th. And what did you do when you got there?
The first thing I did was I knocked on the door. The door was locked. I knocked on the door. Shelley didn't hear me.
And then what'd you do next?
I called.
Called what?
I called my mom's house to let Shelley know I was there.
There's not a lot of
Please come
explanation
let me
now.
in.
Okay. And
Rob, I agree. This
the
is
house
he's going to
phone
be on
was
the stand
referred to?
until next week.
Yes,
Okay, and did she let you in?
sure.
And then what happened next?
I went in and I visited with my mom. I mean, you want me to go into detail on that?
What, just
No,
briefly?
please, no.
Yeah, what'd you do?
Oh God,
I went in
Jim.
the house. In my mom's bedroom.
Actually, we do need to know this.
My mom had a bed that was where she slept in normal times. It was like, a bed with, the poles coming out of the corner, a poster bed that coming out of the corners. And she had a bed like that where she slept, but she didn't sleep there anymore. But it was in the room. It was a hospital bed. So when you
How
walk
big
in
is the room that has room
her
for a
bed
poster
was
bed
to the
and a
right.
hospital bed?
Against the wall to the left was a hospital bed, like a single bed, but a hospital bed and a TV. And then there was a recliner where whoever was helping her would usually sit. So I went in and I sat down on my mom's hospital bed.
I mean, but is it enough to cause reasonable
I just
doubt?
talked to her for a minute. My
Maybe.
mom was awake, and I held her hand, and
What kind of condition was she in?
she was. I mean, her condition was not good at any time, but given her overall condition, she seemed to be doing pretty well. I mean, she wasn't agitated like I thought she would be, or like I was worried she would be, or like Barbara had described her at that point. So she wasn't agitated, and I just talked to her. Anytime we talked to my mom, we always tried to be real positive and upbeat and just and I just talked to her. I just talked to her, made sure she was okay.
Did you stay seated on the side of her hospital-style bed, or did you move around?
I mean, I stayed there for a few minutes. I stayed there and I talked to her more than just a few seconds.
Right.
And then, but I didn't stay there. She was, she did look tired. So I got up and I went and I think I sat on my mom's bed for a minute to start with, and then I laid down on my mom's bed, which is, that's what I normally did when I went in there. There wasn't like a lot of chairs to sit in, and I just lay back on the bed.
Now, when you
Talked
talk,
to Shelley, and we watched TV.
now, when you're talking about your mom's bed, are you referring to her regular bed?
That's right. Not her hospital bed, not the bed she was in, but her bed, the one I was talking about.
Excellent
with,
point. Smartest chat on the internet.
Let me skip something. Was Maggie planning to go over to your mother's with you that night?
No, she wasn't planning to go with me that night.
Okay.
No, in fact, Maggie
Jim
didn't
just wanted
really
that
like
answer.
to visit my mom.
And
It
then
was, she loved to visit my dad, and she loved to spend time with my dad. And she spent a lot of time with my mom when my mom was healthy. But, by this point, my mom, she was a shell. And she was a shell of her old self. And
Okay.
it was kind of sad to go and visit her anytime. I mean, she wasn't healthy, and Maggie didn't like to go and just visit my mom.
He didn't say
When
isn't
you-
healthy.
when you
He was
left
talking about his mom in the past tense, which
Moselle
is
to
interesting.
head to Almeda the evening after you'd gone back to the house at Moselle. What
Say that again, Jim?
what exit did you use of the Moselle property when you're going to Almeda on the evening of June 7th?
I went out the main gates, which would be straight ahead.
Which even if he didn't remember that, he would have said it because he's already seen the GPS
There's
records.
the shop entrance. There's actually several entrances, but the main ones we
And
used, there was
he
an
would have
entrance
driven
by
by the murders.
Duffield, there was an entrance further down by Sawtooth Oaks, but the main ones we used were the shop entrance and what we call the main entrance, where the brick gates were.
He's got to ask him why he didn't go.
Did you go? Why didn't you go by the kennels on
Yep.
your way out?
There wasn't a reason to go by the kennels at that point, and I was going
What?
to Alameda.
Then why were you
which
texting?
That the main gate would be the gates that were closer.
He said there's no reason to
Did
go
you
by the
notify
kennels.
Maggie in some form that you were leaving to go to see your mom?
I tried to call her.
And
Could have driven
did
by
she
and been like,
answer?
I'm leaving.
No,
and what'd you do after that?
I think I tried to call her again.
And did she answer?
No, she didn't answer. And at some point, I texted her after that.
Well, the fact that she didn't answer on 2 times, did that concern you?
At that time,
Right.
it didn't concern me at all. Number one, she was with Paw Paw. So, no, I mean,
Huh.
number two, I mean, it's not unusual to not be able to get somebody all the time when they're at the house or it's on the property. I mean, you've heard all the testimony about how spotty cell service was, so no, at the time, it didn't strike me as anything unusual.
Okay. Now, moving back to Alameda, you spent time with your mother, and then you left to head back to Moselle. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you drive straight back to Moselle?
I did.
Now, Alec, there's some information from the telemetry data off your Suburban and perhaps some of this OnStar GPS data that indicates that at some point in time in your mother's driveway, you stopped for about a minute. Do you recall seeing that data?
I did.
What were you doing when you stopped? Do you
I
recall?
was getting my phone that my phone had gotten, there was a console in the middle of my car, and my phone had gotten down in the console, between the console and the seat where you couldn't get to it.
Were you, during that minute or however long it was, were you disposing of murder weapons, Alec?
No,
Were you disposing of bloody clothes?
no.
And your ride back to Moselle, was it, were you driving faster than normal?
I was driving however I drive, normal way that I drive.
I was driving how I drive. Well, he's not worried about going 80 down country roads. I mean, it's fast. But he's got a badge on his car, so he's not worried about
When
it.
you got back to the Moselle property, how did you enter the property? What entrance did you use?
Came right back through the main gate,
And what'd you do then?
went straight to the house.
And when you got to the house, what'd you do?
I went inside.
Were lights on when you pulled up? Or?
Lights were on in the house for sure. I can't remember if there were floodlights on or not. I don't believe there were any floodlights on, but there were definitely lights. All the lights in the house were on, yes.
And when you, how long did you stay inside the house, roughly?
Now that I've seen the benefit of these records, I was in there several minutes.
Obviously, I mean, were you surprised that Paul and Maggie had not made it back to the house?
You know, I don't know if surprised is the right word, but
I don't know
mean,
if I was surprised, Jim.
I thought they would have been back by then.
Right.
You know, but I mean, did it cause me to go
10
into
o'clock.
any? It wasn't like I was shocked. But I mean, I thought they would be there. I mean, I
It's
distinctly
late.
remember. You know, I went and looked. Sometimes I was very hot-natured. Number one, I was hot, I was heavy, and I was taking pills, so I was always hot. Maggie was always cold. sometimes she would watch TV. We had a TV in the hunting room. You see on the wall there. Sometimes Maggie would be in there watching TV where she could have the thermostat different than we always kept it cold in the main part of the house. So I know I went in there and looked in there for her. It's not unusual for Maggie to be taking a bath and be not able to hear me. So I went back there and I know I did those two things and looked in those two places. And they weren't there. And so, you know, I knew they'd been at the kennels, and I assumed they were still up there.
So what'd you do?
I went to the kennels. I may have tried to call them. In fact, I probably did try to call them.
Lana, he's talking about
them.
being heavier than he is now.
But as I sit here right now, I'm not positive,
being
but
heavier
I would think I did.
and being hot in the South in the summer.
See.
So he's like, I was always hot.
And now, like, did you drive down to the kennels in your Suburban?
I did.
What'd you see?
Great idea, Jim.
Saw what y'all seen.
Hope you're under par.
So bad.
Hello, Musky Double. Good morning. 4. Have fun, Jim.
I appreciate Jim's giving him
Don't
time
throw
to
your
answer.
clubs, darling.
Yeah, I went to
Did you see them on the ground when you're pulling up in your Suburban?
He explained to Jim.
I did.
And what'd you do when you came to a stop, Alec?
I think I jumped out of my car. I'm not exactly sure what I did, but no, I got out of my car. I know I ran back to my car, called 911. I called 911. I was on the phone with 911. And I was trying to tend to Paul. I was trying to tend to Maggie. And I just went back and forth between them.
Oh, so now the story is he was checking on them while he was on the phone with
You weren't calling
911.
Maggie while you were on the phone with
In
the
blood.
911 operators?
Or anything else,
Yes.
which is odd.
Yes.
And
No, you just blew it, mister.
I'm going to play the
The story
911
is
tape,
worth
and that's
anything.
what
They
I
just
ask
paid
you,
attention.
And you've told law enforcement that's been played here in the court. Did you? What
Oh.
did you do when you went up to Paul?
Sorry, I looked down to take notes and I looked up. That was a different look. He's got a much different look on his face. For Jim.
And Paul. Paul was so bad. At some point, I know I tried to check him for a pulse. I know I tried to turn him over.
Will Jim ask about how he was so clean?
When you say you tried to turn him over, why
tried to
were you
turn
trying
him
to turn him over?
I mean, if he's grief stricken, you don't know why
I don't
you do
know.
shit. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know why I tried to turn him over. Me and my boys laying face down.
Yeah, impressive. Yeah, isn't it?
Done
Almost
the way he's
unbelievable.
done. His head was the way his head was.
The fact that his brain was out of
I could
his
see
head.
his brain laying on the sidewalk.
Oh my God.
I didn't know what to do. I mean, I tried to turn him over. Tried to grab him by the belt loop. And try to turn him over. And when I did, his phone popped out. His phone popped out. Just picked it up and I put it right back there.
Do you have any idea how it popped out?
I mean, I know it came out of his pocket when I pulled on his belt loop. When I pulled him to turn him over, and it just popped out. And I mean, it popped right beside him. It sat right him.
Were you able to turn Paul at all?
I mean, I didn't. I don't know if I was able to. I didn't turn him over. No.
Was he kneeling? Was he leaning?
What side of the? What side of Paul were you when you were doing this?
I was on.
I guess this should make me grateful. All right, be
I
safe,
was on the side that was
drive
away
safely.
from. I was on the side that was away from where my car was.
Well, is that towards the kennels or
Yeah.
away from the kennels? That's not specific.
This.
What'd you do with the
boy,
phone?
I hope people are awake.
You know if you put it, you know which way it was pointing, upside down, downside, anyway?
I don't know if it matters, Jim.
Anything about it. I know
It
his phone
confuses
popped
the
out.
jury.
I picked it up and I put it back on him.
Did you see any messages on Paul's phone?
No.
Oh, that's why he was asking. Because of the state's argument about Rogan Gibson. Okay.
Did you go to Maggie?
Did.
Did you touch her?
I did.
Where did you touch Maggie?
I think I touched her down around like. I don't know. If you ask me exactly, I think I touched her down around her waist, but I don't know.
So you didn't check her for a pulse?
So bad.
Yeah, I thought he said he checked for pulses. I'm very confused. I hope this prosecution is on the ball.
I mean, I know I went back and forth. I went back and forth between them.
He's going to admit something here.
I know I did.
It makes me so uncomfortable for
I'd like
Buster.
to
Whatever you
play
think of
Doug,
Buster, it makes me so uncomfortable for Buster.
The Colleton County portion of the 911 call, which is in evidence as defendant's exhibit number 9. And
There was
Doug,
not
this is
blood
the
on
long
Paul's phone.
version, the first clip, and stop it when I say stop it, please.
2021, 22
This is the
hours,
911
7
call?
minutes, 9 seconds.
Ah, sorry.
If Alec was talking here, you would hear it.
County Communication.
I have an Alex Murdoch on the line calling from 4147.
Oh, this is the transfer. Okay.
He's advising that his wife and child was shot.
Okay, and sir, give me the address again.
It's 4147 Moselle Road. I've been up to it now. It's bad.
Okay, how did they shoot?
Alan, when you say I've been up to it now and it's bad, what are you referring to?
I think we all know that, Jim.
I'm talking about what I saw was what
Well,
y'all saw
this
pictures
isn't your
of.
seat.
I mean, it was bad. It was
I mean, it
terrible.
is your seat, but I would like it.
And when I first got there,
It's interesting that they're clarifying this.
Oh,
I wonder why.
I know I got out of the car.
Oh, because of the time. The time's so short.
Tom, turn the heat on. It's cold in here.
And I mean, I know, I got out of the car, I mean, I knew. Got out of the car, but right at first, I don't think I
Hello,
went
sir.
all the way
Hello,
to
sir.
them. I think I ran back and that's when I called 911. And so I called 911, and while I was doing that, then is when I went to Maggie, and I went to Paul. And so
Did that
that's
just
what
change?
I think I'm talking about.
What?
Okay. Keep going, please.
I love you. I do. I love you. Oh. We got kisses. We got kisses.
Do it now, it's fast.
Okay. How do they shoot? Do they shoot themselves?
Kisses. Thank you for my
Oh,
kisses.
no. Hell no.
Thank you, chat.
Okay, and are they breathing?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and you said it's your wife and your son?
My wife and my son.
Are they in a vehicle?
No, ma'am. They're on the ground out at my kennel.
Okay, and did you see anyone?
He got in the head, and he shot really bad. He shot it.
Okay, where is he shot at?
Ma'am, I don't know, but there's blood everywhere. I see his brain. Face down. I tried to turn her a little bit, but she's got a hole in her head.
Okay, is he breathing at all?
No.
Is she? Okay, do you see anything? Do you see anyone in the area?
No, ma'am.
Is there any guns near them at all?
No. Here.
Dispatcher is doing her job.
What color is your house on the outside?
If that's what you're asking, they didn't shoot themselves, ma'am.
What?
Huh.
Alec, right in there, you
She
say
asked
the
if there's
word
any guns
here.
nearby.
What, are you calling anybody or anything?
No, I'm talking to that dispatcher.
And what did you mean when you said here?
If you listen to that call,
They needed to clarify
one of the
this.
first things she asked me,
I know. Come on, baby.
one of the first things she asked me was, did they shoot themselves? And I knew there's no way. I mean, I knew they didn't shoot themselves. It wasn't a gun. They didn't shoot themselves. And she'd asked me that. And then she asked me another question, something about that. And you hear me say here, and then you hear thing talking. I'm telling her here, and then I say something, and then you hear me say, if that's what you're asking. And I'm letting her know they didn't shoot themselves. I'm saying here, and then I give her an explanation, which you can't hear on that phone, but it's obvious to me what I'm doing. And I say, if that's what you're asking me.
What are you doing? Oh, you want to be pet?
So, like David Owens asked me on August 11th, did I call a
That's good.
dog
I
or
know
was
what
I
I meant
talking
in
to
the
somebody? There was no dog that was out, and there was nobody there.
Well, let's talk about that briefly. Well, when you got there and you saw Maggie and Paul,
Bye.
where were the dogs?
Bye.
The dogs were in the kennels. Dogs were in the kennels, and wherever they were when law enforcement got there.
And you've seen pictures, and they called Dale Davis to the stand and talk about the hose rolled up. Did you roll the hose up?
No.
Did you do anything down there at the kennels when you got there other than call 911 and attend to Maggie and Paul?
No, I do know that I was trying to find a flashlight. I was trying to find a gun. Other than those things,
Why
no,
didn't
I
you
didn't do
just turn on
anything
the lights,
at the kennel.
though?
I didn't do anything
The
with any
kennels-
hose.
The
I
kennels
didn't
have
do anything with
floodlights.
any dogs.
Why didn't you just turn on the
Was
floodlights?
there anybody with you?
No.
Maybe to not see them.
All right, keep going, please.
He also has his headlights on.
You can't see it from the road.
Okay, is it a house or a mobile home?
I'm gonna leave as soon as I do that.
It's a house.
Okay, and what is your name?
My name is Alex Murdoch.
Okay, did you hear anything, or did you come home and find out?
I've been gone. I just came back.
He didn't answer. Did you hear anything?
Okay, and was anyone else supposed to be at your house?
No, ma'am. Please hurry.
We're getting somebody out there to you.
There. Oh, should have known.
Alec, we just heard you say, I should have known. What are you referring to?
I said, Paw, I should have known.
What were you referring to?
I was referring to Paw got so many threats. Didn't take serious. Think twice about. So I'm just telling him, Paw, I should have known. I don't specifically remember saying that, but I can clearly hear myself say that.
I didn't hear Papa on there, but we'll go back and listen again after his
What
testimony.
kind of threats did you understand Paul was receiving?
They're probably going to break for lunch right after this line of questioning.
I mean, Paul got the most vile threats. I mean, the stuff that was on social media. I mean, it was. I mean, you couldn't believe it. You couldn't believe it.
Well,
it was so over the top.
Unbelievable is driving a boat.
Truthfully, we didn't think anything about it. I mean, it was just
That's pretty unbelievable.
so crazy that, we just, I mean,
boy, the victimization of
people
themselves.
talking about what he was going to get and how they were going to do this and get him, and I mean, it's stuff you really, I mean, you
the internet.
We disregarded it because so over the top. Thought it's so over the top.
Really?
Keep going, please.
You're concerned about it or you disregarded it? Everything is different depending on the conversation. Fuck you. You fucking killed your son and wife.
Okay, what is her name?
Maggie and Paul.
Maggie is her name?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Mm.
When's the last time you talked to Maggie?
Hour and a half ago, probably 2 hours ago.
What? Okay, you said about 2 hours ago you talked to them?
Approximately, yes, ma'am, approximately.
Well, you were asked the last time you saw them, and you said hour and a half to 2 hours ago, and then she followed up 2 hours ago. You just heard that?
I did hear that. And I said approximately to her question.
Okay.
When was the last time you saw them, Maggie and Paul?
Well, at the kennels.
Right after I took the chicken from Bubba.
And the video we've seen is timestamp 8:44 p.m. Is that correct?
That's right.
So was it shortly after 8:44?
It was.
And
It wasn't long after that, because you can hear when Bubba gets the chicken, and it wasn't long after I took the chicken from him that I left.
And then you called 911. There are records of that, but do you remember roughly 9:07 or right before 9:07?
I mean, I've seen the records and seen the transcripts, yeah.
And then this is, and the records of this, but this is some minutes into the conversation with 911 operators, correct?
That's right. Like,
Knowing everything we know now, I mean, was it roughly an hour and a half the last time you saw him?
It was. That would, with the time of however long it took to get to this point, however many minutes that is 10, however many, you can look exactly and see what point this is and know what time it is, but it's between 10 and 10:15. And so I'd seen him around 8:45, a little bit after.
All right,
You
please keep
know the
going.
first question, right, KMS?
What they were doing at all?
What is the keypad?
No, I talked
Jim?
to her in person.
Ask him what the keypad is.
And please hurry.
But we're getting somebody out there too. Me asking you these questions, don't slow them down, okay? And you sure they're not breathing? Is he moving at all, your son? I know you said that she was shot in the head, but what about your son?
How did he know Maggie was shot in the head?
Nobody. They're not. Neither one of them.
We haven't seen the pictures, but I don't know if it was as obvious as Paul. But the jury will decide that.
What is your telephone number?
942-1227. I'm going back to my house just to get a gun just in case. I'm about
What's the keypad?
Did you go back to the house and get a gun?
I did.
And is this the gun that you got?
I think the reason the prosecution's not arguing
And how
deleting
did
is
you
they're
load
going to
this gun?
argue
What-
it
I
to
mean,
the
what did
jury.
you load it with, if anything?
The jury can see it. They're just going to let the jury see it.
That was gun, as best I can remember, I believe I got that gun off the pool table where you heard there was some other gun. I think that gun was laying with that pool table. I'm not positive, but I'm pretty sure it was on that pool table. Would have been the first place I came to. I know I was grabbing the first gun I could get. I grabbed a handful of shells out of the, that I could get my hands on. I know the gun had a shell in it, that I loaded, and I know I had a few shells, so.
Have you seen in this case where there was a 16 gauge shell put in that gun?
I've seen in the records and I've seen and heard in the testimony that I put a 16 gauge shell in the gun.
Is that a 16 gauge shotgun?
It's not a 16 gauge shotgun. It's a
Why'd you
12
put
gauge.
a 16 gauge shell in it?
I obviously didn't realize what I was doing. I mean, I know you can't put a 16 gauge shell in a
obviously
12 gauge gun.
Don't
and not-
realize.
I mean, I've been hunting my whole life. I know you can't do that. That's not a mistake I would have made. That's not a mistake I'd have made under any circumstances other than that night.
Which I think goes to his distress.
Why did you go back to the house to get a gun?
I don't think it goes to him cleaning up a murder necessarily.
On my pool table.
Either
yeah.
way, he's
Definitely.
stressed either way.
I think
You
that's
could
where you
argue
start
that
them, right?
Either way. With most things in this case.
Solid. I mean, it's just, I didn't know if somebody was still out there. I don't know. I guess I didn't know.
Please keep going.
And does anything look out of place?
ma'am, not particularly, really, no ma'am.
Okay.
I like the way they're breaking down the 911 call.
Go back to where he said he's going to my house to get a gun, just a few seconds back, 10 seconds maybe.
I know you're upset, Mr. Murdoch, but I don't want you to get a gun and have a gun out whenever my officers get there, okay?
Back up some more. Back up some more, please.
My house, just to get a gun, just in case.
What is your telephone number?
942-1227. I'm going back to my house just to get a gun, just in case. I'm about 100 yards from my house.
Al, you said you're about 100 yards from the house?
That's what I said.
Is it much further than that?
I mean, as you've heard in the testimony, it's 1,100 and something feet, but
Okay.
I said I was 100 yards.
You were wrong about your estimate?
I'm sure I was wrong.
Okay. Keep going.
Okay.
And does anything look out of place?
Ma'am, not particularly, really, no ma'am.
Okay.
His car, the SUV was impounded. There was no handgun in the SUV. I know people said he normally carried a pistol,
I know
but
you're upset, Mr. Murdoch, but I don't want you to get a gun and have a gun out whenever my officers get there, okay?
I will not do that. He's been being threatened by...
I know, it does, but yeah, I get that.
For months and months and months.
Move beyond that, but I
He's been
understand
hit
it.
several times, and he should finally quit.
Do you know who was threatening your son?
those sounds are not what I was commenting on. There's a keypad, a particular keypad different than the 911 system.
Over the phone. 1 second.
And you don't know the name of who was threatening him at all?
My son knows. And my son knows.
Your son knows who was threatening him?
I have another son now.
Okay.
There's so many
Oh,
guns.
he's talking about Buster.
There are so many guns. So many.
Okay.
What are we doing?
All right, I'm going back down there.
Rob said he normally drove the F-150, and that's the one that had the gun in it. I saw in the chat I couldn't grab it because there's 58,000 people in here, so I couldn't grab it.
There's
quickly enough.
58,000 people in her chat.
That.
I don't even know what that would be like. I don't think I can handle that.
I don't know if that's 911 or if that's him getting in and out of his car or something. That's the noise that seemed out of
Someone's gonna
place.
feel left out.
Because I've never heard that on a dispatch call
I
before.
don't want people to feel left
Next
out.
tape of the same call.
2021, 22 hours, 13
I feel like I didn't eat yesterday. What did I eat
Okay,
yesterday?
this is the
guys?
transfer.
What did I eat? What did I eat? Didn't I eat something? I ate something yesterday.
Ma'am. Yeah, they've been around with you ever since you got on the phone with me. I have multiple people coming out there to you.
Calamari? No, I didn't eat calamari. Nope. Nope.
Now those are dispatch sounds.
I don't think I ate it.
Okay, can you do me a favor, Mr. Murdoch, and turn on the flashers on your car so that way they can see where the kennels are?
I ate something. No, wait.
In the audience, that's John Marvin. His brother.
I think that might be part of the problem. 22 to 31% of American adults say they own a gun. That actually seems high.
Okay, I don't want you to touch them
Seems
at
kind
all,
of high.
okay?
I
I don't know if you've already
stupid.
touched them, but I don't want you to touch them just in case they can get any kind of evidence, okay?
I already touched them trying to get to see if they were breathing.
Not, Allie, that second clip starts at 22:13, 10:13, 58, and you're asked, you're told don't touch them. Had you touched them by then?
Yes,
And that way you told the 911 operator.
that is.
At what point did he wash his hands, though?
Can you say exactly during that
Yeah, people who are into guns are really into them.
6-7 minutes when you actually touched them?
I know I touched Maggie.
Did you get a little snack?
I've touched Maggie several times, but I mean, I think I didn't. I don't think I touched Pawpaw, but 2 times.
No. No.
Did you touch
I'm gonna make the
one or both of them
pot pie
before you got in the car and
after the
drove
lunch
back to the
break.
house?
I'm gonna set up during the lunch
Yes.
break,
Yeah.
and then we're gonna go into the kitchen
One
for
or
the
both?
afternoon.
Both.
Yay! And I'm gonna make
All right,
that
keep going, please.
fucking pot pie.
Okay. Well, I just don't want you to move anything
Oh.
just in case they can get any kind of evidence, okay?
I like how they're going through the 911 call
I
and letting him explain, though I hate how peaky the 911 call is.
don't want a gun. I don't want a gun. They scare me. Accidents happen with things like I can hurt myself with a fucking.
Okay. And did your son,
I can hurt myself with a fork.
did your son make reports of this at all?
Hi. Hi, sweetie. Hi.
Yes, ma'am.
Come here. Everybody wants to say hi to you.
Al,
I'm glad they're
you
asking about
informed the
that.
911 operator that Paul had made reports of
I'm
these
excited.
threats.
I gotta make
What are
the
your
I'm
thoughts?
glad they're
crust.
asking.
I mean, I just know that it had
South
been
Korean
reported.
dish,
I
South
don't know
Korean
that.
odd, but I like
I
bibimbap.
don't believe there was any like formal police reports or.
Then what do you mean?
I'm a bibimbap girl, man. I will
anything,
eat
but, I mean,
bulgogi,
it had been reported,
bulgogi
and I
meat,
mean, it was
a
well
bibimbap
known.
bowl.
They
Oh,
probably just
yeah, I
called
will all day
people that
long.
they
Were you
knew.
Pork
saying
belly,
he had filed an
called-
official report?
they knew
when you
everything.
said
bring
yes.
it. Bring
No, I
it,
never thought.
Norman,
I've
bring it.
never thought
Bring
there
it,
was a
bring it. Oh my
police
God, I
report or
fucking
some
love
formal
bibimbap
report
so much.
like that. No.
Yummy, 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 yummy,
Do
yummy.
you know whether or not he made
I'm
some type of report
kind of
on
familiar. Why
campus?
do you make
Oh,
that?
I know he did.
Salsat bibimbap?
What
Is
do you
that what
know?
you're
I
calling
mean,
it?
I know that
on
What is in
campus.
it?
there was a
Oh, they must have it.
What's
there was
in
a
it?
time
It's a good question,
when
Rob.
he went to.
I don't
He
know
was
what that
asked to
means.
come meet with
Any of
God,
I don't know
can't
how to
even
say what
remember
you
the
just
gentleman's
posted.
name now, but
I don't know how to say what you
I
just
appreciated
posted.
it so much, and I never thought I'd forget it. But
Is it part of student counseling service?
yeah, he was the dean of students.
That actually feels accurate to me.
But anyway, he reached out to Pawpaw and wanted to talk to him.
There you go.
And,
You're getting
I
some
mean,
stuff
at
here.
first we were concerned. Why they want to talk to him? And I mean, even
If it's a threat
What
to
do you
campus,
do
I
with
believe
your
I had
of course
Paul
they
come
want
and
to
talk to you
What do you
about
put
that
on?
because we were
Basically
concerned. What are they
everything,
going
or
to talk
do you
to
eat
him
out of
about?
the
But
jar, or what?
when
How was
Paul
your
and
kimchi?
Jim got there, it turns out that
So
it
Jim's
was
a witness
really
again?
just.
Because Jim was there. Because Jim was Paul's lawyer.
I mean, they were wanting to make sure he was okay.
I mean, if there's a threat to a
You
student
know,
on your campus, I think you'd want to know. I think that's fair.
Just make sure he was okay.
what?
And
Totally
I
fair.
know that they were aware of the threats or some level of threats, and so
Okay.
yeah, I mean,
All right.
it had already been reported to them.
Yeah, Jim again, right in the mix.
Keep going, Doug.
I don't even know what's on here.
But that, again, makes
What?
sense.
What? I'm sizzling like a fajita. Yum. I could burn myself on that too.
Sam, I'm gonna call. I need to call some of my family.
Hey, who's the other one? Sam.
Well, do me a
Sam
favor
was
for me. Whenever
Angie.
you see the officer or the medics, because they're all coming to you,
Put
can
the
you
gun
put your gun in
down.
your vehicle for me?
Put your gun down.
You want to kiss me?
Okay. But we have them coming. Turn on the flashes on your vehicle so they can see you, okay?
You have to stand in line, babe.
You got the flashes on for me?
Yes, Mrs.
Okay.
James's mom.
All right.
Let's do that.
Whenever you see them, put your gun up for me,
I
okay?
could do some psychedelics right this fucking minute.
Okay.
In fact, I think that's what I'm going to spend the rest of my life, just in a psychedelic
22.
Okay. All
state.
right. We're getting them out there to you, okay?
Oh, here we go. Now we're just going to
All right.
Samwise is telling me,
always
sorry for
adjust.
keeping me up all night when I had a sad
So,
night,
Alec,
instead of comforting me.
did you call family
22.
after you got off the call with the operator?
Yes,
Max, what
Who'd
happened?
you call?
Max, what did I miss?
I know I called my brother Randy. I know I called my brother John, and I know I tried to call Roro. Well,
No,
Roro's
no,
not
no,
family, but
no,
I called
no,
Randy and John.
All right.
And I
We
call
can
Randy
hold
and
both
John.
places.
Ivy's family?
You just mentioned
Yes, we can
Roto?
do our own.
Rogan. We call him Ro. I called him Ro.
Everybody's got a nickname. We know that.
Why did you try to call Rogan?
He's asking because the state's made a big deal about it.
I'm sorry.
I mean, Rogan's house was like, I don't know, as the crow flies, maybe 2.5 miles, 3 miles.
What's the matter?
I mean, Rogan was like family.
You okay?
Did you think he was the closest person?
Sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted somebody. I wanted somebody to be out there.
Sorry.
That we're aware of.
Had you seen Rogan's name on Paul's phone in any way that night?
No.
You called, did Rogan answer?
No.
Did you try him multiple times?
Looking at these records, I believe that I did, but I believe some of those are
Max, put it in the house.
like the FaceTime calls that are to Rogan.
You were trying to FaceTime
I'm
him?
trying to call him, but I don't believe that was me, actually. I didn't FaceTime. I mean, I didn't FaceTime people. So I think that's either me trying to call him and hitting FaceTime, or that's me hitting buttons or hitting the phone.
In the State's Exhibit 519, which is the condensed timeline done by Agent
Mrs. James's mom, we could probably go down to Mexico
there's an
and
indication, Alec, that
I'll bet you we could find a place down
at
there.
10:22:09, you opened a group text message from Michael Gunn stating, "She brought the heat from Miami
I have a
boys."
feeling adventure is in my.
Were you reading text messages from Michael
What?
Gunn right after you got off with the 911 operator?
I heard them ask that
I think I'll
question.
just
I can
opt for
promise you,
wild
I
abandon
wasn't reading
instead
any
of
text messages.
reaching for something that isn't.
We switched topics real quick. I got more questions about that text, but
So crazy.
they're going to ask
Also
about
an entry-
searching for restaurants.
I'll finally sow my wild oats. Oh,
Alec,
wait a
that
minute.
says-
I really already did that, frankly. I've sown
At
about
10:40
3
p.m.
wild oats in my life.
You did a Google search or a Safari browser search
I think an even 5
of
would
Whaley's
be
at
good.
Edisto
Full house.
while your wife and son are laying dead on the ground. Did you do that?
No.
More Lifetime.
Whaley's is a restaurant at Edisto that we ate at.
More Lifetimes.
A lot of times. We got takeout from a lot of times, so I'm assuming it was in my search history.
Oh, don't
Pulling
explain.
up the restaurant, and obviously
Don't
was
look at Jim's
trying
face.
to call
Jim's
people
like,
or
stop,
dialing, and
stop,
I
stop
hit
trying to
that.
explain.
Yeah.
I wasn't doing any Google
I
searches.
might, Rip.
Jim's
I
like,
might just
stop
do that.
trying to
One
explain.
of the persons that you dialed
I
that
might
night,
just do that.
a wedding photographer?
It's a guy named Brian White. I saw that on the call log. Brian White's a guy who was in my, what do you call it? Contacts that is a videographer that
I
I've
think-
used in cases.
I
I haven't
think
used
that
him in 2
is-
years.
lends
And he's a good
credibility
guy,
to just
but we're not personal friends,
fat
so I
fingering the
certainly
phone.
wasn't calling him.
I don't think the call logs are wrong. I think he was
So were you?
frantically doing
Max,
stuff on
I
his
think we need a road
phone,
trip. I
which
don't
cuts
know.
both ways.
What does that indicate to you that those actions on your phone? How do you account for that?
Don't argue the call logs.
I'll
Obviously,
drive.
they're unintentional.
That's
I mean, I'm doing something with my
logical
phone
explanation.
trying
I
to
have to
call
get my
people,
bumper
but
fixed
I'm
first.
not trying
Oh,
to
yeah, I
call
forgot
those
about
people.
that.
I'm
God,
not
I
doing a
thought
Google
actually
search
to be
for any
different.
Whaley's restaurant,
Jesus
and I'm
Christ.
certainly not reading any text.
Fucked up. Can I either have fake depression or real depression?
But again, the fat fingering
I'll ask you,
makes sense if he was distraught.
Go to the jury room for a break
I don't want
for
both.
about 10 minutes. Please do not
Wait,
discuss the
I want
case.
one or the other.
You'll stay put, Mr. Wayne.
Why are we taking a 10-minute? What? Wait, what? Why are we taking a 10-minute break? All right, I'm going to answer as many questions as I can. Hi, everybody. I'm going to wait to see what the judge says about why we are taking a 10-minute break, because lunch is in about a half an hour. So I don't know why he's taking a. I don't know why he's taking a break. So we're gonna just wait and see, and I'll answer questions while we do that. Just a reminder for
Andy's like the
all of
mints.
you. Hi, you can go ahead and subscribe if you like commentary. I do commentary. That's what we do over
Yeah,
here.
please do subscribe.
Take a 10-minute
Subscribe,
recess.
Emily.
Your Honor, what? The judge just has to go to the bathroom, I think. That is my rampant
Morning
and wild
coffee, it means
speculation
time to poop.
is that the judge is like, I'm not doing this for another half an hour.
Time to poop.
I think the judge just needs, I agree with the chat. I think the judge just needs to pee. I think
didn't
that's
mean
exactly what just happened there. All right, so
Okay.
we are on a 10-minute break. The jury's out of the room before we get to lunch. I'm going to
Okay,
answer as many
bring
questions
it.
as I
Bring it on.
can. I'm just going to remind you,
Bring it
for
on.
those that are new, go ahead and do the
Bring it
YouTube things. I know
on.
this testimony has
Bring-
been a lot, so I'm sure that you haven't taken a
Bring it
break to
on,
do
kid.
that, and I understand.
Bring it
And
on.
chat in the chat. Also, if you want to go ahead and sign up, we broke the internet again with our Law Nerd Alerts.
Diagnosed 1990.
So if you want to go sign up to Law Nerd Alert, go ahead over to lawnerdalert.com and do that. It's just
You do need a
lawnerdalert.com,
You deserve
and
a
you can sign up. That's our email alert system, so we can let you know what's going on. It is our regular practice to email you twice a day, or not twice a day, twice a week. Fuck no, twice a day. I hate getting emails. Twice a
There we
week to
go.
let you know what streams are coming up,
Hefter
what topics are
Research
coming up,
Institute
what
in New
podcasts
Mexico.
are out, so that you can stay in the loop. We have a large international audience, and we can't keep everybody in the loop on the text 404 because of course every time we hit it, we fixed that yesterday.
I'll come get you, Mrs.
If
James's
it doesn't work,
mom.
lawnerdalerts.com. Did we bing again? I think we did bing
And
again.
we have money.
I think we did bing again. We're at 696 on
And
that road
then
to
we'll go
700K.
down to Mexico and party like
Kelly's
it's
asking, is this
1999.
helping? We're going to have a conversation about if this is helping or not. Judge usually takes a break when he notices something in the jury or gallery. Sometimes yes, but I also think the judge might just needed to go to the bathroom. So Casey said, work from home today so I could stream. Just found out my law firm is streaming you from the conference room. Cassie's working from home. She's working very hard. We're just coworkers today. So hi, everybody. This is wild. I can't wait to see. The lawyers are going to have lots of conversations about this, because here's the thing about all of this.
If I can
The
make it
lawyers are
happen,
in a tough
Mrs.
spot.
James,
I think Alec
you're
wanted
going to
to
be the
testify. I
first
think he
person I
wanted to
call
explain.
to say I'm on my
I think
way.
he felt that the only way, and I think his lawyers felt that the only way around with all of these financial crimes was to explain. The only thing to do was to explain that he lied to his lied to the police, explain that he was at the kennels, and then explain.
I have that book.
So he had to explain it to
you're talking
the
about
jury. I think he was in that position of having to explain. I think it's a tough position for him to be in. I also don't think the state's case, I don't think the state's case forced his hand other than that Snapchat video. I don't think there was anything in the state's case other than the Snapchat video where you go, he has to explain because of this. I really don't think that there is. The state's case, a lot of it can be argued both ways, and it's going to come down to the juries effectively arguing both ways. So for those of you getting a 404 error, just try it again. Sometimes when we get high volume on Law Nerd Alert, you can try Law Nerd Alerts with an S, and that will help as well. We have two directs in there because sometimes it just volumes it. So you should be able to get there. But if the website has crashed because there's a lot of law nerds, I apologize. We will. Yesterday at lunch, I was on with them, and I will be on with them again today at lunch, it seems, because they are supposed to be able to handle the volume of the law nerds. They should be able to take it all. Why can't they?
I did
with the defendant testifying, I think
yes, I read part of Omnivore's Dilemma.
Fact that he's on the kennels video after lying pushed his hand a bit. I don't think he knew that his hand was being pushed until he saw that kennels video. I don't think they're going to ask him
sorry, am I bothering you?
About talking to Blanca, about talking to Michelle. That's all going to come in cross-examination, which I don't know. We'll get to cross-examination well after lunch if we get to cross-examination today. So, law nerds, just keep trying. And let's continue on. We're going to answer questions as best as we can. Dope since 1986 said, where did this nickname come from? Do you think this was a bad idea for the defense? I generally always think it's a bad idea to waive your Fifth Amendment right. I think when we're not dealing with self-defense, the hand is not pushed as much. And I also think that two things can be true in this case. I think the jury can believe Alec Murdaugh is a liar. I think that's the thing that's been proven well beyond anything else. Alec Murdaugh is clearly a liar, and he's comfortable lying. He lies fluidly and easily. He stole from his clients. But I do think there's holes enough in the prosecution's case that if the defense effectively argued it, they can argue he's a liar, but he's not a
Introductory
murderer.
stuff
And
maybe
I
a
don't know if
little
he
bit
needs to get
more
on the stand to admit that he's a liar
is
for
an
that to happen.
atheist, then
I don't know if the jury will think that he is being genuine with them
maybe a
after
little
it's
bit
proven that
more
he's lied so much.
how
And
much
once he
knowledge
testifies,
and they
depending on what he
show that
says,
he's,
it
yeah,
puts
I
his
mean,
attorneys in
really,
a
once
harder
you've said
spot to
it,
argue.
you don't need
We
to
will see.
drag it.
So far, he's explained quite a
Stop
lot
dragging it.
of detail with
Read from
regard
the
to his parents'
landscape
house,
and it's
not as much for the night of the murders.
the movies.
But then again,
I thought about,
the attorneys are going to argue he's traumatized. What he saw is
I mean, I just don't know how
traumatic.
you have that
So
conversation
of
with your
course
doctor, because I basically have tried to tell my
he isn't
psychiatrist,
able
like,
to remember
this is
all these
my,
details,
these are
and is
my,
defaulting into the details that are more
these are
comfortable.
my triggers
We will
that I
see.
noticed. This is
So
my,
thank
this
you
is
all for the
not
super chats
manifest.
again. I will be pulling them up during the testimony and trying to answer questions. So
I'm going to turn her off because we're talking about drugs right now. So my client did the ketamine treatments. It didn't help her. She still has batshit and long bouts of depression. Psychedelic passage in New Mexico. I saw light halos. Wait, what? You guys are so good. You're so fast. I know. I'm sure there's lots of options here. I probably could walk outside and do ayahuasca on the corner. Literally. I'm probably breathing ayahuasca right now. I just don't know what the right mix is of what. Well, first of all, I don't really know what my diagnosis is because I don't think I've really had like a real diagnosis of what my depression is, because it's definitely different depression than it was prior to 2019, prior to some things happening. So it's definitely different. Not on the corner. Don't do it on the corner. Set and setting. Yeah, I know. Whatever. Like that's ever mattered. What was I saying? Oh, anyway, I just don't know if it's like, am I the person that needs like Adderall, or am I the person that needs like Xanax, or am I the person that needs, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know what my, because I get really triggered by certain things and I get like deep bouts of self pity. And then I get really angry sometimes. If something triggers me, I can get like really stupidly angry. And I usually know I'm getting angry, and I usually tell the person I'm getting angry at, like, I'm not that angry. So I'm just freaking out right now. So please just be patient while I freak out. So what are those? What's that? I get angry about being angry. I really do. I get guilty about being angry. I feel stupid. But then I just get super sad. Like I can't do anything. Like I get so sad. So sad. And actually the problem is that some of it's based in like reality. You know, like you get to a certain point in your life and you're like, "Ooh, this is what it is." And then you go, "Ooh, is this what it is forever?" And you're like, "Oops, this is what it is forever." So anyway, I'm not going to go on, but that's where I'm at. Yeah, there probably is. I'm going to be a betting girl and say there's some big trauma, and I can probably point to it, but we don't need to belabor it here. Controlling respiration or controlling consciousness. Yeah, no, I do that. Oh, trust me, I am like the world's fucking best meditator in the whole fucking universe. I'm saying there's something wrong with my brain. Because it doesn't even make sense to me when I'm sad. I even go, come on, this is silly. You have everything. You don't need to be sad. Well, I don't have everything, but you know what I mean. I have enough. I certainly have enough to enjoy life. So, I don't know. I'm just in my head about it, I guess. So you know what I do? I go online when I'm in my head about it. I put my business all over the internet. That's what I do when I'm in my head about things. I just put my business all over the internet. I don't know if I should turn her on or not or what. Let me see what else is going on. Who else is live while they're on a break? Oh, let's sit. I want to look at the New York Times. Where's my glasses? Where's my glasses? Okay, oops, let me refresh this because I had it pulled up a long time ago. Okay, wait, what? Okay. So here's the headlines. The West swore why countries won't take a stance on Ukraine. Oh, I guess those are the people in yellow. Pakistan, China, India, South Africa. What's this one? What? Oh, Belarus. That's Belarus. How the West finds supplies for Ukraine. Okay, fine. Yeah. Ukraine is anticipating a surge in Russian attacks. Okay. Ooh, Janet showing her little. She's a tough girl. She's a tough girl. Murdoch claims he didn't kill Watt, but admits lying to the police. Well, we saw that in real time. The U.S. has billions for wind and solar projects. Takeoff has been slow. Why is that? Is it not making enough money for somebody? I don't get it. Crew tried to stop train before derailment in Ohio. Say, why did it take so long for DeWine to say it was a state of emergency? That's what I want to know. I have a lot of questions. And sharing, okay, so here's the thing. So we released this 40,000 additional, I guess, is it additional hours of footage from January 6th? What's the point? What's the point? That's the point. Oh yeah, no, I agree, Max. We are woefully online. We are woefully online. Damn sunspots. Anyway, so what's the new thing about this 40,000 hours of video? Tell me. I can't wait. What does it prove? That John Sullivan did it? That he wrote Executive Order 13848 in 2018? Did John Sullivan have a meeting? Did John Sullivan have a meeting with with the White House staff? Did John Sullivan present plans for instituting martial law and redoing elections using the Department of Homeland Security? Did John Sullivan coordinate and Ray Epps? Did John and Ray coordinate the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers and Bianca, what's her fucking name, and Cooey Griffin and yeah, right? Is that it? Oh, all the security weaknesses? Yeah, well, okay. So when you have a crowd of people coming towards you and you know you're undermanned, you make choices. There's nothing that proves. It doesn't prove shit. It doesn't prove shit. Yeah, it reveals all the security weaknesses for the next time. Thank you, Max. Because Kevin's scared. Kevin's going to prison for the rest of his life, more than likely, in some way, shape, or form. Whether it's a prison of his own making or a real prison with bars and orange jumpsuits and tapioca pudding. So, hey, Merrick Garland, I'd like to see a few from you. I mean, indictments. Tell me, when will they come through? Do 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 do. Lawyers for former Trump said an inquiry into election interference in Georgia has been poisoned. Oh, I'm sure it's poisoned. No, you know what's poisoned? Our democracy, because you guys still simp for that guy, and I don't really get it. Okay, yeah, all right. I know how to talk about it. What's the next thing we need to do to prevent a pandemic? And do we have everything in place that we need in terms of creating PPE in this country, et cetera, et cetera? That's what I'd like to talk about. California braces for rare blizzard. Here I am. I'm way down here. I think I'm wait, where am I? Where's California? I think I'm over here. I think I'm right here. I don't know where I am. But look how cold it is.
It's the end. It's the end of the world as we know it. It's the end of the world as we know it. Oh, look, she's just normal. Oh my god. Elizabeth Koch knows what you're thinking. Oh, I bet she'd like to. The daughter of Charles Koch, the billionaire right wing political force. Oh, is that what we're calling him now? I'm sorry, wait a minute. Is that what we're calling him now? Is that what we're calling him now? They will catch more snow. Wait, what? What? Are you guys talking about snow? Do 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 do. Cali needs to improve catchment and try and save more of this precipitation. Yeah, that'd be nice. Do 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 do. I am freezing. I'm telling you right now. It's so fucking cold in here. Okay, so Elizabeth Koch. Let's talk about Koch. Let's talk about Koch, baby. Let's talk about you and me. The daughter of Charles Koch, the billionaire right-wing political force and actual mayhem creator and surf lord, has a new venture that is all about self-investigation. 2 words, perception box. Anybody have a fucking, I want to know. Can I read this or fuck you? I mean, I don't mind supporting journalism, but I don't think of New York Times as journalism. I don't think of the New York Times as journalism. Oh my God, stop killing each other, please. I'm so, I don't even know what to say anymore, and I can't. Tech leaders in Israel wonder if it's time to leave. Oh no, somebody called Johnson. U.S. Ajay Banga to lead World Bank. Interesting. Okay. MasterCard executive to run an organization mired in controversy over the out. Oh, great. Oh, great. That's just great. I don't know what. Oh, OZ Media. What is Aussie Media? Mr. Watson had founded the troubled digital media startup Aussie, which unraveled after the New York. Whoops. Carlos, you got to learn better, boy. Once the New York Times starts looking into you, it's time to go. It's time to wrap it up. Oh, Gloria Maria, who broke barriers in Brazilian television, dies at 73. Rest in peace. Rest in power. Britain's voice of soccer for 5. Oh, that's too bad. Bike path. What? Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, I remember that. London town. There's sports. There's nothing happening. Da 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 da. Da, 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 da. Georgia gun laws weigh on Atlanta's bid to host 2024 Democratic Convention. What's the point? Former Proud Boy says group prepared for an all-out revolution on January 6th. But you know what? It was really John Sullivan and Ray Epps. I don't know what you're talking about, Jeremy Bertino. You're not the boss of him. Okay, wait. I think
One of the shotguns, Paul.
I'm so sorry. I'm a
Was he
loser.
meticulous about cleaning his guns?
I'm a loser. I gotta eat.
Yeah.
I gotta eat something.
No.
Yes. Yes. I have to eat
Now,
something.
when he cleaned it,
Yeah,
he was about it, but
I haven't eaten now in
it
a
was
day and a
far and
half.
few
So
between.
I need to eat something. Hold on.
Cleaned them.
Wait.
Your shirt went through testing and analysis, and you were.
You gonna ask him if you went deep sea fishing in it?
Results of that, were you not?
Yes, sir. I mean, I wasn't providing at the time. I've seen them.
Right.
Seen all these records.
Just let me ask you, did you get on your shirt high velocity blood spatter from being within a distance of a shooting Maggie or Paul?
There's no way that I had high velocity blood spatter on me.
Nobody said he did at this point.
Had you seen reports that said that at one time?
I have seen reports that said that.
Baiting the prosecution with that blood spatter
Just to
expert
be
that's
clear,
not
were you
coming in.
anywhere in the vicinity when Paul and Maggie were shot?
I was nowhere near Paul and Maggie when they got shot.
After SLED collected your clothing that night at the main residence at Moselle,
He didn't ask, do you
remember
know when
changing
Paul
in?
and Maggie
Remember
got
what you
shot,
changed
which was
into?
also interesting.
Do I remember?
Yeah.
I know I changed clothes, and I've learned since then what I had on, but I don't
You don't remember? Okay.
remember that at all. But I understand I had on athletic shorts and a t-shirt.
Sure. And other people have talked about this. I'm not going to repeat it, but where did you
As I
spend
repeat
the
it.
night, or where'd you go to after leaving Moselle when you left for the evening?
We went to Alameda too. We went to my mom and dad's house, and we stayed there.
And who went with you?
I believe that Bus and Brooklyn and I rode together. John Marvin might have been with us. I know John Marvin stayed at Alameda with us. I just don't know if he rode in the same car we rode in. But I know I rode with Buster and Brooklyn. I know that for a fact.
And the next morning, what'd you do? And we're talking about daylight hours on June the 8th. What did you do?
And we basically got up and came back to Moselle.
Yeah, Bus is a
You
nickname
remember
of
roughly
Buster.
What time you got to Moselle?
I don't remember. No, I don't remember what time. There's things I remember about that morning, but I don't remember exactly what time we left.
And Alec, we'll
I think that's
get
fair.
to this in more detail, but during that period of time, is it hard to remember times, what time things started and stopped, and how long things took?
I mean, it's definitely hard to remember. Now, looking at these timelines and all these records, I mean, it sure helps, but to just do it off the top of my head is very difficult.
Okay, and we'll get to more of that. When you went back to Moselle on the morning of June the 8th, do you know whether you took a shower there, or took a shower at Alameda, or took a shower at all?
Now, I know we took a shower at Moselle. I did not take a shower before I left Alameda. We basically got up and went to Moselle. Maggie's mom and dad.
They were there?
They were coming. Tell them, see them. We got up. I mean, we got up from Alameda and we left and we went to Moselle.
And do you know? Do you even recall SLED coming in and searching the house for anything on the 8th?
I knew that. I knew they were doing it. Yeah. I knew they were doing it. But I don't remember. I wasn't out in that gun room and see all that video and all that. But I knew SLED, was coming in there. I mean, we made the house available for them to come in there. So I mean, I can't tell you details, but yeah, I remember it.
Did you at one point just tell SLED they had carte blanche to search anywhere, anytime?
I told SLED they could do anything, anywhere, anytime that they wanted to. Anything to do with me, my property, my cars.
They sure didn't.
Even though I didn't own the cars, I would get my law firm owned the cars. I would have the people. They had full
carte
whatever
blanche.
they wanted.
They sure didn't take you up on that, did they?
They were welcome to.
And did you have any discussions with David Owen or anybody at SLED about consenting to General Motors to get data off the car?
Every time that I talked to David Owens, I would ask him about getting OnStar data and GPS
And
data.
GM sure
from
didn't turn it
phones.
over, did they? Till the
And why
middle
was
of
it important
fucking
to you
trial.
to get OnStar data and GPS data from the phone?
To confirm where
What he
I
did?
was saying I went, what I did, GPS.
And it does
No,
confirm
at that
most
point
of
in
what he
time,
said.
I knew that Maggie's phone had been taken, and I knew that my Suburban and my phone and Maggie's phone never crossed paths, and that was extremely important to me. And I asked him about it every single time we talked, every single time.
And speaking of Maggie's phone,
I don't
Did
think
you
they're
know her
convinced that he
password
asked every single
to her
time.
phone?
Yes, I knew her password.
Did you know her password to her computer?
Yes,
Did she know your password?
yes.
Okay. And when Maggie's phone was located on the side of the road, did you provide SLED the password to her phone?
I did. I think I actually provided it to John Marvin, who provided it to SLED, but I'm the one who gave it to him.
Right.
I think that's right. That's what law enforcement testified to.
And your knowledge that Maggie's have these location services on her phone, she used them frequently.
I think the phone's going to be a big
All the
deal.
time.
They
One
said
of Maggie's
law enforcement said a
things
lot of that
she
was
liked to
turned
do
off, though.
was
They said most of those location services
there's
were
an
turned
app
off.
called Find My Friends that you can see what other people are doing and they can see what you're doing. Maggie loved me, Bus, Pawpaw, Brooklyn, Grandma, Papa T, Marion.
Oh, I'm not sharing my location with that many
three
folk.
girls.
Sure.
Lizzie. And there were a few others, but
Sure
the people
not.
that were closest to her, she had them all in her phone, and she loved to look at that phone and see where people are, and she'd love to surprise you. Like, let's say you're at Walmart, she looks on there, and she'd
What you
love
doing
to
at
text you,
Walmart?
get me a TV from Walmart or something, you know, like, she follow you and see where you were. She used it
Yeah, that's a no
all
for me.
the time.
I don't
And
doubt that
so,
that's true, but that's a
you
no
know,
for me.
I just
Dog.
knew that there would be GPS data
Immediate family.
on Maggie's phone.
And
Now,
it
when-
seems
when
that
you're being
GPS got
interviewed
overwritten.
on the night of
But there was no Find
June
My
7th.
iPhone data,
and again on June the 10th,
which sucks.
what was your understanding as to why they were interviewing you? Why were you being interviewed?
On
By
June the
SLED?
7th and June the 10th?
Yes, sir.
It calls for speculation, really. Why were you being interviewed?
What's the question again?
Calls for speculation.
What is his understanding of why SLED was interviewing him on the night of June the 7th and again on June the 10th?
He could just ask. It would go to his state of mind if he
And the
just
basis
asked,
for the objection?
what did they tell you?
401 and 402, Your Honor.
I think that should come in.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
Relevance, Your Honor. His understanding is not important. What
It
he
is,
said
it is highly important, Creighton. Wrong. Highly important what he thought when he walked into
Well,
those
I
interviews. It's highly important. And
It
it
goes to his
state of mind when he goes to answer the interviews. I agree with you, Jim.
It goes to his state of mind. I mean, that's
And
what-
Jim's
that's what it
trying
goes
not to argue it to give Alex
Sustained.
the answer. I disagree with that being sustained.
Did
Do not agree. He walked into those interviews
why
thinking
wasn't
he
it-
was getting info.
Why was it important to you to be able to get data from the Suburban, data from your phone, and data from Maggie's
I don't
phone?
agree with that.
I knew, at that point in time, I knew since I was the person who found Pawpaw and Mags, that I was a suspect.
Yeah.
I mean, they
I
kept
disagree
talking
with
about
it being
this
sustained.
circle. But, I mean, I knew that. It was very important for me to find that, to get that.
Yeah, I think they can get it another way, which is what they're doing.
And
But
what was your belief as to that information? What would it have done for you?
There's no question in there that it would demonstrate that I couldn't have done this.
Couldn't
When was
have?
the data from General Motors off that Suburban finally obtained?
It was either this past Saturday or the Saturday before that, according to what
The prosecution
was said in this courtroom.
During this trial?
Absolutely.
He's like, I'm never buying another GM again.
And to your knowledge, was GPS data ever able to be located off Maggie's phone?
No, I mean, not just to my knowledge, it was not able to be gotten.
That's what they
You know,
testified
the
to.
testimony was in here that it couldn't be gotten. It only went back to June the 9th. Everything before that was erased on Maggie's phone.
Now, when, starting June the 8th, when that Moselle, did a lot of people come to support you, be with you? On June the 8th?
On June the 8th?
Yes, sir.
Like the next day?
Right.
Yes, sir. A lot of people.
And you mentioned your Maggie's parents and family came as well?
Yes, sir.
From that moment, June 8th, when folks, family came and to Moselle and you met with them, were you left alone by any of your family members the rest of that week?
Right, no time to go do it, to go stash things, go hide things is what they're getting to.
No, I mean, I was attached to Buster.
But it doesn't get into what he said to Blanca and Shelley, which will come up on cross.
At the hip. But, I mean,
And what
no,
happened on?
I wasn't.
And
You're
what
not-
happened, what happened on June the 10th? Besides being interviewed by SLED?
My dad died. My dad passed.
And where did you stay, and with whom did you stay on the night of June the 8th, the night of June the 9th, the night of June the 10th?
On the night of June, you asked me to start on the 8th?
The 8th, yes, sir.
All right, starting on the 8th, I stayed with Buster every night. I stayed with Buster, and as long as Brooklyn was there, I stayed with Buster in Brooklyn. But we stayed with, I'm pretty sure that's beginning on the 8th. I know the 7th we stayed at Alameda, and I believe on the 8th we started staying at John Marvin and Lizzie's at Greenfield.
And how far is Greenfield from Alameda?
As the crow flies, I mean, it's no distance. It's less than 5 minutes. It's probably few minutes away.
I also
And
measure
who stayed
distance and
there?
time.
Did John Marvin
So I
and his wife
understand
Liz
that.
stay there as well?
Yes,
Yeah.
John and Lizzie.
How far is it? 10 minutes. Chad, do you measure
John and
distance and
Lizzie
time?
stayed there, and their kids, Bus
need to
and
know.
Brooklyn and I. I know Bubba and May stayed there. Well, Lizzie's mom and daddy stayed there. And my daddy's best friend.
A lot of you.
And
All right,
his
I'm not
wife
alone.
Came in there.
Measuring
I believe
distance
they
with
came
time.
before my daddy passed. I know they came after he passed and stayed there.
And how many nights do you recall staying there at Greenfield?
So I stayed
that's
at
me.
Greenfield. The 7th was a Monday. I stayed Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at Greenfield. I know that for a fact.
And the Maggie and Paul's funeral was Saturday, is that right?
Now, I heard that in this courtroom say it was Saturday, but
Is it a memorial service?
nah, their funeral was on Friday.
Oh, it was on Friday.
I know that for a fact, too.
So that when they went over on Saturday, the Easy Up was still up,
And
or
your
the
father's
tents.
funeral was on Sunday?
My father's funeral was on Sunday, and it was my was my father's funeral. I forget the term. But Sunday, that's when we put Papa and Max.
It's interesting he's choosing not to wipe
That's when we buried him.
his face to me.
We didn't bury him when we had the service on Friday,
Damn it, Jim, move your head.
because I don't think
Thank
they
you.
were done. But that's when we buried them, along with my dad, on Sunday.
Maggie had probably had it with his shit.
And Alec, what'd you do with the following week, that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday?
Starting when now?
So the day after your dad's funeral,
All right, Monday. I went to Grandma and Papa T's, Somerville.
at some point, Monday?
In the afternoon. You mean what did I do when I got up that
Yeah,
morning?
well, yeah, just, yeah, where did you stay?
We
Monday night?
stayed at Greenfield Sunday
Whoa.
night. So we woke up at Greenfield
Whoa.
on Monday.
Whoa.
And so, and Sunday
That
night,
was
you
a
were with
change in
the same
tone.
family members, your brother, and Brooklyn, and Buster, and,
That's right.
okay, and Liz?
And Lizzie and Lizzie's mom and dad. And I believe Donnie and Paula were still there, but I can't remember when they left.
And then you went to Somerville with whom?
I believe I went to Somerville by myself, but I know Buster in the car by myself. I can't remember if Buster and I rode together, but I think we might have had separate cars. We probably did ride together that first day. I don't remember, but I know I went to Somerville and Buster was in Somerville with me, with Grandma and Papa T.
Oh no, I saw the
Somerville is
face
where
water.
Maggie's parents live?
That's right. That's Maggie's mom and dad. Maggie's mom is Grandma, and Maggie's dad's Papa T.
And did you stay with them for a few days? In Somerville?
I stayed with them longer. In Somerville, yeah, I stayed with them. We stayed in Somerville Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, and then we went to Greenville.
Okay. And what was in Greenville?
My niece. That was she was having a baby, and Maggie had just been. She's just been so excited. So, she's just so proud of those girls. She was so excited about the baby. And so, the baby being born just became such a big deal to me.
So was the baby born?
Yeah.
Okay. And you went
Yeah,
up?
baby was born. Beautiful little baby girl. Beautiful little mom.
And then did you go up to the lake after that?
We did. Well, I mean, we stayed at this lake, Kiowee, that y'all heard about, is really close to Greenville. And so when I say we went to Greenville, we really went to Lake Kiowee. But we went up there because, you know, when she had the baby.
He does call everybody little.
I want to say
Seems
the
to be
baby
consistent.
might have gotten born shortly after we got there, like Thursday, but I think it was Saturday before we could go and see them and see my niece and see the baby. So, you know, I mean, that's where we went, was to Lake Kiowee. But they live in Greenville.
Sandra P., yes, we do. We live here now. Xylo, they found no evidence of anyone at the house that wasn't family.
On the morning
That's
of June
why
16th.
they had no other
I think that was
suspects.
that Wednesday. I think that's a Wednesday.
They're covering it
Where'd you
because
wake
all
up?
of this has been
Somerville.
testified to.
Did you ever go to Alameda on that day?
On Wednesday,
They're
Yes,
trying to cover all of his time so that the prosecution can't argue, well, after the fact, he went and hid everything.
I don't
That's why they're
believe
covering
so.
his timeline.
Did you go to Alameda at 6:30 in the morning on the?
I know for a fact that I didn't go to Alameda at 6:30 in the morning. I was in Somerville.
They're contradicting Miss Shelley's
I
testimony.
didn't go
with that.
to Alameda at any point early in the morning. I was in Somerville, and I'm not positive about this, but I know those, I know they did I know in some of those records they have, it was sometime before I left Somerville.
Did you ever take during that week, let's just start with that week following your dad's funeral, did you ever take a tarp into the house at Alameda? A tarp, a blue tarp?
The week following my dad's funeral?
Yes, sir.
No, I did not.
So they're just going after Miss Shelley's testimony right now.
There's been, I don't know where it is in any of these boxes, but this blue rain jacket. Have you ever seen that before?
Never seen it before, never touched it, and don't know anything about it.
Did you,
Oh,
you
he's
ever
very
remember taking a
particular
tarp
about
at any
his
point in time
position,
over
but
the house?
we've never seen
I don't remember it. I don't remember taking a tarp over there, but, you
Mm.
know, I mean, Shelley's got something in her mind about that.
Oh, Marie!
And there may have been some point, but I certainly don't remember.
Now I have to
And it
really
certainly
speak French. I
wasn't
can't just pretend to
The
speak
direct
French. I
response to
must
witnesses
speak
is kinda
French
weird.
for reals.
around my dad's funeral
Marie.
or the weeks following.
Bonjour. Bonjour, mon petit chou.
I think we talked
French is just so natural.
They can recall Shelley.
French is
briefly
a
about,
natural beauty.
They can recall Shelley.
about your recollection of times, and
Okay.
and I just want to play Doug from State's Exhibit 517, which is the August 11th interview.
And I think those that
Starting at
believe
5
Shelley
minutes and 52 seconds.
are not going to
Pull that
take
clip
kindly
up,
to that
and I want you to listen to this.
because Shelley has everything to lose by testifying. and he
Tell
has
me again
everything
what
to
it
gain.
is.
It's August 11th interview, starting at 5 minutes and 52 seconds.
All right.
Can you go to 5 minutes and 52 seconds?
Marie, that means a lot coming from you. I love French. Oh my God. Yeah. I love Paris. I love Paris.
We have been. Who was at your house when you left? And what time did you go to the office?
Thank you, chickens.
We have been to a ball game that weekend. I don't remember exactly what time. It would have been somewhere between 8:30 and 9:30, probably 10 o'clock, maybe at the latest, something like that.
Al, on this tape, were you being asked when you went to work on the 7th?
Yes.
And you said 8:30 to 9:30 in the morning?
And then I think said 10 o'clock at the latest.
Is that correct?
No, it wasn't.
Now you've seen all these records, what does it look like, what time you went to work on the 7th?
A little afternoon.
All right. If we'll go to the Doug State's Exhibit 243, which is the June 10 interview.
You know, Mr. Griffin, on that same date, though, I also if you play that thing, and I don't know if it's right then, but if you play that further, I also told him the best way to see exactly when I went in that door is to go and get my information from my law firm.
They did. They
And
went
I
and got the
told
swipe
them that
cards.
there- you know, we have a, you know how things are electronic now, where you don't have a key, you
Them
have a
things.
key card. And you have a key card in your wallet. And so when you use it, it creates a, like all this other stuff, a digital footprint. And I told David Owens that he could go get it from my office.
I bet he said it exactly like that too. Go get it
Common response
then.
of yours when you were asked about specific times that you would give them, you know, your best estimate, but you would point them to where they could find the most accurate data?
Yes, sir.
You did that more than once?
Yes, sir.
So, if we've got the June 10th interview, which is State's Exhibit 243, and Doug, I'd like to go to 9 minutes and 59 seconds. And here, you're being asked, when did Paul arrive at Moselle?
Roughly what time in the afternoon?
You know, I would think it'd be somewhere in the 5 o'clock range, a little bit. It was broad daylight when we were, it wasn't dusk, dark, or late.
Okay.
You know, and we rode, you know, we just rode around. We rode around.
So did you tell him on June 10th that Paul got there at 5 o'clock time period?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I obviously did.
And was that incorrect?
Yes, sir. It was incorrect.
Okay. And what time did you, looking at the records now, what time did it look like Paul actually got there?
And looking at the records, it's clear that he got there sometime around 7 o'clock.
Did at some point in time you have a conversation with Shelley Smith about
This is James.
how long you were over at
today because you're on the
Alameda?
fucking fire.
I'm interested to
So
see
we're
what he
just
said.
going to award
Seven.
you the fucking fire award
I don't
right
distinctly
now.
remember having a
Congratulations.
conversation with her about how long I was over there, but I know that I told Shelley Smith that
You don't
SLED
remember?
was
Or you do
gonna
remember?
come and talk to her, and that I'd appreciate it if she would talk to them, and that
Lolo's
she
Lounge
just needed to
is
tell them the
first
truth.
chat on the interweb.
That's not what she said.
We attract all the smart
And
people.
did you take extra care not to talk to people that you knew SLED would be
That's
talking
leading.
Absolutely.
to? And why is that?
After this boat wreck that you've heard so much talk about in this courtroom, there were social media, newspaper. I mean, it went deeper than that, but I mean, there was so much talk about how I, you know, fixed witnesses and
They haven't heard
structured
that.
the investigation. Just
They
things
haven't
that
heard
were
that either.
Totally false, that were absolutely baseless, but it was said repeatedly, and it was reported repeatedly how I'd done this and with this witness and influenced this police officer and all these things.
They haven't heard
So
that.
I wasn't taking any chances.
Okay, now they've heard it now. It didn't come up much.
I wanna,
it
ask
came up
you
in the
about-
404s outside the
You can
presence
take
of the
that down,
jury.
Doug. Thank you. Ask you about the August
But it didn't
August
come up
11th
much. But
interview.
it's going to come up more now.
With David Owen at the SLED office in, I think, here in Walterboro. Do you remember that?
Self-snitching.
August 11th, absolutely.
Because that came up.
Had you requested that meeting?
No, the state has
I've
not
been
brought
requesting, what I'd really been requesting is some information. I've been begging David Owens to come meet with.
He's like, that damn David Owens.
Me, and specifically I wanted Grandma, Papa T. There were so many questions that I couldn't answer. And I've been begging him to meet with me and to meet with Grandma and Papa T. I've been begging him for weeks and weeks.
And did, when you went into the meeting on August 11th, did you think that's what it was for, to give you an update?
That's leading.
Yes.
And at the conclusion of the meeting, they let you know that you're their prime suspect.
What was said?
That's true. That's not exactly what was said. He's misstating the testimony, which is the proper objection.
Mr. Griffin?
I'll rephrase it. By the conclusion of the meeting, did they make it known to you that you were
Hi.
suspect?
Hi.
Oh, there's no question about that. Absolutely. Now, he used a lot of, I mean, you hear it talk about how
Really, I feel like they've given up
I'm
on
in this
that.
circle and he can't get me
they gave up
out,
last
and this and that, but there's no doubt in my mind. There was no question in my mind what was going on.
Really? Because you
And
seemed, that's not what it seemed like in the interview, but okay.
During that meeting, did they show you the Snapchat video of you trying to stand up the fruit tree?
Yes.
I don't
And were you
understand this
questioned about what
video.
clothing you were wearing?
And I can't remember this. I can't remember if he showed me the whole video or he showed me a picture of it.
He is pissed.
But I was definitely showed that information. I was definitely shown those clothes.
Oh, Cross is going to be
In that meeting
interesting.
on August the 11th.
And what clothes were you wearing?
The same ones you see in,
And do you remember what kind of pants?
it was khaki pants.
And what kind of shirt?
It's a button-down, short
Columbia
sleeve
style
button-down.
shirt.
I call it a dress shirt, but a short sleeve button-down dress shirt.
It is a dress shirt. It's like a work shirt.
Like shirt you got there, but just short
Just
sleeve?
like this, but short sleeve, and it was colored.
And it was, what color was it?
Blue. Blue with some blue stripes.
And were you questioned about when you changed out of those clothes?
I was.
So it was a short sleeve
And
off.
did you have a follow-up? Did you have a conversation after that meeting was led with Blanca about
We're not doing anything
wearing that day?
cross.
Absolutely.
And what was the purpose of the conversation with Blanca?
Well, they had made an issue about that in that meeting, and I
wanted to clarify the issue.
Asked Blanca about those clothes that I had on earlier that day.
Did you ask her specifically about the blue shirt?
I asked her specifically about all the clothes.
Okay.
What I asked Blanca about specifically was, did she remember getting my clothes after she came back? When she came back to Moselle, did she remember getting my clothes? Is specifically what I asked her.
I see. And why were you asking her those questions?
Because on August the 11th, they had made an issue about me still wearing those clothes, not having changed clothes when I was in that Snapchat video. So that's why I went to Blanca.
They asked about
Did they ever ask you on August the 11th whether, they ask you for those clothes? Can you produce the clothes? Did they ask you that?
No, they didn't.
Have they ever asked you for those clothes?
Nope, they asked Blanca, and Blanca said she never saw him
Oh,
again. And they stopped with that.
No.
It's a department store.
As far as my understanding goes, my clothes were never an issue in this case.
I feel like I've
until
heard that word before.
y'all figured out, as my
I
lawyers
feel like I've heard that word. That's
figured
funny.
out that there was no blood
We're at
spatter
two.
on me.
Oh, shit.
Sir?
Is that objection, Your Honor?
Reasons for the objection.
401, 402, and
Ooh,
beyond.
Cross is going to be
speculation.
fiery. He's mad during direct.
It's a matter of public record. It's a matter of public
Oh,
record.
not a store.
What is?
The issues with the shirt,
And the blood spatter.
blood test,
It's a matter of public record.
filed in this
That's
case.
not an answer.
I
And
wonder
it's
where I've heard it.
not in evidence
Objection
before.
overruled.
It's not in evidence before this jury. But okay.
I'm well aware that my clothes never became an issue
Well, now
in this
we've heard it
case
here.
until my lawyers
Oh, shit.
proved that this blood spatter that they said I had on my shirt from my wife and my son was a lie, and that there was no blood on my shirt.
They definitely.
And once they filed the documents and they proved that that was a lie, all of a sudden, the clothes I was wearing back on that day became an issue.
I don't disagree with that assessment, though. I'm going to be honest. I don't disagree with that assessment.
And that's in the weeks leading up to this
I mean, I
trial.
guess so, but
Sled never focused on what he was wearing in that
I don't
Snapchat
know.
video. I don't disagree with that.
Alec,
I mean, this is what
after
their
the
point is. They're not
Sled
trying
didn't
to
focus on it.
Maggie and Paul were
You're
murdered on
Titus.
June
Sled
7th
didn't
and
focus
8th.
on it until
Where did you stay and where did you keep clothes?
the confirmatory testing, but he's mad about it.
Say that again, please.
Where were you staying overnight? Well, let me ask you this. Did you ever spend another night at Moselle after June 7th?
I never spent another night at Moselle.
Why not?
He's not mad at his lawyers. He's mad at the AG's office. They did not focus on the difference between the clothes.
Could've.
Oh, he's going to do whatever he's going to do on the stand. There's not a lot of reining him in, I don't think.
Okay. Where were you staying? When we talked about
It's so crazy.
the days and weeks,
Proves,
the
boy,
week
you
afterwards,
don't know what people
where
are
were you
capable
staying?
of. They were
they
married
absolutely
for
should have
really
focused on the
long
When you
clothes.
got
They
back
just
from
didn't.
Lake Kiowee and Greenville?
Get a divorce.
I stayed. All right, so when I got back from Greenville, so
Yes,
that
sir.
would be
Yay.
so the first week up until my dad's funeral. Then,
Child, how can you kill your
all right, so
child?
that'd be the second week. All right, so after I know Bus and I stayed with Grandma and Papa T as much as I could. You know, I stayed with I stayed with my brother Randy a lot. I stayed with my brother John a lot.
I'm gonna have to catch up if they break for lunch.
Bus and I stayed at
Big. I don't have
Edisto
anything
a
big for
little
lunch.
bit.
I'm gonna set up. I'm actually gonna probably take a
But
break
at the
for lunch
beginning,
and
I
set up
stayed with,
the
I
kitchen
really
so
stayed with
that we
either
can
my
make the chicken
brother
flat
Randy
in the
and
afternoon.
his wife Christy, or I stayed with my
Cross
brother
examination.
John and his wife Lizzie. And
But we'll
basically
catch
at
up.
that time, Buster was doing, Buster worked for Wild Wing
What?
at that time, and they had been so kind to him and they let him be off just a ridiculous amount of time. They were so good to him. So he stayed with me. When he had to go back to work, he would stay at my brother John and Lizzie's because it was close. So I would stay with Randy and Christy in Hampton. When Buster was there, I would almost always go to John and Lizzie's when Buster was there. I would go to John and Lizzie's sometimes when Buster wasn't there.
Huh.
But
We've talked about this.
I
don't know why we're circling back
Johnny
to this, though.
Parker, one of my partners, had a guest house his mother-in-law had lived in when she was sick. That's really, it's right at the foot of Randy's drive. It's 100 yards, 70 yards from Randy's house. And I was going to move into that house until we figured out where I could live. So I had clothes there. I had clothes at Randy's. I had clothes at
The clothes aren't missing, he's saying.
John Marvin's.
They're just
I
clothes,
had
clothes
clothes
everywhere.
at Chichesi, which is, I think you heard Buster talk about Chichesi's, like where we went to the river.
So he's getting to clothes are
I had
everywhere.
clothes
Sled didn't
there.
search everywhere.
I had clothes in Somerville. And I still had clothes at Moselle.
That's what I'm wondering, Mine Truth. It seems like as ill prepared as the rest of this trial, frankly, for everybody.
Court's ready for lunch. So are we.
So were your clothes spread out a lot of different places?
Yep.
Yes.
Lunch.
We'll break for lunch and return in an hour and 15 minutes.
Just winging it.
Well, what time would that be? So they're dismissing the jury. We'll wait and see if the judge has anything to say. He said they're taking an hour and 15 minutes.
Hour and 15.
It is 12:25 Central, 1:25 on the East. So what, 2:30-ish? 2:40? 2:40 Eastern? I'll see if he says it to the lawyers.
Recess, let's see, it's 1:25.
Yeah, it's hard to believe some of this is an act. They're just not that intelligent.
2:40?
2:40 to 11:40.
Thanks, Your Honor. Thanks, chat.
Um,
Because chat is bae. Thanks, chat. We will be in recess till 2:40 Eastern. I will be back here then at 1:35, just about 5 minutes before that to recap. We're going to take a lunch break. I'm going to answer some questions before we take a lunch break. And then we'll go from
we'll
there.
definitely come
So,
back with her,
let
but I
us
might come back
answer some
earlier.
questions. Don't worry, in the background, we're also working on the website because the Law Nerds traffic crashed the website out here doing the thing. So we are working on that too on the back end. So don't worry, if you've not gotten to sign up for lawnerdalert.com or lawnerdalerts.com, we will have that up and running for you. So if you have not done the YouTube things, in the meantime, go ahead and do the like things, the subscribe things.
Again, where he...
Yikes, what I didn't need was,
wow.
that was loud in my in-ears.
Did
All
that.
right, let us continue
Those are-
on. Let us continue on.
Yeah, I'm just gonna get the kitchen
Did he
ready.
say that Buster worked
And,
at Wild Wing, as in the golf course? I think he was working for Buffalo Wild Wings.
Get my energy
I think,
up.
based on
So I can
other
be a
things,
good
but I
hostess
don't know.
with the mostest.
Maybe that was my assumption. Maybe he did work at the golf course.
I know
I
I'll
don't
be
know
the
where he was working. I haven't paid.
Oh, you did,
after
Mind
Buster got
Truth?
kicked out of law school, other than
Which
listening to
one?
the jail
Which
calls
one
about
did you
the law
watch?
school stuff. I haven't paid too much attention to Buster. So let's give a quick recap and go.
We'll stay with her for her
Go
summary,
from
and then
there.
we'll break when she breaks.
Let us.
You break, I
Oh
break.
my God!
You break,
All
I
of the
break.
smart devices
You
want to have their
break.
say at the moment. Really?
You want-
We don't need you to have your moment. Device.
Netflix thing. Oh, the Murdoch one? The Murdoch doc?
Let's see.
A Murdoch doc?
I'm still answering about the website and answering here because live streaming. All right, let's do a quick
What I want to
recap.
do is keep my cats awake
That's not
because
what I
they
needed.
kept
I needed to
all
swoop
night.
a
So
dupe.
I think
Let's
turn
swoop.
out is fair play.
Alec Murdaugh took the stand in his own defense this
Oh.
morning, and that is where we live now.
Yeah, I haven't seen. I don't think I've
We
seen
are
that
still
one.
on direct examination. We have seen
I
him
have to
be
look.
upset. We have seen all the face water. We
I
have
don't
seen
think I've seen it.
him
I
get
think I'll have to
angry
look
when
at it. I've
talking
seen
about
one, but I think it
clothes
was
he
a
was
while.
wearing and saying what a lot have
Curious.
said, that
I'll look it up.
SLED
Mine.
and the AG's office didn't focus on the clothes he was wearing in the Snapchat tree bendy video until the lab results came back showing that there was not human blood.
I didn't realize. Oh, I think I had heard something like this,
was
but I didn't
presumptive
know it.
for blood. Then the shirt was all cut up. Things were testing. DNA was tested. The shirt went out for a blood spatter analysis. The state didn't
But I
bring in
had
the blood
heard
spatter
that.
expert. I have a whole video on the defense motions about that blood spatter expert being kind of a
What are you doing?
shit show.
Stop doing
Then
that.
they did the second test for blood, and those
That's
tests
weird.
all came back negative. We saw that really interesting testimony with Barber going, okay, how many times did you test? How many different places did you test for blood? And coming back with it being, what, 70-0 testing for the presence of human blood on the shirt. So that is a big part of why he is so angry. He's like, nobody ever focused on the clothes I was wearing in that bendy tree video because they thought there was blood on the shirt. Once they said there wasn't blood on the shirt, then they shifted focus.
And probably
I think
asked
when
his
the
son.
presumptive came back, yes, for
Probably
blood,
asked his
that
son
the
to get from this
prosecution and
man.
law
It's a
enforcement went, see,
family
there's
thing.
blood
I
all
would
over your shirt.
imagine, Marie.
It must have been washed.
I wouldn't
I don't
be
know
shocked
who
at
looks
all.
at this timeline and what
if
he had
they-
time to launder a
Oh,
shirt.
I wouldn't be shocked at all.
But okay. And then we got the testimony that the shirt smelled very fresh, but we know he changed the shirt. He now talked about it. He talked about getting blood on his finger tippy tips. There is no blood on his hands when they're examining his hands. Blood can get into the like whorls of your fingerprints under your nails. I mean, he has no blood on his hands and no testimony about him saying, I touched my family. I drove back to the house to get a gun. I was horrified by the blood on my hands and was like, out. And there's no blood. Well, I would say there's no blood around Moselle, but would we actually know? Are you confident that we would know if there was blood on the doorknob when he opened the door from the car? But also, how are the hands so clean that there is one small drop of blood with just Maggie's DNA, not Paul's, on the steering wheel, unless he watched them at up near the kennels.
Gloves and an apron? They haven't found anything. I say also, Marie,
let me. I'm
Raincoat.
answering about the website too. Sorry,
Raincoat.
y'all. We're running all the things.
Could have gone to the
So with
house,
that,
gotten the raincoat,
we will see
gone out
what the
to the
jury
bodies,
believes. We've got a long way to go in this direct examination before
or
we get to
worn the
cross-examination.
raincoat
We've already seen Alec get quite
when he was in the
frustrated,
kennels and
and
did
we're
the
going to see
murder.
it even more.
They
We're
didn't
going to
treat
just
the
see it
house
even
as a
more. We're going
crime
to see him
scene.
getting more
You're
frustrated,
correct.
more frustrated
They
on
did
cross.
not.
All
They
right,
did
with
not.
that,
Yep. They
I saw
cleaned after
a
before they
honored
even looked.
celebration from Maryland. Oh my God, I finally got accepted. Congratulations,
He had the raincoat
Maryland.
and the
Let's
tarp,
get to some of the
which he's now claiming he didn't
some
have.
of the stuff.
It's
Fushi said,
it's
"You're not
also
paranoid if
weirdly
they're actually
circumstantial,
after
and I
you."
know that's
Alec
what
did
they're
say at the
relying
beginning of his
on. I
testimony
get
he
it.
was
I
paranoid.
totally understand.
He feels like Slud is coming for him.
Plenty
I have
of places
mixed
to hide
thoughts
stuff, and
on
he's
that
got
because
Almeida too.
I
So
wonder how much Alec
what is that
thought that
Almeida?
his friends in law enforcement and the solicitor's office
So are they
would
basically?
never
But here's
look
what
at
I'm
him
very
as the
confused about.
as the
Yeah, I
right.
thought I had.
But he
GS.
had to know he was a suspect. He's
Okay, I'm gonna turn her off, even though I don't know if she's saying anything super important. In fact, we're just gonna stop sharing. But my question is, is the defense saying that the murder happened after the Snapchat video, which was when 8:40 something, right? The Snapchat video of them in the kennels with the dogs, where Alec is off screen and says, Bubba, come here, or something like that. Oh, kitty cam. I don't want to mess up kitty cam. So is that what he's saying? Is that the murder happened after he left the kennel and went to, like, at 9:06 p.m. when he drove to his mom's? And now he's no longer is he taking a nap? So why was his phone off between 8 and 8:40 or 8:50 or something? I have a lot of questions. Okay, I will go ahead and come back shortly in about less than an hour, and same time, same bat channel, and we will continue this conversation, but it will be from a kitchen. We will be having this conversation in the kitchen, and we will be making a delicious homemade chicken pot pie. Cleaning blood is hard. Yeah, cleaning blood is hard work. Cleaning blood is hard work. I'm going to see if anyone has indexed a timeline. Oh, also, Rip, check Emily's quick bits on her YouTube channel. I think in one of her quick bits or something on her YouTube channels, I can check too. I think she has a timeline that is pretty good. So, all right, I'll be back in less than an hour. Everybody take a break and do what you need to do, and I'll eat my food so I'll be a little more energetic and maybe cheer up a little bit. And then I'll see you in less than an hour. And so will the kitties. And he's cleaning himself. I love you. Oh, you know what? Actually, I'm not going to end the stream. I'm just going to go off camera and I'm going to put up the be right back thing. Yeah, no, I know how to do this. Hold on, everybody. Hold on. We don't have to be totally away from each other. That's not the way it has to be. Hold on. Hold on. Wait, watch what I do. Watch what I do. You're going to love this. You are going to love this. Watch. It's going to be so great. Hold on. It's going to be so exciting. Wait for it. And this will just be up, and the stream will actually just be live. So if you want to hang out or you need to say something or leave a note, you go ahead and do it, because then I don't feel like I'm away from you either. So it's actually more about me than it is about you. Okay, bye. Hello, my darlings. How are you, darlings? We're back. Which one is it? Oh, it's that one. That is the one. I'm just going to go ahead and leave that background up. I like it. Rip, I hope your power stays on. Can't stand that. I can't stand it. I suppose she's saying something important. I'll go see. I guess I should have refreshed my makeup. I just took a nap and put some lip gloss on. I'm a mess. I'm a mess. I'm a wreck. I'm a wreck, y'all. I'm just a wreck.
With his family all the way
Let's
through after
talk
these
to her
murders, and they've gone kind
while
of
we're
at length
getting
to
ready.
say he's gone through, or they went at length to say where he was and
No
who he
double
was with,
cam
to kind of
today,
give
just
the
because.
impression, I think, that he wasn't ever alone enough
Hi,
to
Crazy
hide
Island.
any of the evidence, to hide the
Yeah,
weapons, to
right.
hide the clothes. But the lingering
Yes, you're
questions remain.
good.
He lied to law enforcement. He said it's because he didn't lead. The clothes seem to be missing, but he says he's got clothes everywhere. The guns used seem to be family guns, but they're questioning the science and don't really have an answer for that. And we will see if it's enough or not. So with all of that, we will see. Oh, yeah, and then there's the pesky matter that Blanca and Miss Shelley both say that he asked them to remember things in a way that would be beneficial for him. We haven't addressed that yet, but we are just getting back into court this afternoon. When we bring the jury, we'll roll the intro. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being a law nerd. Just a reminder, Alec Murdaugh is innocent until proven guilty. He still has the presumption of innocence on his side. Even if we don't believe him, he is still presumed innocent until the end of this case. It's okay to not know what to think. I don't think this case is clear-cut at all. And it's okay to go this and this and this and this and this. But others are going to have varying and different opinions. So I am not voting on where we think this jury will come down. Because again, whether the state proved it or not is a different question truly than if you think he did it or
Bring
not.
the jury.
Oh, okay, Your Honor, we're bringing the jury. Let's go. We're gonna go. Law nerds, thank you for being here. Do
I know
the
I love
usual
Emily's
things.
hair color and her
And
glasses.
I think here's my prediction. The defense is going to drag out direct until they
Oh,
get to the afternoon break for the day. So that cross-examination starts tomorrow morning. Is forced to start very late in the day. I don't think they want to start cross early in today, but we'll see. Let's go.
Hey
there.
I'm
Emily Baker, the internet's
Hi,
financial
Chris.
analyst,
Hi,
breaking down the
Chris.
legal
Hi,
side of
Chris.
pop culture and entertainment stories we
Does she
can't
have
stop
a
talking
pie
about. I'm a
today?
big fan of the cursey words. I've been a licensed attorney for over 17 years, but this is not legal advice. This is where the law nerds unite to talk about facts, not. Let's get into it.
Let's see, where would the...
I'm absolutely dancing that the YouTube notifications worked. Thank you. We will switch streams to get to captions in a little bit. I have found that some of the streams don't cut away from their own commentary, as is their right. Y'all love the commentary. Don't cut away from the commentary right at the beginning. So we will switch between the streams. The audio on the Law and Crime stream kills me. It's the audio. They have the audio gained up so much that we pick up a lot more background noise than other audio, but also then they're out of sync. Let's see if they're in sync enough that we can use the other audio in this feed.
Right, thank you. You may proceed.
Nope. Let's see if we can. Video's too out of sync. I'll have to switch it.
No. Stop it.
Angela, the prosecutors won't ask such an open-ended question on cross. It's going to be very tight questions.
Stop.
Let's see if we can keep this in sync.
June the 7th, 2021, and you're meeting with Jean Seckinger.
Yes.
Do you remember meeting Miss Seckinger?
I do.
And what was the meeting about?
Oh, no. Too bad.
Jeannie came up to me and asked me previously, Annette Griswold had come to me and asked me about the fee check in the Ferris case. And Jeannie was coming to me and saying
No.
All right.
that she was
The
following
confirmation
that.
worked.
If she didn't, she wouldn't be doing her job. And and asked me some questions,
Well, let me ask you
which I understood.
briefly, the Ferris fee?
He's completely facing the
originally
jury
happened to it?
at this point.
PMPED portion of the Ferris fee?
I mean, originally,
Yes, sir. Did it come to you directly?
yes.
Should have come to you directly.
No.
Did,
For all the new
when
law
Ms.
nerds here,
Seconder asked you
we
about
do not
the-
name call in this chat, so thank you for adhering
where
to
the
the chat
fee
rules. It
was,
keeps
what'd you
our
tell her?
chat
We
the
have
best
a-
chat on the
I
internet.
can't remember exactly what I told her. The
So I need-
conversation got interrupted very quickly, but I told Jeannie that the funds were in Chris Wilson's account and nothing
that was
to
a
worry
lie.
about. I didn't know where the mix-up came from.
And that was a lie.
Your level of concern about
And that
Ms.
was a
Seconder's
lie.
inquiry to you on June the 7th?
Oh, he wasn't worried about the money?
There was some level of concern because she's asking me about money that I took that I wasn't supposed to have. So certainly I had some level of concern, but it wasn't a very big concern. As you heard testimony earlier,
So weird.
at some point Annette Griswold had sent Chris Wilson
Can I
an email,
around?
something to the effect
Yes,
of
the law and
Alec
crime
thinks he has
feed is
more
busy.
expenses or something like that.
Oh, yes, Bella.
Seeking
Let me scream at your TV,
financial
all you like.
documents from Chris Wilson. When Chris Wilson got, I wasn't copied on that, but when Chris Wilson got that, Chris Wilson called me up and he's like, you know.
Oh, no, he said he stole.
What is this all about?
What?
Pardon?
So deduction rules 801 and 802.
Oh, Rule 801 and 802.
Right now, I'm asking, okay?
I'm not asking for
Find
what
another
Chris
game.
Wilson said, and I'll move on.
Jesus Christ,
Accept the
man.
objection.
I don't, he's like, I accept the
Were
objection.
you concerned about Chris Wilson
Thanks, Jim.
opening his trust account records to,
They're trying to be
Your law
careful
firm.
with the
No, I
hearsay.
was not concerned about that at all.
and why were you not concerned?
I knew that one of the people that Chris Wilson, as you heard, Chris Wilson and I were very close. We talked every day. I did work with him all the time. And, I mean, he was one of the people closest to me in the whole world.
And you stole from him.
I knew everything about him. And
He thought he knew everything
I
about
knew
you.
he was going through, one of his partners, and he and his partner had split up. A partner and an associate had moved to a firm in Charleston.
That would have been stressful.
The partner was going through a divorce. And the wife of the partner was trying to get Chris Wilt's trust documents in that case to find out money her husband got. It didn't have anything to do with Chris and I, anything. It totally had to do with that. But I knew that Chris Wilson was not going to send any financial documents to my law firm.
Because?
At least at that time, and at least not anytime soon. So while I'm sure it registered with me that I got to
confident.
deal with this, at that particular time, it wasn't anything that was
That's
a big deal.
a good explanation.
Was there an immediate urgency to the situation
No
on June the
pressure,
7th?
no stress.
And I believe there's, Ms. Seconder testified about your conversation with her. You learned that your dad was going back in the hospital.
That's correct. There was a text. I can't remember if that text came from my brother Randy.
No,
or
he
my
was only
brother
paranoid
John,
sometimes.
But they were the ones that were taking my dad back to the hospital that day. And whichever one was with him, I believe it was John was with him at the hospital, but I know he missed some treatment. They send those documents. But bottom line is, we got a text saying, we knew my dad was really sick. He had cancer and he couldn't breathe. And there was a big issue about whether his inability to breathe was coming from an obstruction caused by the cancer, which was the worst case scenario, and that's what it ended up being ultimately, and that's what he died from. But this particular text
My
saying,
cats don't have overflowing
okay,
dry.
we're putting him back in the hospital, the
starving.
doctor thinks it's pneumonia, and which was, you know, I mean, pneumonia is never a good thing, but when compared to cancer, at that time, pneumonia, that was a good thing. to learn that.
So on the 7th, where the information you had, I mean, you believe at that time that your prognosis was pretty positive for your father?
Well, it was better than the alternative. I'm not going to say it was good, but it was better than the alternative and what we had previously thought it was. It didn't stay good very long, but it definitely was
I
better.
think he didn't think he would get in trouble for it, though.
To a double.
I don't. I think it's reasonable.
That your dad's condition was terminal on the 7th. Do you know whether you said that or not?
How much is that?
No, I wouldn't have said that at that time.
I think he thought
right now
And
everything else goes away.
know,
That's the
Jeannie,
defense's argument.
As soon as the thing
Everything
comes
else is
through
going
that my
away.
dad's going in the hospital, Jeannie and I, as you heard,
That's
she
true. Jeannie
stopped the
said
meeting.
hospice.
Very naughty.
It lasted a couple minutes.
Mommy,
Now,
3 minutes.
my dad's going in the hospital,
5
and
hour.
the very next day, we learned that he's terminal. And
One cup of very.
I'm just sure that a
Jeannie
year
said it was on the
or
7th.
amount of time that's gone by, Jeannie assumed she was terminal. He was terminal.
Oh, sorry.
Section overruled.
No, I do. I'll talk about it at the break. I can see the argument for it. Honestly, I can see the argument. He's gotten away with his whole life. I can see the argument for he's gotten away with everything, so it wasn't really crashing down. He thought he could still get away with it. I can see the argument.
23, I think. So now
Court TV confirmed John Grisham is really there.
Absolutely not.
Had you had, I think there's documented evidence, state introduced, had you had reached out to
John
Russell
Grisham's totally
Lafayette
writing
at
about
State
this.
Bank
Oh,
about
no.
extending a line of credit on the Moselle property?
Yeah, I had reached out to him. I can't remember the date of that text, but it was fairly recently. I had reached out to Russell.
Get
And on June 7th, did
Just
you have
Jefferson Divine.
equity in the Moselle property?
Stop it.
You and Maggie had equity in that Moselle property.
Sure. And I mean, Moselle
Sure.
was fully in Maggie's name. But yes, there was equity in
Oh, I'm almost
Moselle.
Really?
In looking at the documents that had been used, there was $1,800,000 owed. There was an appraisal for $3.3 million without timber value. And so
I said,
on 1,700 acres,
yeah,
you know, I don't know what the timber value was, but if you just
nothing in there.
set $1,000 an acre,
Timber
that'd be
value.
another $1,000,000-something in value over and above the appraisal. I doubt the timber value was that high. I'm just using that as an example, but if it was 500, it'd be another $800. So, you know, there was several $1,000,000 in equity in that Moselle property.
All right, and did you have
Whoops.
equity in the Edisto Beach House?
Yes.
And around June 7th, how much equity did you have in the Edisto Beach House?
If I remember the records correctly, that was about $250,000
What's going on with this?
owed on that house, and whatever the value was at the time, I think that there's a contract for just under $1 million, so $700 and something thousand.
Did Maggie's death get more difficult to obtain financing immediately after the murder, around June 7th, 8th?
You were trying to get
Maggie's-
financing June 7th, I think?
Yes,
How so?
because the entire Moselle property was 100%
There we go. Okay.
in Mag's
Oh.
name.
So you have to probate it?
The Edisto property
Grams?
was
8 grams.
50% in Maggie's name, so I was only a
Yeah.
half owner. So
There we go.
with Maggie, all I had to do was get her to sign the documents, which she always did. I mean, she didn't question finances, so
Weigh my butter.
she
You see how much
signed the papers.
butter I have.
Mm.
Oh, I don't have enough.
When Maggie wasn't here,
I mean, I do, but I gotta get some.
there was estate issues. I couldn't go and sign the papers like I would normally go and get a loan. So I couldn't.
You got loans without paper, though.
That's good. I think I'm going to do that. Okay.
On, was there
My
a hearing
phone
scheduled in the
freezer.
voting
Oh,
lawsuit where you were a defendant
my goodness gracious.
set for that week?
Last
Yes.
nerve, or
What
sorry,
day
you
was
are on my
scheduled
last freaking
Well,
nerve.
I mean, I've heard the testimony, and I knew, I'm sure I knew at the time it's June the 10th, Thursday, June the 10th.
What was your
An old stream. Well, I hope it was interesting.
level of concern about that hearing coming up on June the 10th?
About that hearing?
Yes, sir.
I hope the host was cool.
My level of concern about that hearing
130
was
grams. Fuck.
about the venue motion that went up, which,
What
So,
do you mean by venue?
the venue motion is, venue is where a civil lawsuit is pending.
He's so much
And
happier talking about
so
not
there's
the day of the
laws
murders.
and rules that govern where you can bring a case. There's laws and rules that govern
the other
how
plan I have. Oh wait.
certain parties, a defendant or a plaintiff, can go about trying to move it from one place to another. So in this case, the plaintiffs, the Beach family, have filed suit in Hampton County. Parker's was trying to move venue to Beaufort County.
How the fuck do I not have a
And
pride place?
I wanted the case to stay in Hampton County.
What the fuck is that?
And
Oh,
really, that was my only thought about, I wasn't doing the legal work on those. I was a party in that case. I wasn't. I mean, Danny Henderson was primarily representing me personally. John Tiller and Amy Bauer were representing me personally. And Dawes Cook was representing me personally. And those are the guys that were doing the legal work. So, you know.
Yeah, I think sometimes you have to refresh. But I have a question.
I wasn't actually doing that work, but what I was concerned about was the venue motion. I had already done what I had to do for the financial motion, and Danny Henderson was on me about getting him a financial statement because.
Let's stop. So
But I have
was a motion
this. I have this.
to
That is the
compel and
Pyrex,
seek a
you
lot
know?
of financial records from you. Was that correct?
I don't know.
Absolutely.
And were you concerned that your house, financial house, was going to be opened up for the world as a result of that hearing?
Because you were moving
No.
money into Maggie's
I've
name,
been
weren't you worried a bit?
plaintiff's lawyer, like Mr. Tinsley that sat here. We do the same exact
Hey, Mr.
thing.
Magoo, this bitch.
In my law firm, the guys in my law firm are some of the
This
best
is-
lawyers I've ever
fuck.
known. And they're definitely some of the best lawyers in the state, handling some of the biggest cases that
I don't know
have
what the
ever gone on
volume
in this
of this
state.
is.
He's
In my
connected to
27
everybody.
years of practicing, plaintiffs always are
Hey, brainiacs.
trying to look and get financial
Yeah, I think I'm gonna
documents
make
of
it in
corporate
this.
defendants.
Because that's what you did.
And I think I'm just gonna
Yeah, true.
make.
Not his law firm anymore.
In my 27 years,
right,
I've
Chad.
never been able to get a judge to order anything more than a net worth statement prior to getting into a phase at trial. So early on in the case, I am not aware of,
Oh,
I
I'm
personally
another light.
have never, despite trying repeatedly, have never been able to get a judge to order the kind of information that Mark Tinsley was saying he was seeking.
Were you working on a document for that upcoming hearing?
Yes,
And what was that?
financial statement.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
A financial statement lists your assets in your
That's true. All of the
liabilities.
throat
And have you
grunting
reached
has
out
stopped
to,
in this point.
Jeannie Seconder later that
It's a very,
day on the 7th
very
to get your current balance of your retirement.
clear.
You know, I don't
difference.
remember doing that, but that'd certainly be something that I did. And 'cause I know I'd have to have that for that financial statement.
High crust.
And the document that I prepared was what Mark Ball talked about that he found later in my office. And it was tight, it was handwritten, ready to be
It was
typed
tight?
up by,
Let me do the regular
Yeah.
rest first.
It was ready. He was ready to go?
because of the charges against Paul, I kept everything very close in the civil case. It was Danny in his office doing it, and I had that document prepared, handwritten in the neatest
Get off of
handwriting
there
that I
right
could do,
now.
because a secretary
Ma'am?
other than mine, a paralegal other than mine, was gonna be
Two
the
cats,
person
three
who
to
was
a
gonna put those
Get down.
financial
Off
information
the television.
into the final document.
Stop.
And that's
Good
the
seeing
document
you.
that Mark Ball talked about, that he found on my desk whenever it was that he found it.
One, I have to do
So
6.
that was what was gonna be, if necessary, what was gonna be used Thursday.
5.
Alex, jury's heard about
I don't know how anything comes out.
testimony of
2.
you stealing client funds. Did you do that?
I did.
3.
Did you
He
steal?
admits to the stealing.
Get
He
down.
has to.
Oh my
that Ferris fee?
I did.
3. What was that?
He
3.
has no other choice
4.
in this. They just have to try to hit it and distance
How
it.
did you get in such a financial predicament?
Yeah. Good question.
5.
Led you to steal money that wasn't yours?
Millions. Steal millions.
I'm not quite sure how I let myself get where I got, but it came from, I battled that addiction for so many years. I was spending so much money on pills. I got in a spot I couldn't.
Millions?
Now, what type of addiction are you
Millions.
referring
My addiction is to opiate painkillers,
And when did you,
specifically oxycodone, OxyContin.
and when did you
That's going to be terrible.
first become dependent
Wait, let me
or
think about
addicted to opioids?
So if I break that into
Oxycodone or opiates in general.
1 and a
Opiates in
quarter,
general.
1 and a quarter,
I'm
I
not
like that
quite
he's being
sure
real
of the
specific.
exact
1
date,
and a
but
quarter
I can give you a time frame.
cup recipe.
I hurt my knee really bad
Gonna
playing
say
football in college.
medical
and I
injury.
had a knee surgery. And
3 more of these.
the medical science at the time was such that
I wouldn't
the
do
surgery didn't work,
cup.
bottom line. So
The medical science at the time? It's not the
it just didn't
1900s,
last.
Alec.
So then a couple of years of that.
You didn't have
I
knee
started
surgery in
having
1910.
a lot of knee troubles. And ultimately, I had to have a couple of surgeries, but
A little quarter cup.
the last surgery I had was, I think, around 2002 or 4. And I think it was around 4, so I was started taking hydrocodone a couple of years before that. And I took hydrocodone, got addicted to that very quickly. I
Jim,
continued taking that
ask
for
him how constipated he
a long
was.
time.
I got questions.
I forced myself off of it, weaned myself off of it, to it. I battled that for a long time.
And 1 and a half
And
would be
after a while, I was taking so much of
1 and a
that, I
half
moved on
teaspoons of
to
salt.
oxycodone. And, I'm guessing that was around 2000, that transition was around 2000,
I have like that flaky salt, so I have to kind of crush it.
something
My
like
hands are
that.
clean.
Um,
This is 1 spoon.
it
Gonna
just
put another half teaspoon of salt in.
escalates.
Did you receive treatment or go to detox on occasion?
I did.
How many times?
I mean, I will say pain
But I
sucks.
detoxed.
Well,
I had knee
How
surgery in
did you shoot well?
2007 and
Going
it
to,
I mean, on the golf
so
course, I'm
the
a
surgery works, but
walker, but I
the
love
surgery
Detox
to
sucks.
walk
facility
the
3
course.
times.
So
first
there's
time.
that.
Um,
All right, let's see. What else am I doing here?
So you went to rehab 3 times?
December of 2017.
Is there a difference between detox and rehab, Chet? I don't know.
I need to smoke.
And before December 2017, had you tried to detox at home?
I tried to detox everywhere I could.
I know what that answer is.
Maggie
I remember that answer.
Yeah, when you
Thank you
Sure,
all.
dude. Sure, my.
Chet's like, there's absolutely a difference.
was it inpatient?
I remember that
facility?
answer.
The detoxes, the formal detoxes that
Yeah,
I went to.
in December 2017.
Yes, it was it was inpatient. And all 3 formal detoxes that I've done have been at the same facility called Sunrise Detox in Atlanta, Georgia.
And
Very good
is
facility.
jury's heard audio
John
tape
Grisham.
of
Oh my God, I'm
a
supposed to
telephone
separate this.
conference with SLED agents.
We heard a
You
lot
were
about
at that
detox
meeting with
from
Mr. Harpootlian and I.
That's correct.
Johnny Depp.
The first time you went to the detox
Okay, so
in Atlanta, how long of a
Thank you,
stay
Ebony.
is that? Did you stay?
7 days.
I need to kind of mix everything
Is
together.
the opiate
But I'm going to take half of it out and put
7?
about a cutout
Detox and rehab.
Hey, thanks, Jim.
or more actually, because I did a 1.5 recipe.
Detox is it's
What?
the act of
By what?
getting the drugs
Oh yeah, yeah.
out of your system, getting to the point where, okay, there is no longer a physical dependency, all right? And that's a big difference than the rest of the dependency, but the physical dependency is supposed to be gone after 7 days. So, in other words, the
Oh, boo boo kitty. Only it worked like that. Oh my gosh, aren't you cute?
Is
We're just thinking the same things.
Okay.
Me and Jim right now.
Eat my butter.
It's the natural next question. That's all. Whoever that is with the head on the shoulder is not buying any of this.
You don't have those physical symptoms.
And then I'm
like-
going to cut the butter into it.
I don't want to be too graphic, but you're sick. You throw
We
up,
watched the Johnny
you,
Depp trial.
You have terrible diarrhea. You sweat.
I don't have a pastry cutter.
In a marathon, you can't hold your legs still. You can't.
I think I'm just going to do.
Your
like
attorney
now,
did
like,
also
what I'm talking about.
get real
legs
graphic
moving.
earlier.
That goes away after about 24
Oh no, I'm going to grate it. What the
After
fuck am I
about
thinking?
24 hours,
Wait a
you
minute.
come down
That's
again
my good. That's a
and
good
maybe
question.
sleep some, but you sweat.
Can I
you throw
grate
up.
the butter into
I
this?
mean,
Not
you
like
just
a
have-
biscuit.
there's so many issues, but
Or
for
should it be
7
bigger
days,
chunks
those are
of butter
supposed to
in
be
the
over.
dough?
That's what detox is, the detoxification of your body.
And what's rehab?
Rehab is the
It's supposed to be bigger
period
chunks
that,
of
that
butter
you
in
go
your
to
dough.
learn how to
Pie
stay
crust?
off. You know, you're supposedly off after detox. Rehab is
Oh,
where
well,
you
the doctor-
get help
I don't know.
staying off.
And
I don't feel like
before
doctors
September of
like to stay
2021, had you ever gone to that second stage of rehab?
No.
So in December of 2018.
I went to detox 3 times,
how
never
long
went to
did it take
rehab.
you to relapse once you got home from detox?
Not long at all. I mean,
I wonder if I could mandolin my butter into the
This
flour.
physical dependency is gone. You still have. I mean, you're still so sick. I don't know if the physical. You just.
Is that something you've been battling for quite some time?
As long as I can remember.
Yeah.
How long have you been drug-free,
Yeah, I'm gonna need
opioid-free?
half. I'm gonna need more.
535 days.
So
And I'm very proud of that.
if I need,
How long have you been in jail? Sorry, that was snarky.
what do I need? I need another 230.
Let's
I
ask
need
you
100.
questions about Labor Day
Wait a
weekend,
second. Wait.
2021.
Hold on.
Your lawyers sent you to detox right before you went into jail. I don't think you've been in jail 500 days because you went to detox right before you went to jail. Has he been in jail for 535 days? I've got questions.
Do you remember being confronted by your law firm?
Sure, I do.
All right.
Because he was in detox when he was arrested. He was
Yeah.
in a facility in Florida. He went to detox then
2
rehab.
days. That's great.
And did you admit your misconduct to your law partners?
Well, one of my law partners.
Did you admit it?
one of
No,
my-
he was confronted
my
with
I
it.
need that butter, and I'm using the butter.
Randy.
Um,
Yeah.
Oh shit!
Did,
Fuck. Max, I
they
forgot
learn
about that.
a fake Forge account?
I'm a little bit of a panicker when it comes.
Fake Forge.
Yes. I
Is
did.
the butter supposed to be?
And did you tell them about your
No.
opioid struggles? Opioid.
Y'all said
Told him about my
532
addiction,
days
sir.
puts it at 6th of September. So that's right.
To your
That is
knowledge,
right when he went in
were any of your law
and then went into
partners
custody.
aware of your addiction?
Not just to my knowledge. I'm certain that they were not
No.
aware of my addiction.
No,
Well, that is right then.
I don't have a KitchenAid.
How would you
I have weird.
characterize your,
I don't have a KitchenAid.
your opioid use or addiction?
I mean, I do
Severe,
have
moderate,
a Vitamix
Then or now?
food processor.
Well, you said you're not
in
using
tw-
now.
In 2020,
Then.
2021?
I mean, I don't know how I would have characterized it then. After going to rehab and learning more of the things I've learned, really talking to addicts about experiences. I mean, I will tell you that my addiction was extremely bad.
How were you able to function? Or were you able to function?
Yes, I was able to function.
You were able to
Okay, I'm
practice
pulling
law?
bullshit on all this
What
as
was
a
it like when people took
And
your pills?
alcoholic or an
successful practicing
alcoholic.
law while you were addicted to opioids?
I'm calling bullshit. I'm calling.
But addiction
On
is a
some level,
huge
sir, I was successful.
addiction is a
Addict
huge issue
success.
within the field of law.
Yeah, the Vitamix would be too much, right?
After you were confronted on Labor Day weekend
Dude, I
2021,
got
did you
farmyard.
resign or were you
I know
forced to resign
farmyard
from law
pie
firm?
crust. My butter's gonna
Absolutely.
melt by the time I fucking get it grated. That's my problem.
Thanks, chat, for Googling the time. So
And
he's
then on
535 days clean is how long he's been, well, from rehab to into custody.
Saturday, September the 4th. Do you remember what happened that day?
Saturday, September 4th, yes, sir, I remember.
And chat, I
What
know a
happened?
lot of you are in sobriety. You are welcome to celebrate your days too if you would
Start when
like
I
to.
woke
You
up.
don't have to.
Well,
That's
let's
totally on topic
start
here.
After you met with Chris Wilson. You meet with Chris Wilson.
I met with Chris Wilson at my mom's and dad's house in Alameda.
And did you lay it at Chris Wilson, your opioid addiction and your misconduct?
I definitely laid out my
Not a cooking show.
addiction. I definitely gave him some details about
Whatever. Tasty.
monies that I had taken. I didn't give him,
Leave it tasty.
we didn't go into
Pastry.
all the details about all of it, but I certainly was very candid with him about the things that involved him.
Had you already just contacted the detox facility before you met with Chris Wilson on the 4th?
I believe that we had already, at that point, I believe that we had already spoken to the guy that I knew from Sunrise
Yeah, right now.
and made arrangements for me to go there on Monday.
Okay. And
I know he had arrangements for me to go there on Monday, and
I like smoothies.
I'm sure we had to have had it by then because I went to the hospital shortly after that. So yes,
and did you reach out to Blanca to get your insurance information?
I did.
And for what purpose?
I don't know. I'm sorry, guys. This is
Because I was going to use my insurance at
can't-
detox and rehab to help pay for it.
Not because you were planning to shoot yourself in the head or have yourself shot and survive.
What was your immediate plans after?
I'm glad they answered the question.
For the day after you met with Chris Wilson, did you have plans to do anything?
But do private
Have any other
detox
meetings?
do private detox centers like that take insurance? I
wanted
feel like that's a
to go and
huge
meet with
issue.
Corey Fleming,
And maybe they don't.
another lawyer who was affected by the things I did,
And did
Corey
you
Fleming's also
and a good friend.
affected by the
go
things he
meet
did,
with
though.
Corey Fleming?
No,
This is going to be a
What'd
disaster.
you do instead?
It's all right.
They do.
It's okay.
I'd
Detox
given
centers take
my-
insurance. Thanks, chat.
when I gave
Some
my
will.
pills to my brother Randy and Danny, I think I gave them to Randy, but
right.
I took a lot of pills because I knew I wasn't going to be taking any more. So
If it was just a little shorter.
Randy had my pills.
Oh, actually, kind of
I had
like
to
this.
get some from him the night before. But I only got
What?
a small amount.
What?
I could tell, you know,
Don't listen
said
I
he was
wasn't taking
calling-
anything near like what I had been taking, so I knew
It
it
is
was
what happened to world.
He said he was calling
Better that way.
called
Eddie
Lighting
Smith for
is-
pills at the
Bring me
hospital,
more
not
pills.
Randy.
Food,
And,
Max. It's the lighting.
I believe before I met with Chris Wilson.
And did you meet
So,
this?
when Alice
did the
falls down
person
the
you called
hole,
bring you more pills?
land.
You know, I don't know if he brought me more pills or not because by the time I met with him,
Him who?
This is
after meeting with Chris
I need direction.
He doesn't remember.
and after, you know, the starting of withdrawals, I changed my plans.
And
I
what
think I need something different.
what was the change in plans?
Not to get pills from him anymore.
Oh, Eddie
and
Smith.
Instead, I asked him to shoot me.
Did you ask him to shoot you as a sympathy ploy? Or did you want
I'm using
die?
it.
Yes, sir. Did you ask him to shoot you?
I have in the
What
house.
was the end goal?
This fucking
Here,
process.
that you wanted to accomplish?
I meant for him to shoot me so I'd be gone.
And who was this? Who did you ask to do
I mean,
this?
I could try and put it in the drive.
And did he in fact shoot you?
He did.
You know what? Maybe I will. Hold on.
And where was that located? Not your gun. Where were you shot? In Hampton or Colleton County? Where were you?
It's Hampton County. It's right on the
Maybe I could put it in the dry.
Salkehatchie Road that runs right along the Salkehatchie River.
I got this. I got this.
And,
Okay.
I totally got this.
And why did you want to be gone?
I mean, I knew all this was coming to a head. I knew how humiliating it was going to be for my son.
Taking with Lolo is like watching your 5-year-old ruin your
I've been through so much.
kitchen. How can that call?
At the time, in the
Call
bad place that I was,
entertainment when all it does is
seemed
give
like
us all
better things to do.
panic
I
attack.
don't think that way now, thankfully, but
Right.
I did at the time.
Ooh.
Did you have life insurance on you?
Oh yeah, I had a lot of life
What am I
insurance.
gonna do? Let me
And
get
who was the beneficiary?
Maggie was the beneficiary.
some big old butter pieces in
How
there.
much life insurance did you have?
This is gonna be a
I
mess.
had $12 million.
You know what?
I had a
That's what you
$4
come
million
for, the
policy.
humanity.
It was $12 million and an $8 million policy.
Yeah, I'm taller than your 5-year-old, but not even by
Did you
much.
ever have any life insurance on Maggie?
No.
Actually,
Never.
your
Have any life insurance on
5-year-old is
Paul?
probably a little more responsible. If we're gonna be honest, yeah.
And that goes to the defense argument that if he was really that worried about money, why hurt anyone
Alex,
else?
will you
A big
He
noise.
has life
Yeah,
tell
insurance.
the story about
no,
Maggie
no,
and
'cause
your
the-
relationship with her?
Y'all saw a picture. She was just as beautiful inside as she was outside. And she was so adventurous. I mean, you couldn't tell her
Back more to the
something was
lip
good or bad.
smacking and all
she
the
wanted to
things.
find out for herself. She wanted to see it, experience it on her own, and form her own opinion. She was devoted. Those two boys, Buster, Paul, me. I mean, she made sure we didn't want for anything, ever. Fun, playful. She had a laugh that,
She had a
you know,
laugh.
you didn't even have to know what was funny.
Also,
You heard her laugh, you would laugh.
in her gut. Wow. Good acting. Will you be
Yeah.
my acting coach, sir?
She had this little playful look where she'd smile at you and bite her lip. I can't do it, but I mean, when she just do it, it just melts you.
Yeah, I don't want to be loved like that. I'm just telling you, I'm not that
You
desperate.
know, she was
I'll wait. I'll wait.
such a lady, such a feminine person, a girl, but then she had 2 boys, and I mean, she didn't grow up in the swamp and in the country, riding 4-wheelers and hunting and fishing. And I mean,
I wouldn't buy it.
changed everything. I mean, she became a boy's mom. I mean, her life became ball and riding 4-wheelers and, I mean, doing those things. Now, don't get me wrong, she was still 100% girl. And you heard Marion say, I mean, she loved to do those things with her nieces, but I mean, she threw herself into her boy's life. I mean, you know, she never
Parenting.
took not working for granted. I mean,
Such a feminine person.
she might not have worked.
I-
I
that-
promise you, she worked.
Gut
And
says
she worked, made
feminine
sure
person.
me and Paul and Buster
Feminine.
had everything.
So feminine.
You know, she
love her.
she wanted a big family, and pregnancy just didn't suit her. I mean, her pregnancies were so hard. I would leave her in the mornings and she'd be sick. I'd come home and check on her and she'd be sick. I'd come back at the end of the day and she'd be sick. I mean, she was so sick all the time with both those boys. And when we had Paw Paw, Maggie got in trouble and Paw Paw got in trouble.
Ow. What? I'm just gonna chat here. Wait, let me look at this.
This pregnancy didn't suit her, so we decided.
Say? Oops. I like your
You know,
comment.
we just had the 2 boys.
Making
It sounds like they had a very large family either way, though.
IRT.
How hard it was on her, just made her love those boys
Time? Is that what that means?
so much more.
Oh, big noise. Okay, wait.
And she did. But she was the kind of person, Maggie, you know, she could put on the most elegant ball gown and go to the governor's mansion and hang out with, you know, the most
Jim looks like he's gonna
affluent
cry.
people, whatever. Or she could come down to.
And for me, it's John Marvin's face that is.
A food bank.
It's more true to me.
And fit in.
I don't know what you guys think, but John Marvin
Everybody
just
at
is
both
clearly
places
heartbroken.
would say when she left, and that Maggie, she's a good one.
I have a lot to add to this chat.
Alan,
Very special person.
would you ever do anything to harm?
Whoopsie.
I would never hurt Maggie. Ever.
I would never hurt Maggie. She was so feminine. She was so very wonderful and feminine. Like a little flower.
It's the reaction of the family members.
Like a hothouse flower in the summer. She'd walk around in her long slip
Brightest.
with a cigarette dangling from her mouth.
He was the brightest. He's the most inquisitive
In a bourbon. Looking
young man. He wanted to
like
be a part of everything. If you were working, I can remember as a little boy, you'd be working on something. It didn't matter what it was. His little head was going to come in there.
I've not seen Maggie's family
Nose in
report
there to
today
see
at
what
all.
you were doing. He was a man's man. He was 100% country boy. He was tough. I mean,
Boy, this guy
he
lives
could
for the tropes.
run anything.
Christ, man.
He could
Fuck.
catch any fish. He could run any piece of equipment. He could use any tool.
I'm actually beginning to believe
This has
he
to be
hated his family.
fucking weird for
I mean,
Buster.
he could do anything. At 22 years old, he could do so many things. I mean, he took care of so many, and he was so tough. But
This guy's a loser.
on the other hand, he had a side to him that was just so sweet. I mean, he wouldn't come home, or he wouldn't go check on his grandparents. He wouldn't go near Somerville where he wouldn't go out of his way, check on grandparents. You know, to be such a
I actually don't believe it.
person, he would get all of his buddies and get on a boat and go watch a sunset.
We know about his buddies in
I
the
mean,
boat.
22-year-old people, you know, do stuff like that. I mean, he was a special boy.
Yeah, especially when his brain flew out of his head.
Cared about people. He was fiercely loyal. He was so misrepresented in the media. I mean, never an accurate story told about what he was. And I'll challenge you right now.
Oh.
I would challenge everybody in this room
Okay.
to go find somebody that knew Pawpaw, and you really knew him, that did not have an ulterior motive, that would say something negative about him.
This guy, fucking put him away now. I don't even.
And I challenge everybody to hear me now.
People had a
Paul
negative
was that kind of
experience
person.
with
You
your
knew
son,
him.
though. That's not
He
an
would help
ulterior
you.
motive, though.
And he would be glad to help you.
That's different, though.
You know, I thought Mark Ball made a good point when he said, you know, Pawpaw might not have.
He didn't say
Might not
Pawpaw.
have quite found his place yet. Paul was ADHD, and so he would jump around from thing to thing a lot.
Okay, now.
But there's absolutely no question in my mind whatsoever that Pawpaw
1 cup.
would have found whatever that thing was that he was going to do. And whatever that ended up being, he was going to be one of the best at it that you've ever known. And I'll tell you one more thing.
Dude, tell us one more thing.
I didn't even know this when Paul was alive. But, excuse me. Excuse me.
The ulterior motive thing is what is hard for me
When
in this
they were
soliloquy.
doing his eulogy, I gave the names of some of his friends.
His friends didn't give eulogy.
And he had a real cute friend that they were just friends.
Wow.
Some cute little girl that Maggie adored. I didn't know her very well, but Maggie did. Maggie adored her. But they talked to her, and Pawpaw, we learned this from her, Julianne. And at 22 years old, learned, Pawpaw would tell his friends, be present, appreciate where you are, the things you have, and the people around you. I think a lot of that came from it hurt Paul so bad when Mallory died. But I mean, 22-year-olds, do you know that think that way?
I
Be
don't.
present.
22-year-olds
Appreciate
have
things
been
around
through
you.
trauma. I'm not surprised by that.
22 years old.
He was in a
He's the most special boy.
fatal
Do you love Paul?
I love him.
I love him.
chat. He's watching your
Like
chat.
no other. He and Buster.
Do you love Maggie?
More than anything. I love Maggie. First time we went out.
I killed her.
Did you kill Maggie?
He's asked him that like 4 or 5
I
times.
did not kill Maggie. I did not kill Paul. I would never hurt Maggie. And I would never hurt Paul. Ever. Under any circumstances.
Thank you. Please answer any questions.
And that's the end of direct examination. We are now getting to cross-examination. Somebody bring him up another tissue, because where is he going? He just wandered off the stand. Didn't even get tackled by a bailiff. That is...
We'll take a 10-minute recess. Please do not discuss the case.
He is certainly very comfortable in this courtroom, more so than I've seen a defendant on trial for murder be. But he absolutely let the face fluids fly at the end of that. It's odd to hear him say Mallory Beach's name in this courtroom for me. It's to also hear him talk about the fact what 22-year-old tells his friends to be present. It's odd. It's just odd to me. It's odd to me with everything that we know. So with that, I'm going to answer some questions. I'm surprised that the court took a break, but maybe not. Give him a break before cross-examination. It's a good time for the afternoon
I
break.
like the idea,
3:30 in the East. Court should run till about 5. So we have a hour and a half-ish for cross-examination. It was an interesting direct. He talked about the fact that he has been to detox 3 times, never went to rehab, that he quickly resumed his addiction after going
I just
through
feel like I don't want to
detox,
change
that he has
anything on the
been
butter.
sober for 530 something odd days. The chat looked it up, and that was exactly back
butter
to
pieces.
from
I
today,
didn't
back
know I
to
even
September
bought
6th.
them. Hold on,
He, after the roadside incident, went to the hospital, then went
look how
to
cute. Look at these little tiny butter things.
detox in Georgia, and then went
Oh,
to
wait,
rehab in Florida, and was arrested from rehab in Florida and went into custody.
Anyway.
So from the roadside incident, he
Isn't that
never went
cute?
home
Little
again.
tiny baby
From
butter.
the roadside incident, he went detox,
I used to love her, but oh, now
jail, and
could
that's
have
where he's
heard
been
in
since
drop
then. So
when she
with all of that,
walked
they asked a lot of times,
had to put
a lot of times, did you hurt your family? Did you kill your family? Did you do this? Did you do that? And the jury might be left taking away, okay, so he lies, and he's literally a lying liar that lies. He steals. He is an addict. But does that mean he killed his family?
That's
They
all
didn't offer alternative theories. They didn't talk about drug debts. I don't know if we'll see the
It's terrible for
prosecution ask
bacon.
about it.
I
If
don't even
in
know how
that
I
courtroom,
bought
I
it.
certainly wouldn't
I
ask
don't
about
even
it.
know how it
I would
ended up
pin
in
down the
my cart.
inconsistencies and go
I
from
don't
there.
know. What would you use
We'll
it
see.
for?
The beginning of
Barbie
the day, the
dreams? I
beginning
don't
of direct
know. I'm
examination
gonna
was
go. I'm gonna
real
bust it
aggressive.
though.
Was real aggressive. So we'll see what happens with that. I'm just going to ask real quick. Look, I'm going to ask real quick. I'm going to let you know and ask you a question. Law Nerds, you broke our website twice. So if you would like to try again, sign up for the Law Nerd Alerts at lawnerdalert.com. Just lawnerdalert.com. Those are twice weekly emails to give you all of the upcoming streams, to keep you in the loop with what we've done for the week, to let you know when there's new podcasts, the topics, so that you just have one place to stay in touch. Let's see if we can break it a third time. I don't know. I have been assured that they have gotten it locked down. So if you break it again, you break it, you bought it at this point, chat. There's also a discount to the shop. And today I just got some samples. So we have some new things we'll be adding to the shop before the end of this trial. With that, Genevieve said, I do get the 80/80 thing. I do too. I mean, and I don't understand. One of the things I don't understand is why Alec hasn't just said, I have no idea time-wise. Here's the thing I ask for all of my neurodivergent friends. Do not try to answer questions you can't. If somebody says, how long does it take you to do that? Just say, I don't know. It's okay. Even in life, my husband, how long until you're ready to go? My life would have been a lot easier earlier if I had just started saying, I don't know, instead of 5 minutes. It's never 5 minutes. I don't even know how long 5 minutes is unless I set a timer. I don't know. I just don't know. It's okay to just answer what you don't know. I'm completely time blind. I think Alec Murdoch is too. And I wish that he would just answer that way. Don't fill in the gaps. I hope that on cross-examination, we will see Creighton fill in the gaps. It's okay to say what you know and what you don't know. It's okay to not try to fill in the gaps when people try to make you fill in the gaps. Just say that you can't. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Don't try to fill them in anymore. You don't have to mask for people. It's fine. And just because people, especially if you're being questioned by the police, trying to mask neurodivergence is not going to go well. And I don't know what we're seeing with Alec. And the thing is, if you believe he didn't do it, if you believe he wasn't involved, is his masking neurodivergence with trying to give timelines and trying to say it was 20 to 30 minutes and trying to do that? Is that the police aren't going to look at that and be like, oh, that's ADHD and he's trying to like fill in the gaps because he doesn't want to say, I don't know.
I don't even want to know what that means.
Is that going to end up being enough for the jury to be like, but then why did you say to Shelley Smith?
Okay, wait, I gotta buzz my butter.
in a way that made her so comfortable that she absolutely called her brother, who was a sheriff. So I don't know. But here's the thing. The first step is don't you have a right to not talk. You can exercise that right. Not me, not on the internet, but you have a right to not talk and you can exercise that. But for the rest of you, you don't have to talk. And if you can't answer, you don't have to answer. The fitness marshal, what's up, Caleb? It's good to see you in the chat. Oh my God, I feel this time blindness so hard. It is so hard. But when we try to fill it in, we always get ourselves into more trouble. I always get myself into more trouble instead of saying, I don't know. So now I just tell my family, when do you need me? I will set a timer and I'll make it fit. Like, don't ask me how long I'll be. I don't know. If you give me an hour, it'll be an hour. If you give me 5 minutes, I can make it work. So I just don't answer. So with that, we are in the middle of a wild case. And we're going to get into cross-examination after this break. So I'm going to go see if you've broken lawandalert.com yet real quick.
Sorry,
And if you
Lolo,
want to go
trying
sign
to
up,
watch
we
exchange.
will not blow up your emails. We do not sell your emails. It is just so we can keep in touch with you because our
Wrap
text
up.
crew has been so difficult and we have so many
Sorry.
international law nerds that we really want to
Sorry,
make sure that
everybody.
there's a way so
That's like
that
a
you
butterball.
don't miss the stream that you want to miss. Oh, it's a little
Oh, I
slow.
poked it.
It's a little slow.
Poked
I
it.
think it might be broken again. Let's see if Law Nerd Alerts is working. We had a backup at Law Nerd Alerts so that we had both just in case. But it's looking a little slow.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
Cooking is not my thing.
Law Nerds, you broke it.
It's just, you know what? Not
You broke
every
it, you bought it. We'll get back on with our we'll get back on with them. Yep, we're getting a 505 server error or 500 server error on it. Thank you, Law Nerds. We broke Emily's website again. They bumped our servers. I appreciate you. And we just broke it. It's not working. Yep, we broke it again. So give it a few minutes. We'll try it again at the next break. Let's just answer some questions, shall we? Let's keep breaking the internet, Law Nerds. Why not?
paying attention to not
Let's get to your questions.
Well,
This
you know,
case,
nobody
man, and I'm going to send out the
you don't
links
need to
in an email. I'll send out the links for tomorrow. It will be back up once it's not getting hit with much traffic. We'll put up the links for tomorrow, and we'll do all the rest of it. But that's
I'm not making a
good
pie crust.
and I love you for it.
Well,
People don't know
might
how
have
powerful the law nerds are, but we got Wood Daddy Stacks trending on a whim because we were bored. Do not underestimate the power of the law nerds.
Make sure, I'm
Just
not
a question. Can you review any benefit Alec Murdaugh from the death of his wife and son, or is it possible his drug contacts thought he'd benefit financially? I don't know. I don't think the state's theory is super clear.
Sounds like there's a lot of
the world was
conversation
crashing down around him, and his response to that was to kill his wife and son. They have not laid
that
that
passage
out
in the
very
Bible
clearly
still in
for
listen.
me. What's interesting is that the state has the interviews, and once we started seeing the interviews where he said that he was trying to get nurses' phones to call to get narcotics, and then we heard testimony that Paul was taking his narcotics, and then we heard that he was the little detective, and then we heard he was getting confronted. That never came into the state's theory. The state's theory is the financial world was crashing down, so he killed his wife and son. We might see a more clear theory. Can I explain the state's theory? No, I can't. It still doesn't make sense. That being said, not all crimes, especially when you're looking at crimes within the family, make sense to us. Could they have skipped over the financial stuff with Alex so that if Creighton brings it up on cross, it's outside the scope of direct? Shelby, this is a great question, and I appreciate it. No. Cross-examination is wide open spaces. Wide open spaces. When you get to outside the scope is when we're getting into redirect
what it's like
and
all the
recross,
time.
not cross. Cross is just
is
open. Chat, I love that you're comparing me to Taylor Swift. It's not even close. Ticketmaster is in no way involved, but I'm equally as embarrassed that our website keeps crashing. As a prosecutor, would you do anything different so far from what we've seen? Lucas Blue, there's not enough in the world for what I would do different, but I don't practice in this jurisdiction or locality. I don't understand a lot of the ways that the prosecutors have done things. First of all, I'm not going to stand at the witness's shoulder and touch them constantly. That's never going to happen. Second of all, I'm not going to crawl around on the floor in a courtroom ever. One, I did have multiple knee surgeries on my left knee and I would get back up. Two, I don't want my butt to be in the air when there are photographers in a courtroom. And three, courtrooms are nasty, hotbeds of germs, and I would never ever want to touch the floor. That's the beginning. Second, would I object her? Yes. I would object a lot more. They just loosey-gooseyed a lot of things in this trial, and it's wild. For those of you all asking if John Grisham is really in the audience, yep, we've seen him. Did you notice the sheriff move someone behind Alex's
Line
team
break this?
and then sit in their place? Why did he do
Flour
that?
is
Probably
too
for security.
sticky.
The sheriffs sit right
Yes.
behind Alex. I didn't see it.
I have the
Emily,
ice.
do you need
I
us
have
to
the
break
water
any
in
other
the
websites?
freezer,
Just let
right?
us know. Lonards, I will keep
Trying
you
to get it
posted
like super cold.
when we add new merch. I will say,
then-
we host our merch through Shopify. It has never gone down for us.
Okay, blah,
ever.
blah, blah.
So
Remove
now Lonard Alert is working and Lonard Alerts is not working. These are all server issues. It's just a traffic issue. I will talk to them
So
again.
I've got a
I want
refrigerator
a mug that says Lonards drink
right?
the face water of the guilty. I don't know about that.
How much do I need it though?
I have a very visceral,
Very
visceral response.
Just enough. Okay.
Um,
So work the
don't
dough
lie,
just to
just
form a
say,
ball
I don't
and
know.
then
Better
wrap
that way. It really is. I think people try to fill
and
in the
then let
gaps
it
when they're
sit for
nervous.
an
and
hour.
it's
Do
better
I
to
let
not
it
try to
sit
fill
in
in
the
the gaps.
fridge?
K. Martin, do how long I've wondered who Chad is. Oh, chat. I think the chat is kind of a Chad. All of you, kind of a Chad. But yes, chat. Chat is Bay.
Okay, this
But
recipe
also Chad's probably Bay
very
too.
little water. Okay.
We have to remember Alec is a lawyer. Did we just see his best
Three
closing argument?
Okay.
I think so.
do
I think we saw his best closing argument, but I think we saw his best argument in talking about the reason that there was no blood spatter on the shirt. Eric Billings in the chat said, Emily,
my
I've been a
wrap.
lawyer for 40 years and I love Terry so much. Thank you.
Here's my
Because we get to
wrap.
talk about legal nerd shit.
That's the
in a
only
real
wrap
way.
I do.
So with that, where was Alex's sketchy cousin? Maybe he was involved in the murder.
Oh.
We don't know much about Cousin Eddie, and it feels like Bruno. We just don't talk about Cousin Eddie. I don't know if that's going to come up more or not, but the judge is re-entering the courtroom. Let's go back to court. I'm going to keep answering questions and stopping the neurodivergence. They don't have to mask anymore. It's fine. Just say what. It's okay to share our boundaries. It's okay. It's okay to say, oh, I can't do that way. Emily, will it take you 5 minutes? I don't fucking know. I can't do that way. Emily, how long will it take to fix the website? I don't know.
Good.
We'll see.
I like it.
Bring the jury.
Did the second half feel less authentic to you?
I'm making terms now.
I don't know. We're bringing the jury, though. Let's get that courtroom volume up. Let's take a stretch break. Can the state call Cousin Eddie in their rebuttal case? Yes. Oh, do you think Creighton's going to ask, does anybody really know Alec Murdaugh? To Alec Murdaugh? Do you think it's going to happen? I don't know. I loved when he was like, Alec Murdaugh, Murdaugh. It's like, that's not how you spell duck, my guy. But okay. But yes, I do think that is John Grisham. This first row behind the defense team is
That's
law
my
enforcement.
only issue.
And then we get family back on that side.
My little tiny.
Before we get to visitors.
My little green.
So let's see.
I can sit up here.
Please say hey to Louise D.
what I'm
We
gonna-
are both addicted to your channel.
That's all I've
And I got
got.
her a goat for this trial. We all need our goats for this trial. We do. We basically just turned into a morning radio show here with all our sound effects. It's great and I love it.
What do you have in your
I want a mug that says give the law nerds a website, they'll break it. We are there. Congrats to the internet. Hugs on your website. Thank you. Emily, say the website company to get a load balancer. I asked them earlier to load balance and expand server. We're gonna have to do it again. Emily, software engineer, if you ever need your site, I'd happily donate my time. Emily Outdoors, thank you. We do have a team.
I have a weird thing.
I will reach. Our team is going to reach out again.
Even though I haven't lived in a place with rats and Wilson.
Laura Voss says this is not John Grisham. That is John Young, mayor of the town. I know his daughter. The interwebs is convinced it's John Grisham, but John Young maybe just got elevated to famous author status.
Oh, here we go. Sorry.
Ooh, what's the first question going to be? Oh, Creighton, come out slow. Go slow, my guy.
Murdaugh, I'll start with a few things I think we can agree on.
Good. He's not running.
You agree that the most important part of your testimony today is explaining your lie for a year and a half that you were never down at those kennels at 8:44. Would you agree with that?
I think all of my testimony is important, Mr. Waters.
Good.
Would you agree that that's an important part of your testimony?
This is going to be a tussle of the wills.
And would you also agree
And I made
that
it
the first time
it's the recipe, Tom, so I have extra dough.
law enforcement officers that you've talked to.
I think all of my testimony.
All right,
is important.
we switched feeds so we could see
Do you
everybody.
agree that that's an important part of testimony?
So that's why we got a little backward.
Sure.
All right. And would you also agree?
Look, he's
that
staying
the
at the
first
podium.
time that law enforcement officers that you've talked to and the prosecution and here in open court ever heard you say that you lied about being in the kennels today in this court?
Yep.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
You would agree with that?
He's not going to
Yes,
agree
sir.
with. He's not going to agree with you much,
All this
Creighton,
time later, this is the first time you've ever said that.
Yes, sir.
because he's testifying, so Creighton can comment. Creighton could not comment
You
on
would
this
agree with me
if he didn't testify.
that for years you were stealing money from clients
Yes, sir, I agree with that.
and that you were stealing from your law firm.
Yes, sir, I agree with that.
It had been going on since at least 2010.
I'm not sure of the exact date, but it's been going on a long time. I'll agree with
All right,
that.
what's your best guess of the date?
I'm not sure. I have.
You don't know?
I don't take a dispute with 2010. I just don't know that for sure.
All right, sure about a lot of things.
Time.
You don't know that. Is that correct?
Well, Creighton, snappy.
I'm fine with that date, Mr. Waters. I don't have any reason to dispute it. I'm just not certain of it.
Ooh, they're gonna get snappy. Yes, what he
Why?
says here can be used against him in future courts.
Let's just keep on things that we may be able to agree about. And let's talk first about your family's legacy here in the legal profession, okay?
Yes.
Talk about anything you want to.
Good.
Yes.
Tell me about your great-grandfather. Was he the solicitor for the very circuit that we're in?
Yes, sir.
And what was his name?
Randolph Murdoch Sr.
All right. What did he go by? Do you know?
Randolph.
Randolph? And did you ever get
And
to
then
know him,
Buster?
or did he pass before?
Oh, no, sir. He got killed in 1940.
And how long was he solicitor?
20 years.
20 years?
Yes, sir.
And then your grandfather, who was that?
Background.
Randolph Murdoch Jr.
I'm
All right. And did he go by, what did he go by?
Buster. Buster is named after my.
And was he solicitor?
Yes, sir. He was the solicitor for
Family legacy.
46 years.
If
From
you-
1940, he took over.
If y'all are new to this
My
case,
great-granddaddy got killed, and he served until 1986.
well, the great granddaddy getting killed is
prosecutor
sus.
in the country.
And you knew him obviously well.
We'll talk
He was
about
your
that later.
grandfather, correct?
Oh, I knew him extremely well.
This
and
is an
loved him
important
dearly.
part of this case.
Idolize him, did you not?
How do you say that name? Medici, I think.
Yes, you know.
Fucking Medici.
So he was the
him
chief
dearly.
prosecutor for all that time as well, is that correct?
Crazy.
Yes, sir.
And then your father, Mr. Randolph, he became solicitor not long after that, is that correct?
When my grandfather retired, because you weren't allowed to be solicitor after age 72,
Solicitors
My
like
dad
the
took
elected
over,
elected
filled
district
his
attorney.
unexpired term, and then he ran.
And he became chief prosecutor for this area right here as well?
Yes, sir.
Great
And
granddad,
how long was he
granddad.
solicitor?
From 1986 until 2006.
Till 2006?
Yes, sir.
I actually worked a case with him about a guy who killed a trooper.
I don't doubt you
A
did.
fine man.
Yes, he
And an
was.
excellent lawyer.
Yes, he was. And he was an excellent lawyer, right?
Yes, sir.
That's a big part of your family legacy and your heritage that's so ingrained around here is that history of being the prosecutor and being part of the central part of the legal community. Is that correct? Would you agree with that?
Never.
My family's been a central part of the legal community. Yes, sir. I agree with that.
For over 100
Not only
years.
just the central part of the legal community, but the chief prosecutor
That bad.
for this area since 1910, I think, up until 2006,
1920,
1920.
2006, 1910 is when my great-grandfather started the law
The
firm.
law firm.
Yes, sir.
PMPED started in
2006,
1910 until Alec destroyed it in
That's correct.
2021.
An unbroken chain of being the chief prosecutor here, correct?
That's correct.
That's fucking crazy.
And then you went to law school as well, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Crazy.
And when did you graduate from law school?
1994.
1994? And Did you ever become a full-time solicitor?
No, sir.
This is all, he's a good
And you went into private practice, I think, with Molson Coon, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then you
1994.
went to the former law firm that no longer exists because of your activities, correct?
I started in 1994.
Answer my question if you would, please, first.
What was your question?
My question was that you started first with Molson Coon. Go ahead and answer that one.
Yes, that's correct.
And then you went to a law firm that doesn't exist anymore, that started in 19, but it doesn't exist anymore because of your activities, correct?
That's correct.
He's answering
And
calmly here. His
as part of
answers are
that,
just clear and
your
short.
practice,
It's good
you were a
answers
trial
on
lawyer,
cross.
correct?
That's correct.
Successful trial lawyer.
I don't know about your adjective, but I was, I guess so, yes, sir.
Did you make millions of dollars in legal fees?
Yes, sir.
But you won't tell this jury that's successful.
Bum, 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 ba-dum, bum. Oh, that's
If that's the criteria, yes, sir, I was successful.
not
Well,
great.
you won cases, correct?
I did win cases.
Settled cases?
Sure, I settled cases.
I think he's
Heard
saying.
your law
it-
partners say.
I don't
that
know if it feels successful to him now that
you were
he's been
a successful lawyer?
disbarred, Creighton.
I did hear some of them say that.
I think that feels a little different to him now.
President of the Trial Lawyers Association, is that right?
That's correct.
And when was that?
That's a big deal.
I'm not sure of the exact year, but it would have been
So was
in
Girardi, by the way.
2015 range,
President of different
2014, 15,
legal
16,
associations.
somewhere in there.
And in that role, you were kind of the president of the Association of People Who Do Trial Plaintiffs Work, right?
Thank you, Austin, for clarifying
Yes,
which
sir.
Wild Wing.
Who do jury trials, correct?
Appreciate
Well,
it.
I mean,
That's
that-
part of it, right?
Yes, sir, that's part of it.
That's part of it. Sitting down, looking jurors in the eyes, and giving a closing argument. Is that right?
Yes.
Just like you did here today?
And
Oh,
what
it's so
kind of
tempting.
cases did you normally do? Generally, what subject matter?
Plaintiffs.
I did all
This is-
kinds of cases. I did cases.
This is going to get to
that-
how horrific his theft
I
is.
mean, I handled some very big cases.
People who are the most in need.
I had a lot of cases where, somebody, their cable company was billing them $20 more than they should have been. And I handled everything from that to the big cases and everything in between.
Right. So the big cases, tell me about those. Those were typically plaintiffs' work, all plaintiffs' work, correct, for your big cases?
I need to get my fucking ass in gear here.
Yes.
Okay. And plaintiff's work is where, or there would be, say, for example, automobile or truck accidents, correct? Or that some of it?
Every big case I ever had was a bill. No, no, sir, not all of them were automobile wrecks.
Were many of them?
Sure.
And if they, let's say, your plaintiff collided with like a UPS truck or a tractor trailer or something like that, you've had cases like that, correct?
I have.
And they led to very big recoveries, is that correct?
The UPS case that I handled?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
All right. And as a part of that, developing those types of cases, you were involved in investigating the facts of the case, correct?
Yes.
And you were involved in gathering, let's say, telemetry data from automobiles, correct?
C-SPAN is talking about violent domestic.
Telemetry data, like you presented in this courtroom this week?
Yeah. You never did that?
I've never had a case
Alex getting a little
specifically
spicy
where
first.
the type data that
Like you
y'all
did?
have presented in this case that I've used, but I've had data from automobiles. I've had
From essentially their computers.
OnStar
correct?
data. I've had data from the black box, but specifically telemetry data, I don't believe that I've ever had one of those.
OnStar and black box data, correct?
More so the black box event recorder. I mean,
Trying to
many
get to
times
what
in a
he's
wreck,
familiar with.
the event recorder will go back and tell you things leading up to the wreck.
Sure.
So, and I've been in numerous cases where those were involved.
And you've had cases where cell phone evidence was relevant to your case?
Sure.
Logs were relevant to your case?
Okay, this
I have had those.
Getting to he
Cell
knew
tower location was relevant to your
he
case?
knew what would be looked at.
Yes.
here. Ice
That's the
water.
line of the
Computer
point of
evidence
this
was
line of
relevant to your
doing.
case?
This is probably
I'm sure I have, yes.
Okay, that's
And
four.
when'd you start with the law firm?
OT, but
August
have a
or
freaking
September of 1998.
it's blooming in your yard.
And you were essentially that kind of work, more or less, up until
Those are so pretty.
December of 2021, correct?
That's correct.
To the point where you were to be the president of the Trial Lawyers Association.
I was the president of Trial Lawyers Association in around
Together.
2015, as we discussed.
So can we agree now on successful?
I mean, by those criteria, I was successful, certainly. I mean, we talked about a lot of my flaws here today, too. Do I feel like I was successful? No, sir. I sitting here today, I don't. But if you want to use that term and on those criteria, I don't have any problem with you saying at that time it looked like I was successful.
Do you think people viewed you as a successful lawyer?
I think that's how you
I'm
were
sure
perceived.
There were a lot of people that did.
Do you think people viewed your family as very prominent?
I believe that there were a lot of people that did, yeah.
And did you think that a lot of people viewed you and your family as very prominent in the legal community here?
I never thought of myself as prominent.
I'm going to be honest with you. I wear flip-flops a lot.
At the time, did I think people viewed me that way?
Ooh.
Prior to everything.
Creighton's getting calmer as Alex getting sassier.
I don't think
It's a
that
better
I thought
tactic.
people viewed me as prominent. No, sir.
Really?
I mean, like a big
Really?
shot? Sir, I don't think that.
What about your family?
Really?
That my family thought we were big shots? No, sir. I definitely don't think
Your
that.
family is prominent in this community.
Boy.
You're the
Prominent,
bad
as in.
the tracks Creighton who's mad at the rich kid.
It's not a hard question.
Gibbs.
Well, I'm just not sure.
What
you
you
know,
mean? Creighton, let him
I
answer.
think my family was very well thought of. I think my family was respected. I think my family helped a lot of people.
I'm not challenging you on any of that. I just
He didn't want to be called a
agree
big
what seems to
shot.
be a basic fact. Would you agree with that?
He doesn't want to
With
be
what,
called
that
a
my
big
family
shot.
helped a lot of people and was thought
Very
of.
prominent.
He doesn't like the word prominent. Why?
If that's what you mean by that, yes, sir.
And that your family had a very long association with law enforcement.
Yes, sir.
And you had a long association with law enforcement.
Okay, that's what I'm going to do.
Yes.
Yes.
Do-do-do.
By association, I assume you're talking about friendships. Yeah.
But not only just friendships, but also professional as well, correct?
As a
Professional
prosecutor,
associations with law enforcement.
as a prosecutor, or as a civil attorney?
Okay, let's talk about civil. Did you have associations with them in civil case?
Oh,
Sure. I mean, as we discussed, a lot of cases that I handled were wreck cases, or might be a train wreck, tractor trailer, but there were a lot of highway patrolmen involved. There were a lot of local law enforcement involved. So yeah, we dealt with a lot of law enforcement in the civil practice.
very happy. I'm
And
gonna use the olive oil,
Why doesn't
then
he
you also
like
mentioned that you were a
prominent?
prosecutor as well,
but
correct?
I have a bad
I
memory,
was a volunteer assistant solicitor.
and so I'm sorry.
Did you or your family or your law firm ever have events or parties or social affairs in which the law enforcement community in this area was invited?
Of course.
A lot of I
I
do.
mean, sure, the law firm itself didn't really sponsor things like that. But there would be occasions where one of us in the law firm, and certainly we all had a lot of friends in law enforcement, and they were always invited.
Okay. And it's a simple point. You had a lot of friends in law enforcement, your family, you had a long association with the law enforcement community in this circuit. Is that correct?
Association being friendships and working relationships, absolutely.
Okay. All right, well, let's talk about being a prosecutor. When did you become an assistant solicitor?
I believe that I became an assistant solicitor when I moved from Beaufort to Hampton. So that would have been sometime around September 1998. Might have been a little bit after that, but sometime.
Ain't so plain Jane. It's
Did you
because
get a
prominent
badge when you
also
became
means
an assistant solicitor?
feared.
At some point I did, yes, sir.
Facts.
And who gave you that badge?
My father,
Okay, I really don't want to
Mr. Randolph?
go.
yes, sir.
And over the years, did you prosecute
Ironic.
criminal cases, much as what's going here today?
Max, I'm not fucking.
Yes, sir, at times I did.
I'll tell you
And-
right now. I think one good
I
harmonic.
believe that I prosecuted from 1998 to 2001. I believe that,
I'm not kidding.
2001? Keep going, I'm sorry.
I mean 2021, I'm sorry. until 2021, from 1998 2021, I believe I was involved in 5 jury, I believe there were 5 trials.
5?
Trials.
Is the best that I can remember.
5?
All with my dad. That was really the purpose of me being assistant solicitor, was
To do
get
trials
spend
with your
time
daddy?
him, do things with him.
Sure. And you
I'm not a legacy lawyer. I don't know
jury
what this
trials
world
over all
is.
that time, but you had a badge that entire time. Is that correct?
I had a badge for a big part of that time, yes, sir.
You actually had 2 badges, right?
What?
I had 1 badge, but my
You got your
my
dad's
granddad
badge?
became an assistant solicitor for my dad. When my dad became the solicitor, he had an assistant solicitor's badge.
Right.
When he passed away, I had
They just
his
hand 'em
badge,
down?
and that was one of. At some point in time, you were asking somebody about 2 badges, and that was the other badge.
I got you. You said you did 5 criminal jury trials.
Not a
as
legacy in my
prosecutor,
field. Don't know what any of this is
Assistant
like.
in those.
This is not.
Was doing them, yes, sir. I believe I was actually the lead lawyer in one of them.
Rebecca,
I held my
everything's all over
dad
the place.
in the other 4.
Badges
Dark
all over the
part
place, guns
of
are all
your
over the
case?
place, boats and
sir.
cars are all
So
over the place,
part-
clothes are all over the
part
place.
Of, gathering the evidence and putting it together for trial?
In a criminal case, we didn't do much of the gathering of the evidence. We took what law enforcement had gathered, but
But putting it together for the criminal trial, correct?
yes, sir.
Presenting evidence in court,
Yes, sir.
giving jury argument?
I did the closing argument in one of them, yes, sir.
Did you ever have any cases that you prosecuted that went short of a jury trial, either pled out or were just for some reason?
You know, I'm sure that at some point over 1998 and 2021, that I took some plea, but as we sit here today, I can't specifically remember that. And I don't ever remember working the case up for trial that didn't go to trial. But I'm sure at some point in time, I was involved in some level on a guilty plea, or guilty pleas.
Chat, you're
You agree
hilarious.
with me that the civil system and the criminal system have a lot of
A
differences,
solicitor
correct?
badge looks like a law
A
enforcement
lot of
badge.
differences and a lot of similarities.
And a lot of similarities, and that's where I was going next. And fundamentally, it's about
Trial.
analyzing the
people.
evidence, preparing for trial, presenting
back
that
there.
case, and making your argument to the jury, correct?
That's a big part of it.
I'm going to show you guys.
So the badges look
And
like
Would you agree with me that as cases
Law
go
enforcement badges.
on, or as you are
I'm-
preparing for trial,
I don't know where
would you
my
analyze the evidence that's been gathered by law enforcement and
apron is.
present the evidence that
talk about
supports your case, correct? That's just part of it.
Now,
Presenting evidence that you deem favorable for your position.
Yeah, that you analyze the evidence and then you put in the evidence that supports your case. It's an ongoing process. Would you
Yeah,
agree with that?
that's part of what you do.
And same thing in the civil case, right? As you go along, you may have evidence, but you ultimately analyze that evidence, and some evidence makes the cut and some of it does not. Is that fair to say?
As far as what you're trying to, I think
It's a
we
simple
agree on
question.
that.
We would agree on that.
I think so. I'm not exactly sure what your question is, but I think I understand it.
Asking you that as a lawyer, as
Sir.
you've been since 1994, is that right?
That's correct.
It's a simple question. You analyze the evidence that's been gathered, whether civil or criminal, and then present that in court. Is that correct?
Yes.
Alex
All
trying to
That's part of
figure
what
That
you
is an
do.
ongoing
Alex trying to figure out where
process
Creighton
as
is
you
going
prepare
while
for
they're
a case. Is
talking.
that correct?
It is a
oh, perfect.
match.
Ongoing process.
Counter
as you prepare
match.
for- In criminal courts or civil courts?
Either one.
Well,
Joking.
remember, there's a distinction, because in civil court,
Oh, yeah,
you
Creighton's
have
ready to take his
deadlines,
time.
and so you aren't allowed to gather evidence
Look at
during a
that.
trial, or a week before trial, or,
Joking.
you know, for instance, if this was a civil trial, and we found that OnStar data
Two.
during the third or fourth week of trial,
Guys, look at this.
you wouldn't be able to use it.
Don't tell that to
Because you're past
Spicy
deadlines.
Draco.
But in a criminal case, you
Joe.
are able to use
Well,
it.
you can use it
But
in
you would
rebuttal.
agree that
Boys and
none of that was the fault of anyone on this side of the table. The
Alright.
GM initially responded
Oh,
they
yeah.
had nothing, and
But
then
check this out.
responded all of a sudden that they did.
Yep.
Oh no.
I don't have an opinion, and that's certainly not
Really, what-
anything I'm intending to convey.
You talked to this jury a lot about that, but you know nothing about that particular part of it. Is that what you're telling me?
Talk-
You talked to the jury a lot about the GM data, but you're telling me that you're unaware that GM initially responded to law enforcement's timely request and said they didn't have that, but then in the course of the trial,
More water.
all of a sudden came up and said, you know what, we found something, and that's the reason why it arrived late. You're saying you don't know anything about that after
You don't know
talking to
anything
the jury
about
about that?
I don't know a single thing about that. I know that y'all represented that to the court, and I don't have any reason to doubt it.
I'm waiting to see.
But I don't.
And you would agree that that's
I don't know
generally
about them
consistent with
things.
the telemetry data that the FBI did, correct?
He's like, I don't know about that.
Blue and the pink and the purple. God, I love this team. What a great team.
The OnStar, I think the OnStar data and the telemetry data are totally different.
All right, you don't think they're generally consistent with one another? Is that what you're telling the jury?
That's what he's telling
No,
you.
I'm not telling the jury anything about that. I'm just saying, do I think they're consistent? I think the OnStar data tells gives you one set of information, and the telemetry data gives you another set of information.
If it sticks together,
You don't think they're consistent?
water, it just needs rest in the fridge. Okay.
I mean, you talked about it with this jury. I think we're struggling on what seems to be a fairly simple point. Don't you agree?
But I
Hey,
can't.
Law Nerds.
stick
On
together.
I'm
website
just trying
chat,
to answer your question.
it assured me that
So,
lawnerdalert.com will not crash
I'm not trying to
again.
be difficult. I just.
So if you want to try to
my
sign up, go
understanding
ahead.
of What you're referring to as the telemetry data is when a car goes into park and drive and that sort of thing. Is that what you're referring to?
Go give it a shot, see if
And
we
the
can break it.
GPS information is telling you where a vehicle is on a certain path
Correct.
and what direction it's going. So I think that they're just two different types of information.
The question was, were they consistent with one another?
I guess so. I don't think they contradict each other.
I use consistent and different synonymously.
All right.
Creighton.
You were the breadwinner for your family, correct? For your immediate
I
family.
want to put half
Yes.
of it in there. I know I'm not doing this right.
That included obviously for Maggie, correct?
My neurotic self.
I'm sorry?
That included for Maggie, correct?
Absolutely.
Not as impossible.
And in large measure for Buster and Paul as well. Would you agree with that?
Get off of
That
it.
I was the
The
breadwinner.
primary
in large measure.
breadwinner, yes.
I'm gonna go and take
No, I was their source of,
over here with these guys and wait for me.
Income?
Wait
I
over
was the source of income for Mag, Buster, and Paul.
Okay.
I mean,
Weren't-
I guess as
weren't
they got
Paul and
older,
Buster working?
I mean, there's some point where Buster had a job, but I mean, I would still consider myself the provider for them at that time.
Again, there's no trick here. I'm just trying to ask a simple question.
Mr. Waters, I don't think that was a trick.
All the rest
So-
of it.
There aren't any simple
So you were
questions
the
right now,
primary
Mr. Waters.
breadwinner. We can agree on that.
Hi,
Yes, sir.
country girl. I'm just a simple,
Go ahead. Give me 1 second.
simple country pie.
All right. Law Nerds. LawNerdAlert.com. I am assured.
Pecans
I'm
after
assured
pie in
that it will work.
the oven.
Did you learn to manage time blindness for lawyer life? Oh, I'll talk about that in a minute. Because that's a much longer answer. Sharing so much unnecessary storytelling. This is his moment to tell this jury everything, and he is on trial for
All right, I'm
his
going to show
life
you what
either
the
way.
mark is.
The knife is burning, as is the butter.
States 570 and see if you recognize this particular item. You can go ahead and take
Smoky
it.
Celery says hello to mom. Oh God, not another unboxing.
Mega plastic.
Don't ask him to throw it.
All right.
Oh, that's his
That
badge.
is,
Yes, sir.
that's 571.
Come here, little one. Come here. Come here. Come here.
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to show you what was in the bag in 570. Can you tell me what that is?
I can.
All right, what?
Which one?
570, what is that?
All right. 571 is what I would consider to be my badge.
All right, and then what is this one right here, which is 570?
This is
Okay,
not.
570 would be the one I told you about, was my grandfather's badge after he retired, when he became an assistant for my dad.
Your Honor, this time I'd offer states 571 and 570 in the evidence.
He is facing life. He is facing life. These are the badges. These are the badges that he
Where
is
did you keep
using.
570? The one that was your grandfather's?
Right.
Did you keep it on
He
the
didn't
dash
have
of your
them.
car?
I got it all over.
Single place that it was kept.
You know where it was recovered by law enforcement?
No, sir.
I'd like to.
Would you dispute that it was recovered out of the Mercedes you were driving on September 4th, the day of the side of the road incident?
No, I believe that.
Yeah, the Elmo police.
That was Maggie's car.
Oh my god.
I have. I showed my badge a couple days ago. I would have to get back there and grab it. It's, let's see. Hold on.
I'm sorry.
It's right
I'm very
above the sub counter. My badge is right there in Lucite.
well. I'm done.
And
Yeah.
Prop
Sorry,
71,
retired.
where did you keep this one?
Out of khakis and
Usually in my car.
Where in your car?
It could be all the way. It could be on the dash, like you were talking to
Not
Mark Ball
okay.
about. It could be in the center console. It could be in the cup holder. It could be on the seat. Be on usually in the front seat, but in my car is where I tried to keep it.
And when you had in your dash, would you have it face up or face down?
What's the point of having it face down?
I didn't have any particular.
Yeah, you
manner
did.
In which I
Yeah.
anywhere.
No.
There rhyme or reason to it is what you're telling the jury?
You don't put a badge on your
Had it in the
dash for
dash.
any other reason than to have a badge
There
on
may
your
be
dash.
occasions where
Come
I had
on.
it in the dash for some particular reason, but there were a lot of times where it probably was in the dash for no particular reason.
Put it in your
other than
car
that's
so
where I
law
put it.
enforcement will
Just like
never pull you over for
put it on the
anything.
seat or in
It's
the car.
he did use his badge like a cop. He used it to crime scenes and other things. It's a symbol.
You said there were particular reasons why you might put it in the dash. What would those reasons be?
Man, it could be any number of things. If I'm going somewhere where I want somebody to see it, then I would put it in the dash. If
It is a misuse
There's
of the
another-
badge.
reason for somebody to see it, like for instance, if I get pulled over, I might have it in the cup holder so an officer could see it when he walked up.
Yep.
Why would you do that?
Because he was speeding. Stacy, I see your chats. I'm just answering
You're on official business.
questions.
No, I'm not saying I'm on official business.
Why would you want it in a cup holder if you got pulled over?
So they'd leave me alone? That's the answer. So they'd leave me
Because
alone.
I've found that law enforcement oftentimes is friendlier when
You have a
you're in
badge.
law enforcement.
When you're law enforcement.
Creighton, where do you
So you
keep your
consider
badge? I bet
yourself
it's
law
not the fuck
enforcement?
on his dashboard.
No, sir, I can't say that I considered myself law enforcement.
You carried a badge on you
Would you consider yourself
as
above
an
the law?
assistant solicitor for 2 decades roughly?
Didn't
From
you
around 98, so
Is that
yes, sir, for
correct?
2 decades.
And you would ride with it sometimes sitting in the front dash facing out, correct?
That's correct.
And you would put it in the cup holder so that law enforcement would see you if you got pulled over, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so, but you didn't consider yourself law enforcement.
I personally didn't consider myself to be law enforcement, no, sir.
All right, so you were just using having this badge to your advantage and taking license with it, is that correct?
Yep.
I guess in some circumstances that is.
I guess in some circumstances that is accurate. It seems like in most circumstances that's accurate. You would never.
Apple dumpling game.
See if you could use it to get away with something, correct?
Love it.
Uh-huh.
Get better treatment if you got pulled over.
Yeah, this is stuff law enforcement doesn't do. This is stuff that he does.
Get better treatment if I got pulled over.
Power tripping.
I mean, that's probably a fair statement. That, yeah, if somebody in law enforcement saw that, yeah, I'd say that's true.
Moation. Na, 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 na. He is a
Did you
fucking-
have to take an oath when you got that badge?
No, sir.
You didn't?
Not that I remember. I don't.
Really?
I certainly don't recall taking one, like going somewhere and raising my hand.
Raising your
and-
hand and saying, I promise to do my duty fairly and with integrity? You never had to do that?
Really?
Mr. Waters, if I did, I sure don't recall it. I mean, it was a very informal process when I became
Of course it was.
volunteer assistant solicitor for my
Volunteer.
dad. And then when I continued.
My
with
daddy gave me
Duffy,
a badge.
I mean, at some point, you know, if I took any oath at all that I can remember, it would be on some paper that I may have had to sign, but I don't specifically remember doing that.
All right. Well, let's talk about it. Let's go back to 571.
When do we put it in?
And on the inside of it, what are those right there? Those the an ID card with your picture on it?
15, my time.
Yes, sir, that is.
All right. And at the top, on that top, leave it in there if you would, please. Can you not see it?
I can, but I was just gonna see what's on the back. All right, sir.
Spicy.
All right. And it's got your picture on it, got your name on it?
Yes, sir, that does have my picture and my name.
That's a really
Because he didn't get hired. He wasn't a hired solicitor. He had all the benefits and none of the work
So you want me to
because his
stop
daddy
one?
gave him a
Look at the
job and a
top one.
badge.
Okay.
What office does it say that you are on that top one right there?
Here.
There at the top.
I don't know if that's too long. The
State
Freedom
of
of
South Carolina Solicitor,
I
the
know.
Solicitor of the 14th Judicial Circuit.
Nice.
It says that I, as Solicitor of the 14th
not even a
Judicial
biker
Circuit,
gang.
I do hereby certify
T-shirts or something. I don't even know what they
Your
are.
name.
right?
They claim they're
It
nothing.
has
Claim
all
they're
that
just a bunch of
data.
friends, bunch of
What
brothers.
position does it say that you're appointed to?
As
No, I
the,
feel like if you're out,
it
Murdoch,
says that
live
as
in
Solicitor
South
of the
Carolina,
14th Judicial Circuit, I
they
do
know what an oath
certify that Richard A. Murdoch was on July 1st, 2013, appointed as the Deputy Solicitor of Allendale, Beaufort, Colleton, Hampton, and Jasper counties in and is authorized to enforce the laws in the 14th Judicial Circuit of South Carolina.
This is getting to his
Yes,
above
yes,
the
sir.
law status.
Signed by Duffy Stone.
Signed by Duffy Stone. So deputy solicitor, is that correct?
I was never a deputy solicitor, Mr. Waters. That's what that says, but I've never
D.
been
Tamaz, I
a
don't
deputy solicitor.
like
Unless deputy solicitor is, I was a volunteer assistant solicitor.
I don't like
As
a lot
far
of
as
his
I know,
behavior.
Sean Thornton has been the only deputy solicitor that Duffy Stone had.
And it's a simple point. It says deputy solicitor, but deputy solicitor is higher ranked than assistant solicitor, correct?
Correct.
To your understanding?
That's what I think.
Yeah.
And that's Sean
don't
Thornton.
like a lot
I've
of
never
his
been
behavior.
deputy solicitor, even though that does say that.
I don't like a lot of Alex behavior, so I do not like Alex Murdoch
that was
very
signed
much.
by
But my
Duffy
mind is not
Stone,
made
not
up on
by
this
me.
case.
I understand.
But my
This is
annoyance
what
for
was given
him cannot
That's what was
be
given to-
I went through
understated.
this whole long thing at the beginning about whether or not you have an association with the law enforcement community, but this was given to you not by your father, but by
Duffy
a
Stone.
successor, correct?
Oh God,
Well,
really?
no, sir. I believe we got to this because you were asking me if I took an oath, and I don't remember taking the oath, and then you start asking me about these things.
Okay. And you agree that this card says deputy solicitor, right?
Yep.
I agree that card says deputy solicitor.
For Tom.
Would you agree with me
Is that
that
why
it
you
says
don't
on the
trust
back
SLED?
that
So I don't
it is
like
reposing
his
special
behavior at
trust
all.
and confidence in your ability, care, prudence, and integrity? Is that what it says on the back of this?
I mean, if you're, no, sir, I mean, I trust, if you're reading that off the back of that, I assume that it does.
That's what it says, sir. That's what it says. I cannot believe we made that goddamn
The badging one way and the other just.
pie crust, you guys. I can't believe we did it. I mean, we haven't done it yet, but you know. So much farther than I thought I'd get.
You were reading off of the one that,
Oh.
the one that Duffy Stone gave me, correct?
Yeah, and then the one at the top, where did that one come from? You want me to bring it back to you?
No, sir, I think I can see it. That
It's
would
not
be,
focused very well.
that's okay. I mean, I know what it is. I looked at it when you handed it to me. So the card on the bottom
Yeah.
is what I got from
There's always
Duffy Stone. The one on the top, and the one on the top should give you a better, there we go.
This
All
is
right.
just going through the process he
So,
had to set
The one
up
on the top was
why he didn't think law enforcement
what
would look in,
came
I think.
from my dad when he was solicitor. The one on the bottom's what came from Duffy Stone when he was solicitor.
Yeah, country style.
And Duffy Stone took over
style.
after my dad retired in
Yeah, country style pop
2006.
pie,
Duffy
Donna.
Stone filled my dad's unexpired, the rest of his unexpired four-year term, much like my dad filled my granddad. So, and then Duffy became the solicitor.
That stuff's amazing.
Did you ever have lights in your vehicle?
Oh.
In the
Yeah.
particular vehicle?
No.
Any
In
vehicle.
Yes,
Any
sir, I
vehicle.
did.
Why-
What?
A government vehicle?
It's very
Oh,
humbling.
no, sir, it was
It
not.
just makes me be
Who gave
When did
him
you have lights?
Who gave
Like
him
blue
code
lights and
lights?
Yes, sir, I had some blue lights.
When did you have blue lights? And let me remember,
The
you did
fuck?
5 cases over 20 years, and you had blue lights in your vehicle.
There were
But
times
it
I did
was it was your
5
private
cases in a
vehicle, correct?
5 trials in a month.
It was the vehicle that I drove. It was a law firm owned vehicle.
The law firm's own
The
vehicle.
law
So
firm owned a
how'd you get
vehicle
blue
with
in there?
lights?
I had them installed.
And who installed them?
I believe that.
Who are you?
He's Bob
Gibbs
Paul.
installed them.
And who was that?
He's the guy who apparently does
it
blue light
for the law
work
enforcement?
for
You can't
most
just
of the sheriff's departments in the 14th Circuit and a lot of the police departments.
you can't just have
did
lights in
you-
your vehicle.
When did you have that installed?
What?
Was it one vehicle or more than one vehicle? Let's start with that.
The law he had lights on the law
I
firm
believe
vehicle.
I had it in. I believe I had blue lights in one vehicle.
And when did you have that installed, do you think?
I'm not sure. It would have been.
I mean, 5 years, 10 years?
No, here I can give you a time frame.
Okay.
Can
The
ya?
vehicle
All this Murdoch pot pie.
that I was in on that
Installed
got
fucking lights.
taken in on June the 7th.
Cooter
I
and
got that vehicle
my cousin Cooter.
sometime around late December or January, so I'd had it for 6 months.
Some girl
I would have had the previous vehicle
Cooter
for
with a problem.
5 years. That's how long we kept vehicles.
I'm coming out and
The
he
law
goes,
firm.
I'm
The law
going
firm.
there.
I
firm
had
paid
it
for the
5
vehicle.
years.
I'll tell you.
And sometime during that 5-year period, I had lights installed.
Exactly.
You asked the
Confidential
sheriff
license
at the
plates
time
as well,
if you could do
then.
that?
How many women have been raped?
The sheriff said yes.
With Murdoch with a
I
fucking.
believe it was T.C. Smalls, and I believe
Crazy
in Colleton it was Andy Strickland.
So he has a
Andy
badge
Strickland?
And I believe in
Lights.
Allendale it was Tom Carter.
and a gun in his car.
You got your ears on. You
Tell me again, you didn't think you're law enforcement? Tell me
Are
again.
you friends with Andy Strickland?
I hope y'all.
Yeah, I
I
was
don't know if
friends
your
with
ears are
Strickland.
burning or not, Cooter, but you being talked about right now.
And you said, hey, I'm going to get some blue lights installed on my vehicle. And he said, that's cool.
Pepper says.
Sounds like
To that effect.
I mean, that doesn't sound like the words that he would have used or I would have used, but I certainly asked him, and he certainly said it was okay,
I like
Carter, but I believe so.
I don't know what glitched, the Matrix, but I like Creighton's pacing. I think we're going to
We'll show you just. real
we're
quick.
getting to why law enforcement wasn't giving him the
States
business.
507.
Yes.
And I think it's
See if
important.
you recognize that.
This is why law enforcement didn't tell his friends to leave.
Cletus, Cooter, you
I believe this is my Suburban.
the whole ass.
He installed blue red lights in the Suburban that belonged to the law firm.
You can lick
But I
dirt.
like this pacing for Creighton. Where was this pacing the whole trial?
We got
Much
Like
more
where your badge
effective.
was on the day of the incident.
Cletus, you're a
I
dips.
have no idea.
How long?
Putting it there.
No, but I don't take issue with the fact that it's.
I don't know.
They're showing him pictures of
I
where
don't
it
take
is.
issue with
I
the
don't
fact
even know.
that
I
it's
have
there, if
to
that's,
find mine.
if that's how they say it was.
This is explaining Sled's behavior.
States 507 in there.
I don't know. Are y'all finding yourselves a little more empathetic to Sled now?
Oh my god.
I don't know.
love
You
that.
let me know in the chat.
I'm
Are you
telling
like no,
James
not
is
at all, or yes?
Most romantic.
Does this make it make sense? Does this make Sled's hesitancy makes more sense to you? Yeah, you can't have lights in your car because it's illegal.
Get in the truck.
Fucking hell.
McLeod.
I'm gonna have to put up a poll
Testified
because we got some
about the
splits.
boat case.
I'm gonna put up a
and
poll.
Talk more about that.
You fucking get it. Oh,
Boat
case,
oh.
I'm sorry.
The boat wreck case.
Truck.
Can we agree that that's what we're talking about when we say the boat case?
Get in the
That we're in
truck.
2019.
Well, there's two things. You referring to the civil case when you say the boat case, but when I think about the boat case, I think about the charges that y'all brought against Pawpaw.
Okay.
Oh, what could
So,
go
but
wrong? Badlands like
also the civil case.
OxyContin.
Paul, that was your
I'm sorry to laugh at other people's
Today
crap.
it was.
I'm not really laughing at it.
I
I'm
called him
actually
Pawpaw.
down with hysteria.
Maggie called him Pawpaw. Bus calls him Pawpaw.
Don't mind
Roro
me.
calls him Pawpaw.
Oh
That's
Roro.
not-
Who was Roro?
That's Rose.
Logan! Keep up,
And-
Creighton. We heard about that in direct.
This jury, of course, has heard
me, God.
multiple recorded statements of you during the course of this. Did you ever refer to Paul as Paw during that?
Oh,
I don't know.
God.
You don't? Do you?
I
recall?
know. I know the answer.
Hey.
How I
Sissy,
refer
get
to
in the truck.
what
is no.
I can say Paul if you prefer that.
No, you can call him whatever you want. I'm just asking you if you ever called him
Well,
that.
you can
It's
always
just getting to the way you try to switch jury, sir.
invoking of the urban cowboy.
Is today the first time I've called my son Paul? No, sir, that is not correct.
Have you ever called him that on all the recorded statements that this jury has heard?
Crust is in
I
the
know.
I don't know.
No, you
You ever
haven't.
called Rogan Roro?
No.
I
On
call
all
him
the
Roro
recorded statements.
all the time.
Daisy,
recorded
you're
statements
for
did you
too long.
I don't know. I mean, I called him Rogan also. So
This goes to his
I
sway
don't know.
with the jury. This goes to reading a jury.
I'm happy to call him Rogan, and I'm happy to call Paul.
No, that's not Creighton's point, sir.
Creighton's
Creighton's point.
and I'll be specific with the boat race criminal case and the boat wreck civil case.
We're
Okay.
just laughing
Thanks, Creighton.
tears.
Is that fair?
What we're doing.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Pepper nailed it.
And
This is very
I
interesting.
wonder the bullet bounced off his head when he
But they've elicited a lot of testimony that he was good with juries and good
we've
with
talked a
reading
little
people.
bit about your badge. Did you have your badge with you on the night of the boat wreck?
This is like a
We
writer's.
got down to the crime scene. We heard
I
all
feel
about
like
that.
we are. I feel like we're just establishing a
On the
writer
night of the
where we just
on the night
write
of the
for
boat wreck, did I
ourselves.
have it
We're
with
not writing
me?
for
He had it all the time.
When?
It's writing shit.
Did you go to the hospital that night?
I
C-SPAN
did go to the
channel
hospital
getting
that night.
down.
Oh,
Did you have it
shit.
with you then?
Let's exploit while
We're doing this?
I don't know, but I don't believe so. But I really
You
don't
don't
know.
believe so?
But
When you went to the hospital on the night of the boat wreck, were you acting in any official capacity?
I know.
the night of the when I went to the hospital, was I acting in an official capacity?
Oh, sorry.
No,
Mike.
sir.
Okay.
I'm a terrible catcher-upper. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be half the things I am.
Don't stop now, Creighton. We got questions.
What's that?
Creighton? We got questions. Sam asked if I got blue lights. No, they're for law enforcement. I was not law enforcement. No.
Breathe.
No.
Breathe.
No.
Everybody.
If I had to show up at a crime scene, there were already law enforcement there.
I suppose I do it too.
Show you what's been marked as States 569,
Tradition, I suppose.
and you recognize the person on the right image?
Guilty about
Oh, man.
No, sir.
You don't recognize that?
I feel guilty when I
He
start.
said no.
I don't recognize him.
No, I'm asking about that.
Wait.
Oh, me?
Is that you?
Yeah, it looks like
Not
me.
that I do it in
What's hanging out of your pocket in plain view?
Looks like a badge.
I still
He's got his badge in his pocket.
Until I just showed you the picture.
right? Like you just slow down a
Your
little.
Honor, it offers States 569 in the evidence.
Admit it.
Yeah, this happening while we soak in this Southern Dynasty downfall. God fucking willing. Jesus, and the creek don't rise.
Wait,
That's you in the white
chat,
shirt, is that right?
I do have blue lights.
Yes, sir, it is.
Oh, shit.
And this is the badge hanging out of your pocket?
Oh, my goodness.
Remember which, is that correct?
Looks to be, yes, sir.
Which badge is that? Which one of the two, do you remember?
Nah, you can't tell from here.
Okay. And why'd you have it hanging out of your pocket like that?
We know
I
why.
don't remember having that. I don't know.
You don't remember that?
We know why.
I don't remember that, no, sir.
No, I didn't
We
see,
know
You
why.
walk around with your badge hanging out of
see
your
that
pocket?
video of him losing his shit.
Generally speaking, no, sir, I did not.
Oh, I
Only when you
heard
wanted
about
some
though.
advantage from
What
it.
video you're talking
Yep.
about? No, I didn't see it.
Did I
Did you want some advantage from wearing it like that?
did I hang it out in my pocket when I wanted an advantage?
Yes.
I may have.
Explain,
Certainly may
please.
have.
What
Explain.
advantage did you want
When?
then?
At the
I don't even
hospital.
recall this, Mr. Waters, but if I was wanting some advantage, as you say it, I guess, and I don't remember this, but I guess I would want.
Whoa, a couple girls.
As I said,
County, Kentucky.
badge has a
They twins?
warming effect with other law enforcement.
With other law enforcement.
And so if I was seeking any
With
advantage, as
other
you say,
law
then I guess
enforcement.
that would be what it was.
You stop practicing
Interesting choice of words.
accidentally.
Law enforcement generally wears their badges on chains under their shirt if they're not in uniform. They don't
Did you ever
hang
want
it
to be
out
the
their
solicitor?
pocket.
Yeah, there was a time period where I did.
I mean, I would have thought that he would have had that
Did
badge
you ever
on
want to be the solicitor?
the scene
Yeah,
of
that was
the
There was a
accident.
time period when I absolutely did.
I
was
mean,
that?
it to me would have been a reasonable reason to have it displayed.
Prior to, around the time my
Although it's not his
prior
reason.
to my dad.
His reason was to
all the
intimidate.
The
time.
audacity.
Prior to 2006?
Yes, sir.
I get it, but
How long did you explore
there's a
that?
reasonable explanation.
I mean, I wanted to be a solicitor for a long time, but,
But?
you know, at the time when my dad retired,
Skin is so
I actually
I
want
was
to know the answer to
already
this.
I hate sensitive.
struggling with pills, and I knew I couldn't do it.
In 2006?
Yes, sir.
And we'll talk more about the pills in a bit, but you say you're already struggling with pills in 2006, correct?
That's correct.
But over that next 15 years, you still were able to maintain a lucrative practice. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
And you've already testified that all your law partners
Complaining.
had no idea of this
It's fun to have.
pill problem that you had all that time, correct?
Good question.
I'm testifying that I
I
believe
bet he has done some soliciting or demanding.
No. No.
I'm certain that none of my,
That night of the boat wreck, you say you don't remember putting your badge out, correct?
no, I don't remember, I don't even remember having my badge.
Do you remember going around talking to the kids? The other
Oh,
kids that were on the boat?
shit.
Yeah, I talked to some of them,
You were going to do that?
yes.
And was your badge hanging out when you did that as well?
You know, I wouldn't think so, Mr. Waters, but like I say, I don't think so.
Right. So it just comes naturally to put your badge out on something like this that you don't even remember why you did that.
No, I don't even remember having my badge, and I specifically know that I didn't use the badge. You know, did I mean to do this? I'm not saying that I didn't, but I don't know if I was putting it in my pocket and the flap, you know, you
No.
notice that that flap is
flaps.
not Velcro down.
No way.
I don't know. I don't have a specific memory of that.
No way.
And I never went around, you know, acting like I was on official business.
So you're
So-
saying it might be an accident that your badge was hanging out there?
I'm saying that I have no memory of that whatsoever.
All right, well, you never used these badges as like a wallet, right?
No, I did.
You did?
I did.
So you're saying you had your
That's
credit
common.
cards and all your stuff in there?
No, sir.
Yeah.
No, sir. I'm not saying that. And I'm not saying that on that night. You just asked me if I ever used it as a wallet, and there were times when I used it as a wallet.
Were you using it as a wallet that night?
So
I don't remember, but I don't think so. I didn't use it as a wallet very often, and I didn't use it as a wallet for very long when I did use it as a wallet.
So let's see if we can get back to what we agree on. So
He
you would
couldn't
agree
use it
that
as
you
a
had to
wallet,
make
it was in
conscious
his car.
decision to grab that badge and when you
Flap
went
it
into
out of
the
your
hospital.
pocket.
Correct? Would you agree with that?
Yeah, at some point I had to make a conscious decision, pick it up.
But you're saying you don't know if you hung it out like that on purpose while you're talking to that law enforcement officer, or if it's just an accident that it's hanging out of your pocket in full view of everyone.
Well, I am saying that because that is not how I would normally carry a badge. And even if I wanted to give somebody an impression, to me, that's got kind of an obnoxious look to it. That's just not something that, that's not something I would typically do. But I may have done it that night. I have no memory of that.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So you're saying that just could be an accident hanging out like that?
No.
I'm saying it could be, or I could have put it there like that.
All right.
I don't remember.
Did you generally just run with it in your pocket?
No, because it was in his car.
Would you only carry it when you wanted to use it for something?
For those asking me to
No,
slow
I
the
wouldn't
chat, it
generally
is
carry it
slowed.
around in my pocket just any time.
Okay. All right. All right. So we got the badge that may be accidentally hanging out of your pocket. You won't concede that you did that purposefully.
you won't concede.
I mean, Mr. Waters, if you want me to
full of
say
it.
I did that on purpose, I don't have a problem
He
with
wants
that.
you to
I'm saying
testify truthfully.
I don't remember that. All right? So can I tell you that I did that on purpose? No, sir, I can't. Can I say that this happened by accident? No, sir, I can't. What I can say is I don't remember it, and that's not how I would normally, that's just not how I would normally, you know,
There's
this
a
is
crazy
just not,
This is getting
it's
to
not
the
something I
fear.
did. That's not
about
a normal thing. So I don't know.
how he intimidated the survivors.
That's fine. You
But-
won't concede to this jury that
No,
there was any
wait.
intention or purpose.
There was a but.
in
Let him
you doing
finish.
that
Badge,
At the
I
hospital on the night of the boat
Neck.
wreck.
I'm saying I don't remember using that badge.
Yeah,
You didn't have to use it.
And I specifically
Flopped
remember,
it out your pocket.
you
you.
know, I'm sorry, go ahead. You
You specifically remember what?
I don't know why you can't do this.
Like when I went into
I permit
the
you to
room
ask
with the
me
kids,
questions,
did I
Creighton.
pull my badge out? And I know that I did not do that.
You didn't
No,
have
'cause it was
to.
on your pocket like that.
On
correct?
your pocket.
It's on my pocket like that right then.
Did Did you use that to get into areas that shouldn't be accessed
Kind of
by non-official personnel?
Yep, like the hospital rooms of other
Absolutely
kids.
not. I mean, there was nowhere that I went that, that was not truly public domain.
Really? Like other people's
And
hospital
basically,
rooms?
the places that I went to were, when I got there, I went to Paw Paw. When I left Paw Paw, I went to Morgan Dowdy, who was like a daughter to me, and I had dated Paul for a long time. And I went to Morgan. Morgan had an injury to her hand that was bad, and she was very upset about Mallory. And they were working on her, so I left her room. I went back to Paw Paw. At some point in time, I noted I went to Connor's room, and I believe those are the only rooms I went to. But again, I can't tell you that with certainty.
While you're wearing that badge like that, did you tell any of the kids who were in the boat wreck not to cooperate with law enforcement?
I never told anybody not to cooperate with law enforcement, whether I had a badge hanging out my pants,
This is going to
didn't have a badge.
Okay.
Any point in time did I tell anybody don't cooperate with
They're going to
law
bring rebuttal witnesses
Did you
to
become
litigate
aware
this.
in March or April or May of 2021, shortly before June, that an investigation into the investigation of that had begun?
I'm aware.
As well as your contact?
No.
Yes, I did learn of that.
He's been charged with obstruction. They're absolutely gonna bring in Connor Cook on rebuttal to rebut this. Very
I don't know the
interesting.
status of that investigation, and that I've been charged with so many things and haven't been charged with that. I'm assuming that there may not be charges.
Whether or not you're aware that had begun in the spring of 2021.
Yes, sir. I was aware. Well, at some point in time, I became aware of it. Was that the spring? Was it, February, March, April? I know it was after.
What is your problem? You know what?
I know it was after that night,
Fuck you.
and it was before June 7th.
Before June 7th.
I'm pretty sure that I already. I'm pretty sure that I already knew that.
Did
on June the 7th.
You mentioned Andy Strickland. Do you know what happened?
Do I know what happened to him when?
He lost his job?
Oh.
Finally, God, it only took me a fucking hour and a half. I think that's it.
I believe that when he was charged,
BRB.
I don't know if he resigned or he was suspended.
Charged with what?
Do you remember if that was a few months prior to you becoming aware of an investigation into the investigation of this boat case, including you?
Do I know what now?
Andy Strickland
His
was
friend.
charged and lost his job. Was that a few months prior to you becoming aware of the investigation into this incident that's on the screen?
A few months prior? I don't really know this for a fact, but I believe, as I'm sitting here
If you
today,
don't know it for a fact,
I
you don't have
believe that
foundation.
Andy was charged back in the fall. And like I said, we learned about when, I've testified about when I understood there was an investigation into whether or not I was acting in a public man, whatever it was y'all were investigating, public corruption or that. So
Or something.
if it was a couple of months, if it was a month or two when Andy Strickland got charged, then if you showed me that, I'd be surprised, because I think he was charged before that.
All right. But this was a friend of yours, correct? The guy who you asked if you could put lights in your car in a private vehicle, correct?
Well,
When you're
mean,
testifying
Andy-
about your
I
friend,
considered Andy a friend. I
yourself,
considered TC a friend, and I
public
considered Tom
corruption,
Carter a friend.
Sure. It's
All
probably
of whom
bad.
I asked if I could put lights
You,
vehicle.
Andy Strickland,
All right.
and public
And-
corruption
So yes, sir. I mean, and
coming
I
out of your
considered
mouth is
Andy a
not great.
friend.
Would you at least agree with me that in at least the fall of 2020,
We
your
binged.
friend Andy Strickland
Thanks.
Let's put in links.
was
almost at
indicted and
700.
lost a job for a financial and corruption investigation?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Sorry.
Response.
Yeah.
Your Honor, I think there's a
I agree.
link between his knowledge of that and what he's admitted that there was an investigation going on in the months prior to the murders.
Anything further?
And the question is, something about Andy Strickland being indicted? I just don't see the relevance, Your Honor.
I sustain the objection.
Yeah, he can rephrase it. The indictment's not the thing. The indictment's not the fact.
We can at least agree that you were aware prior to the murders that there was this investigation, correct? The one on the screen. The one related to the boat, the investigation into the boat case.
He's already said the words public corruption.
Was I aware that y'all had started an investigation into what I did in the hospital
Yes.
prior to the June 7th?
Yes.
Yes.
I believe that to be correct.
Okay.
That's right. Not really. Don't.
And if it wasn't before that,
Give your money.
shortly after.
Give your money. But buy a
You
T-shirt.
testified that you've had a pill addiction for
T-shirts are really
approximately
cute.
20 years, correct?
They're okay.
Oh, they're going to go
think
through everything
that's
before June 7th and after
And-
and get to June 7th last, I
So
think.
when did you start
Yeah.
stealing money from clients? How long did it
That's a
take
great question.
before you started doing that?
I'm not sure when the first time I did that is.
You don't know?
Really?
Not
You
as
haven't gone back and thought about
It's so
that?
prolific.
Sure, I've thought about it, but to be able to sit here, you got to understand, I've been in rehab and I've been in jail, and I don't have access.
I've been in jail. I've
He
been
needs
in
records.
rehab. I've been in jail.
All my telephone calls are put on the media, so I haven't had a lot of phone access. I haven't had a lot of access, so
You don't
as we sit
remember.
here today, I cannot tell you the exact time. I don't deny that I
He's
did it,
mad
but
that
I
his
can't
jail
tell you
calls
the
are public?
exact time that I first did it.
And you told this jury that's the cause of your financial problems?
Oh, okay.
Did I say that?
Your opiate addiction was the cause of your financial problems.
So he
It was
can't
certainly
remember
cause, yes,
A
sir.
cause, not the only cause, though, correct?
because he doesn't have
I
access to
wouldn't
the
think it was the only
phone.
cause, but
What am I?
yeah,
What am I?
it was certainly a cause.
You recall testimony in this courtroom about how you had some land deals go bad around the time of the recession in 2009?
Sure.
And you recall testimony from your law partners in this courtroom that
Really?
you had some big cases that they thought cured those issues, correct?
I heard them say that, yes, sir.
Do you disagree with that?
It's so cute.
Do I disagree with what they thought? No, I
They're
mean,
so
I don't have any
No, do you
reason
disagree if that was true?
that they thought, that my partners thought that, that I gotten past my financial difficulties. I have no reason to dispute that, Mr. Waters. I'm not
Was
trying to
that true?
frustrate
Was
you.
what they thought true?
That I was past my financial difficulties? Is that the question?
Yes.
Oh, I'm
that's
gonna
the
have to
question.
pull that out.
Was it true that I was past my financial difficulties?
What time is it?
I mean, they were certainly better.
I think some people do
at
think he's
that,
not
but,
guilty. I
mean,
do.
No, I don't.
It's only
no,
been
I
an
don't
hour.
think I was
Cannot.
past
I'm not
that.
gonna rush
Yes,
it.
sir.
Deborah, I think he's
What
trying
was
to
the
see if
first
there's
big
a trap
case
I'm
after
gonna
the
give myself
recession?
and
every
not
chance
answer.
to be successful.
Mr. Waters,
Where's my week?
I can't tell you what the first big case was.
Remember
What-
the,
It's okay, everybody. It's all right. I found
Wait.
it.
all right, well, let's go with the Pinckney case. Do you remember when that was?
A baby
I
case.
remember Jim speaking when it was, yes, sir.
What
When
about
was
the
that?
baby case?
2011? Would you dispute that?
2011.
No,
when it
don't
ended.
send me.
When you got recoveries in that
Okay, I'm
case?
gonna reject it. I just want you to.
I mean, if you're looking at something that tells me that, I have no reason to dispute that. But I can't remember off the top of my head.
He's
but
asking
that's
you to
certainly a
remember.
time frame.
Oh my God.
It's fine. We'll go through it. Let's do it.
Mr. Waters, like I said, I take you at that. I just don't know off the top of my head.
Oh no, he's just being dramatic now,
I
Alex.
don't have a reason to dispute that.
Nope. He wants to pull out the papers. He wants to pull out all the papers to make the jury think that's all the bad shit you've done. No, he's having a moment with props. So you leave him be.
Oh, it's room
He's just
temperature.
gonna ask.
It's room temperature KMS. Wait.
He's gonna pull it all out.
For a faster, more efficient bake. Then smoke a bowl.
But I think
Relax.
what he did at the hospital,
I'm gonna give it another half an
him
hour.
walking around with a badge hanging out of his pants, and the rest of it talks about the crime scene.
331. Go with, actually, 332, 333, and 334.
Yeah,
Do you
right?
recognize those documents?
Relax. I got I buttered my little pan, even though it's kind of nonstick. Anyway.
Just generally, do you recognize them?
I do.
All right, and just generally, what are those? Those are disbursement sheets. Can I have them back, please?
Yes, sir. Just give me one second.
Yeah, take your time.
Really nice.
I'm trying to see which ones.
Go to rehab, go to jail.
I mean, there's some things about it that I'm curious, but
Yeah, we'll
you
talk
ask
about that.
questions.
We'll talk about that.
But
How
you
long
ask
do I
the
bake it
questions.
for?
I'm curious, but you go ahead and ask the questions.
I know, I just don't trust it.
Let's talk about, let's start with Natasha
Yeah, I
Thomas. Do
took
you
it out of
remember
the fridge early,
her?
KMS.
How old was she when she became
out of the fridge
your
early.
client?
I'm not sure. She was young.
She was a teenager?
I'm not sure, but I know she was young.
She was underage, correct?
Just stick.
But
I don't want
yes, she was underage. I
Plus,
do believe
butter,
that.
butter never hurt anything.
And can you tell me what she was injured in this
I think you know what though, it could be too salty.
in an automobile wreck, correct?
I could have two see it down.
Yes.
And the company Michelin, that
really
was one of the
measure
defendants
salt,
for an alleged tire issue, is that correct?
That is correct.
Tried.
And do you remember how much Natasha Thomas got in that particular case? And I can show it to you on 334. You remember how
I'm gonna
much
try and
she
be
got?
really
There's a
hot.
gross settlement. I believe it shows $2 million.
$2 million. All right. And how much were your or PMPD's
It all.
fees that would be attributed to you in that out of that $2 million?
Rehab.
$800,000.
$800,000.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir. All right. And so that would be $800,000 in fees that would get attributed to you. That has nothing to do with the money that you subsequently stole from a teenager.
Nope.
Correct?
Oh, crumble ready. Marie, did you put some fruit in it?
$800,000 is
What's
different
in
from money that I
season over
stole.
there? Oh my goodness.
That's correct.
All right. So you got
Oh,
$800,000 attributed to you with the firm, but that was not enough. You also stole money from that teenager. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Preheating the pan.
I think his
KMS.
answering
How
these
much as you sat down with this
clearly.
jury,
See, this is the part where it could get a little.
explain to her what was going on while you were
Wine
stealing her
baked
money?
the crust first, you guys.
Oh.
That would be the normal process, but I certainly don't remember specifically doing
Did
that.
you
That would be
sit
the normal
down,
process, correct?
look her in
It
the
would be-
face,
It may be a little different with a teenager, but certainly,
Yummy.
I mean,
you looked these people in the
You would
face
sit
while you were
down with them
stealing.
across the table and go
Good
through
line of
these
questioning.
documents, correct?
I could just eat crumb fresh.
Good line of questioning.
if,
I could just literally
that would not be abnormal, yes, sir.
I can go, oh, it's
And
only
then
crumb
you
That's a
fresh.
good
would
point.
explain to them what
There's
was
nothing
going
wrong
on
with
and how they
frozen
were, everything they were entitled to, correct?
If I was the one
I
doing
think
it,
they're
yes,
very
sir.
good.
And you would look them in the eye while you did that, correct?
You would look
It
them in the
wouldn't be
eye
unusual for me to look them in the eye.
and
While you were
lie.
doing some fast talking to a teenager, correct?
I certainly was not telling her the truth. I don't know if I was talking fast or slow, but I wasn't telling her
Sir,
the truth.
you know what
Well,
he
you
means.
ultimately convinced her that there was nothing amiss here, right? While you were stealing her money, correct?
I don't know if I convinced her that nothing was amiss or misled her, but I admit
Yeah, they really.
candidly in all of these cases, Mr. Waters, that I took money that was not mine, and I shouldn't have done it.
No, victim wouldn't have gotten
I hate
1.2
the fact that I
million.
did it.
Frankly.
He would have taken
I'm
his
embarrassed by it.
fees.
I'm embarrassed for my son. I'm embarrassed for my family,
Fruit is as good as it used to be.
and I don't dispute that I did it.
I understand that.
Where's
But you
the-
understand that we have to ask
He would have
about
taken
these
his
things because
fees
we-
and costs.
It in a
What's
very
left to the client is
academic
less.
paperwork manner, but every single one of these, you had to sit down and look somebody in the eye,
Like you looked this jury in the eye.
convince them that you were on their side when you were not, correct? That's what you did in every single one of these.
Okay, so now can we get to the
Every
part where you're
time-
eating
Answer
the
my
word
question, yes or no, and then you can
time of the
explain.
murder?
I'll let you explain all day long.
Well, I mean, no, sir, that may or may not be true. And Mr. Waters, just to try to get through this quicker, I admit.
I know you want it quicker, but we're not.
Nothing's-
So answer the question. please.
Nothing's going quickly.
What I admit is that I misled them, I did wrong, that I stole their money. Now, this is something, what's the date on that one?
You did. He's trying to get to the point that
Well, you
he
can
could
tell me.
lie to
I
his
trust you
clients.
to tell me accurately.
He could lie to his clients as easily as he could lie to the jury. That's what he's trying to get to.
I'll let you take a look at it.
That's what he's getting to. And that is a
I'm just
powerful line of
looking at the date
questioning.
of a check, so that's December 20, so that goes, 2011. So that gives us a ballpark. So that's 12 years ago. For me to sit here and tell you specifically that I remember sitting down and talking with Natasha Thomas, I can't tell you that. But what I can tell you, and I can tell you that I didn't do right by Natasha Thomas. I took money from Natasha Thomas that didn't belong to me, and I was wrong for doing that.
And if the
I
jury
admit that.
believes that he's being truthful about this, they will believe that he's being
Mr.
truthful
Murdoch,
about
but
not
you would
killing.
like this to be as simple as that, just to say, yes, ladies and gentlemen, I stole money, and have that
And
be the end of
that's-
it. But in every single one
that's
of these cases.
Where Creighton has to circle it
Comment, Your
back
Honor.
around.
He is such a scumbag bucket. God, just a bucket.
And make this quick, correct? Isn't that what you said? Isn't that what you implied?
No, sir, Mr. Waters.
That's exactly what he said.
You have charged me with murdering my wife and my son, and I have sat here for all these weeks listening to all this financial stuff that I did wrong, that I'm embarrassed by. I'm happy to talk to you about as much of that as you want to talk about. I'm required to talk about it as much as you want to talk about it. But the fact is I cannot specifically remember sitting down, the details that you're asking me for, I can't tell you. But what I can tell you is that in all these financial situations, I stole money that was not my money. I misled people that I shouldn't have misled, and I did wrong. I can tell you that. And I may be able to tell you specifically, in some instances, what I did or didn't do.
All right, well, good. Well, we'll do that. But the point that I'm asking you is,
Good.
it's not as just as
He's a
simple
good
as some
moment.
paperwork. You had to sit down and
Farrell.
deal with these people and convince them
Creighton
that
is
you were
trying to
telling
make
the
that
truth
point.
in order to steal this money, correct?
That may not be true, because in some situations, I may not have had to do that. They may have just trusted me to do it.
Okay.
So that's my point is, I misled them. There's no question about that. But did I sit down in each particular instance and
Look them in the eye. He's
like
disputing
you're
that.
breaking it down step by step? I can't say that. I can say I did wrong, I stole money that wasn't mine, and I shouldn't have done it. And it was terrible what I did.
Do you think it will
Let's
help the
look at
jury
stage
with him
330.
admitting the wrongdoing?
This is
Admitting the
Arthur
wrongdoing
Badger in the EPS case.
very clearly,
That's correct.
admitting the wrongdoing and denying the
Do you remember what the
murders.
total recovery was
Is that
in that
powerful
particular
to
case?
you?
There were multiple plaintiffs. Let me ask you that first. There were multiple
Because for
plaintiffs
some
in
it
that
might
case,
help. For
correct?
some of you are like yes, and some of you are
And
like
do remember
no.
what the total recovery was
Right.
in that case?
Not
Hung jury in this
exactly,
chat
but
right
I mean,
now
I know
on
generally.
believing him.
All right, was it $12 million? Would you disagree with that?
Was it $12 million? I mean, if you tell me it was $12 million, then I believe you, but I thought it was a little bit more than that.
All right. And if, ultimately, if you have multiple plaintiffs, how do you decide as the plaintiff's lawyer, or how does it work out that amounts of that total recovery get allocated to individual plaintiffs?
I mean, different cases are different ways.
Is it true that often the defense attorneys, the civil defense attorneys, will ask the plaintiff's attorneys how you want that allocated?
Sometimes, yeah.
Sometimes. Is that what happened in this case? In the Badger?
I can't remember exactly how we came to that.
For him, I think this is the
the
best way
lock
he
in
can
the Badger
testify to
case.
this.
Well,
Admit it clearly.
The defendant
And
that had the
explain.
money. That
it
you
really
ultimately
depends, I
recovered from, the
think.
vast
All,
majority.
like,
Do you
I'm
remember?
sure these
Well,
there are a lot of in that audience
It was
that
UPS,
testimony.
and
want to buy it.
I believe it was, I can't remember if it was corporate or if there was insurance, but it was certainly UPS was the major defendant. But I believe Arthur Badger was the defendant. I can't remember. I know UPS was.
Did you sit down with him and explain this paperwork that you were using to steal his money?
I believe I did sit down with Arthur Badger.
And managed to convince him that nothing was amiss while at the same time stealing money?
I believe I did.
And did you allocate millions of dollars to Arthur Badger personally while only telling him that his
He was just
recovery was going to be around
outrunning
$300,000.
But I feel like the bank would have made anything good.
I believe that I did.
I feel like the bank
And
would
on
have
this exhibit,
at almost any amount.
330 sat down and looked him in the eye with all this stuff on here and fast talked him past these figures so that he believed you and left thinking that you had done right.
I would have, I
that-
believe that I sat down with Arthur Badger, and I know that I misled Arthur Badger, and I'm sure at some point during that conversation that I looked him in the eye.
To break him.
He wants
Going
to say
back
something
to,
else, Creighton.
Stage 333.
But he did
Remember
say he's embarrassed.
Hakeem Pinckney? Do you remember him?
I do.
What happened to him?
It's powerful having Alec talk about his client.
He was injured in the
victims.
same wreck that Natasha Thomas was injured in.
Was badly injured?
He was.
How badly injured was he?
Yes, I mean, he was terribly injured. He became a, I can't remember what level, but he was a quadriplegic.
You remember what the total recovery amount was for him?
Not off the top of my head, no, sir.
All right. Well, let me show you stage 333
I know. I want to see if Perry Mason won
and
too,
see
Dad. How
what
are
the
you?
total, if you recall what the total recovery was in
I
that
hope you're
case.
feeling okay,
It looks
Rob.
like it was $10,245,000.
And that was for Hakeem, correct?
That's correct.
And how much of that was the attorney's fees that would have gone to PMPD that would have been attributable to you?
So far, this is Creighton's best cross. Really is.
$4,098,000.
$4 million in
$4 million
fees.
in legal fees that you would have gotten from this settlement, is that correct?
$4,098,000. Yes, sir.
And in the end, that wasn't enough for you, correct?
We know he stole.
Was that enough for you?
Was
No, you-
that enough for me in that case?
Yeah.
I don't think this is a good.
Was over $4 million in legal fees that you received that would have been attributable to you through the law firm at the end of the year, whatever it worked out to be.
Gal,
That
this
you would
was
have been credited with over $4 million in fees for that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
These are the questions
And
I want to know of
was
Tom
that enough
Girardi,
for
too.
you?
Was that enough for me?
Or did
Clearly
you
not.
take more
Oh, no,
from?
I took monies from Hakeem Pinckney that did
Why?
not belong to me, that I should not have taken.
Been rendered a paraplegic.
That is his.
No, sir, he was a
set-
quadriplegic,
Quadriplegic. Thank
unfortunately.
you for correcting.
That is his set
sir.
answer. I shouldn't have done it. I shouldn't have done it. I shouldn't have done it. Why did you do it? It was
You
is what
ultimately take
Creighton's
money
getting
from
at.
his
He,
mother Pamela as well.
it wasn't enough for you. He never answers that.
I
Notice.
believe that I did.
And his mother stole from Hakeem Pinckney and his mother.
Remember how much money you took from Hakeem?
No, sir, not off the top of my head, I do not.
If I told you it was over $370,000, would you agree with that?
He's like, I don't know.
If that's what the records show, I don't dispute that.
Do you remember how much you took from the teenager Natasha Thomas in addition to your legal fees?
Not off the top of my head, no, sir.
If I told you it was over $350,000, would you agree with that?
I don't dispute it.
Do you remember how much you took from Arthur Badger?
Not off the top of my head, no, sir.
If it was over $1.3 million, would you agree with that?
I don't dispute it.
I believe that he does not remember how much he took because he was taking so much. And yes, Chad, this goes to him disregarding everyone but himself. Those that were vulnerable, those that trusted him, those who he built lives alongside, including his law partners and his actual brothers. That's what all this is
Around
going
the time
towards.
that this was going on, did you have some
They
land
can't
deals
ask.
that were going
They
bad?
have to do all of this before the
That had
murders.
gone bad?
I think. I don't think we'll get to the murders till tomorrow.
Which,
2008, 2009, 2010, 2011?
I think those had happened a little bit before that, but I had some land deals that, you know, certainly had problems.
And that had something to do with the money you were taking as well, did it not?
I think the whole picture had
What
things
whole
to
picture?
do with me doing stuff I shouldn't have done. I mean, I would agree that, I mean, that certainly would have played some role in it.
Were you living a wealthy lifestyle?
A wealthy lifestyle? Probably. I mean, we were living whatever lifestyle, probably.
Would you characterize your lifestyle as wealthy?
You know, that's not how I would characterize it. but
Really?
Would you
I'm not
characterize
gonna,
it as wealthy?
I'm not going to take issue.
How would you characterize it then? I got questions. Don't move on. How would you characterize it then? I want to know what lifestyle I need to live.
Making more than $1 million a year?
Around what time?
2011.
Yes.
2012.
Yes.
What
And
is
you
the
were stealing
average
money as well,
income
Yes.
where he lives?
Can we at
It's
least agree?
under
that
$100,000
that's
a
a
year.
lot of money?
Well, under $100,000 a year.
Instructions. Time to look
Over
at
$1
that.
million?
It's fine. Okay.
I think
Creighton's
there's
like-
no
Creighton's
question
just
that's a
moving
lot
on.
of money.
Good. We can agree on that. That's a lot of money, correct? I feel like we're struggling here. Were you living a wealthy lifestyle?
Statement, Your Honor.
Were you living a wealthy lifestyle?
I just don't know what you mean by wealthy. You
Is
know,
this a hard question, Mr. Murdoch?
Well,
Yes, it is.
It's hard for me to know exactly what you want, you know, and it depends.
It's hard
I
for me
was
to know what
spending
you
money
want.
that wasn't mine, that I shouldn't have. I think that, you know, we lived a lifestyle. I don't have an issue if you want to call it wealthy.
But you
You
do.
concede with me that not all of this money was going to pills at
Pull
this
out the
point.
pie crust, lay it over the top of the fish, press
All
dough.
this stolen money.
Yep.
No, I doubt that it was.
I doubt that it was.
And it was being used to support your wealthy lifestyle.
No, we say
Well-
lavish lifestyle, Creighton.
I haven't looked at all these documents to know exactly what was being spent where, but here's what I do know. I know that I was making a bunch of money, and I should have had
Okay,
more
We are-
money than I did, and that I was spending a bunch of money on pills, and I know that, you know, I don't
I
remember
agree.
in
He's
2011
not-
if those land.
because there's
I just
enough
can't remember those
reasonable
land
doubt
deals,
because
but,
SLED's
you know,
investigation was so
if I
fucking
spent the money on other things, I don't dispute
Rental.
that either. I just haven't looked at the records.
Measure
I don't know where the money went, is what he's saying.
now is by dodging and weaving, dissenting in the
But
matter.
you would at least
I do
concede
think,
that the money you were stealing was
the
going to
term, I'm
support
feeling like I'm not
your ever-expanding
Okay.
wealthy lifestyle.
so the
Would you
reasonable
concede
doubt
that?
creeping away.
Did all of the money I stole?
Smarmy, but
Any
of
of it,
course,
Mr. Murdoch.
Any of it? Yeah, I would certainly agree that there was money that didn't go to buy just pills.
All right, and you would
Okay.
concede that even though you were generating millions of dollars in fees, that was not enough for you.
wait, a little more, and then
Would
I'm
you
gonna
concede
roll.
that?
If by concede that, you mean was I also stealing money that I shouldn't have? Yes, sir, I agree with that. I've said that repeatedly.
You were making millions and still stealing. That's the point. That's where we're
Who were
at.
the plowers?
They were two young girls from Colombia.
Were underage when they became your clients?
Yes, sir.
Did they suffer a loss in their family as a result of an accident?
They did.
What loss did they suffer? Who died?
Their mother did.
And did you get a sizable recovery in the case, in that particular case related to that?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember how much that recovery was?
I don't.
Got any idea?
I know it was a significant
"Nah."
settlement. I know it was a very good settlement, but,
Millions of dollars?
oh yeah, it was millions of dollars. But whether it was
The way he casually says millions of
2 million,
dollars.
I know it was significant.
It's like,
I don't know if it was 8 figures, but I know it was a significant settlement.
And was there a conservatorship for them because they were underage?
There was a conservatorship for them, but I don't think the fact that they were underage is why there was a conservatorship.
Because you can put it in
You don't
trust.
think it was
too.
because, at least in part, they were underage when the settlement was received?
No, that's not what I remember. But
Because you can put it in trust.
For purpose of your thing, Mr. Waters, I agree there was a conservator appointed.
Well, what is your memory of why the conservator was appointed?
My memory is that the father in this case,
Rolling pin.
who was the beneficiary or a big beneficiary in this, and who was the PR of the mother's case, was an undesirable witness. And there was testimony that he had hit his wife. And it was clear, we felt like we didn't want to be the face of the lawsuit. So we appointed a conservator.
Who was that?
For that purpose, is why I believe we appointed a
Who was
conservator.
the conservator?
Okay, and who was that?
Corey Fleming?
That was Russell Lafitte.
Lafitte?
At Palmetto State Bank?
Yes, sir.
And after that, did you get Russell Lafitte to start loaning you money from the Plower Girls account that he was conservator for?
He's already been convicted, so.
He loaned me money from the Plyler account. I don't know if I got him to do that.
Oh, you didn't talk to him about it? Y'all didn't talk about that at all?
No, we did talk about it. I mean,
there's emails to that effect. Are you disputing that to this jury?
Mr. Waters, I'm not disputing, I'm just telling you that
Creighton,
Russell Lafitte
there
gave
is
me a
no need for
loan
dramatics.
from
This is dramatic enough.
Plyler. Your question was, did I get him to do that?
He's taking issue with the word
I
get.
don't necessarily believe that to be accurate.
Well, who came up with the idea?
Russell
I
Lafitte was
don't
happy
know
to
that
just
they
hand out
just
everybody's
come up with
money,
an
it seems.
idea. That was,
not
I think that Russell felt like that it was
Okay to
a
steal?
sound investment for those girls to charge me a higher interest rate when they weren't getting but so much interest somewhere else. So
What was that interest rate that y'all thought was such a good idea for these girls? Do you recall what it was?
I can't remember.
The reality is that you needed the money, and this was a convenient source to keep your cash flow going as early as 2011, 2012. Isn't that correct?
Well, this was a loan, yes, sir. But
think I'm gonna
exactly
leave it there,
why
Doug.
it came from them versus the bank,
Your clients can't loan you money.
I can't tell you the
Out of
details
a
without looking at all
conservatorship
that.
account?
I can't tell you that off the top of my head.
And despite all you were earning, you would even send Russell emails saying, hey, transfer over $75,000 from the Plower account into my account, correct? You remember emails to that effect that you would have to him?
Do I remember an email to that effect? No, I don't remember
Would you
that, but
dispute that there were emails to that effect?
not if you say there were, Mr. Waters. I don't dispute that. I don't dispute any of this, that I took money that didn't belong to me, that I misled people.
I know that you want the answer to be that simple. That's not what I'm at. We
It's
agree
not
on
that
that.
simple.
We agreed on that.
Well, no, sir, I don't necessarily want the answer to be simple. I just want
You to move
everybody
on.
to understand, I do not dispute that I stole money that was not my money, that I misled people.
He wants it to move on.
To do that I misled people that
Creighton's not moving
trust
on.
me to do that, and that what I did was terrible. I don't dispute that. It's just the way you're asking these questions, and, you know, I mean, there's some things in there that I do take issue with.
Okay.
No, definitely.
Which part of what I just asked you about the plotters do you
Hello,
take issue?
hello, sir.
You take issue that y'all didn't conspire to do that, you and
How can I
Russell?
help you?
You
Yes.
take issue with that? Take issue with that? Okay.
I can tell you that Russell Lafitte never conspired with me to do anything. Whatever was done by me.
Okay. So you told the Plower girls that you were borrowing money from their account? That
Rich sleaze.
No, I don't
Really,
know.
Karen. Oh my God.
I don't know that I told
tell
them
Russell
that.
to tell them?
Oh my.
I don't recall. I don't believe so.
He gave
but
you
I
money
don't-
he shouldn't
I
have.
can't sit here and tell you what I told him however many years ago.
Did you tell Russell he could borrow money from that account too?
I don't remember having any discussion with him about him borrowing money.
Really?
Was the supposed interest rate you were paying
Don't.
far lower than anything you could have gotten anywhere else?
I don't even know what
You don't
interest
even
rate
know?
I was paying.
One
But I
thing's
w-
clear, you never told this to the Plower girls, did you?
I would have thought the interest rate that I was paying was a little bit more than what a bank one would have been, but I don't know that. I don't know that to be, I don't know what the interest rate was, so I don't know that for sure.
When you stole the Badger money, how much did you steal from Arthur Badger that we talked about before the EPS?
I don't remember the exact amount.
Over $1.3 million, would you dispute that?
I don't dispute that.
And that was in addition to the $1.2 million in attorney's fees for his case alone that would have been attributed to you through the firm?
It's so true.
What I stole from Arthur Badger
Let me ask you this.
inappropriately was in addition to any fees that I legitimately earned. I shouldn't have stolen money from Arthur Badger. I misled him, and I was wrong.
Tip your waitress.
Did you speak with Russell Lafitte once you stole this money from Arthur Badger about structuring that $1.3 million that you stole in a manner so it appeared to be payments to the Plyler account?
Cool boy. Real cool.
You understand the question?
No, sir. Say that again.
Did you have any conversations with Russell Lafitte about structuring this $1.3 million into multiple payments and then applying it to the Plyler account?
I've heard the testimony and I've seen some of
I'm
those
asking
records.
if you did. Did you have any conversations with
Am I-
Russell about that?
What am I missing in the chat?
I had to.
Okay.
I had to.
All right. You even asked him to recut the check, correct? To have Jeannie recut the check.
I've seen, I believe, an
You
email
out?
or a text to that effect.
Oh, I missed
You don't
out.
dispute
Oh,
that?
I'm so sorry. I
No,
missed.
I don't dispute that. What I dispute is if you're insinuating in any way, this was stuff that I did.
See you out. See you later.
He's trying to figure
I
out.
mean, this stuff that
He's trying to figure
I
out
did
where
these
Creighton's
things wrong.
going.
Russell Lafitte didn't do anything.
He's trying to outfox
No, really.
Creighton.
I'm not here to
And-
talk
and
about
what-
that. I'm just talking about what went on.
And I know, but you keep talking about what I did with Russell Lafitte, and what I want to let you know is that I did this. And I'm the
Russell
one
has
that
been
took
convicted.
people's money that I shouldn't have taken.
Russell's pending
and that
sentencing.
Russell Lafitte was not involved in
Russell
helping
Lafitte's
me do
already
that.
guilty, sweetie pie.
Okay.
Knowingly. If he did it without knowing it.
He's
So you
guilty
sent him an
already.
email and then asked him to recut the check and have the check made out.
I don't know.
to
This I
various
think it's kind
You
of
amounts
can't
short of
even
that,
distribute
and
money
then
from those
applied
kinds of
those over
accounts
time
properly.
to get the illusion of payments to the plow account. Is that correct?
I
Mr.
have.
Waters,
Is that correct?
I don't know, but I'll tell you this. I
You don't
don't
know.
dispute.
Oh, thank you.
I
He
don't
wants Creighton to
dispute
move on.
what's in those emails
Creighton's
as
not
far
gonna
as,
move
or
on.
text as far as what I told Russell.
Appreciate it.
And as far as what I did to
Appreciate it.
again, take money that didn't belong to me, that wasn't mine, and that I was wrong for taking.
Cool.
It's just the specifics of that. You want me to give you details
When
on,
you're
and I
a jet,
can't do
you're a
that.
jet.
I do
All
not
the way
dispute what's
from
in
your
those
first
texts or
cigarette
emails.
to your last dying day. When you're a
And-
jet, you're a
Did you steal that Badger money
boy, you're a
because
man.
you had to pay back the Plyler girls' money before they turned
Just like
18
Tom
and reached the
Girardi.
age of majority? And
What's
Russell
your
would
West
then
Side
have to be
Story?
held to account for that money that he
Just
had
like
loaned
Tom
to himself
Girardi.
and to you.
First off, I don't know anything about
I think I
any
saw
money that
Loan Shark
Russell
easily
loaned.
distracted.
I only know about
You should break into a little,
what he loaned to me.
a
And
little Leonard
I don't
Bernstein.
specifically,
I'm gonna
I don't
switch feet so we
believe
can
that
see the
me
lawyers.
stealing our
This pretty much
Give
is
me a
that.
back a loan, or there being some time pressure to pay back a loan that he gave me on the
Boop boop.
Plyler conservatorship.
I always wanted to be in
No,
West
and I'm
Side
not
Story.
saying that didn't happen. I'm saying
I don't
I
know
don't
what it would've
remember. That's
been.
not the way I remember it, and I don't remember it.
Crazy
Did
rocket.
you ultimately borrow $1 million roughly from the Plyler girls
Hey, Cooley,
without their
cool
knowledge? Does
boy.
that sound right? About $1 million?
I probably would have been
Total?
the girl that is the plays like a.
If you tell me that's the number, I mean, that surprises me, but I don't dispute what's in the records, but
Sorry, I'm not.
I didn't believe I had a loan for, you saying $1 million?
There we go.
I didn't believe that I had a loan. Mr. Waters,
They're using
if
loaned
that's what the
versus
records say, I
taken
don't dispute it,
differently.
but that's not what I thought.
Creighton saying
I didn't
stole.
think I had $1 million
Alec's
loan
saying
from them.
loaned.
All right, wait.
Alec is are you using loaned and stole
If that's what the
synonymously
records
right
say,
now?
I don't dispute that.
Where's the lyric?
But I can tell you this: if I had $1 million loan from them,
That's what Jeannie Seconder said. Jeannie
I
Seconder
don't
said he had a
remember that, and
photographic memory.
I may be confusing it with what a loan from the bank. But again, if that's what's in the records, I don't dispute it.
All right. So you have no memory whatsoever. And so for all you know, it's just a coincidence that the Plowers were about to turn 18 when you stole this Badger money and you applied a significant amount of it.
Just
pay that
like
off before they
Girardi,
turn 18. You don't have any
taking
memory.
from one client to pay
No, I
another
can tell
client
you that was never
to keep it going.
that was never an issue or motivation for me. Again,
I do think that Alec is doing well on Cross.
Arthur Badger's money that I shouldn't have taken.
He's got a line to
Didn't
say.
belong to me.
Shouldn't have taken.
And that I was wrong for. I don't remember a loan from the Plyler conservatorship as being motivation for that.
Everything's
I don't think that's a loan.
Or a small
So
piece.
for all you can remember, it's just a coincidence.
Why I stole Arthur Badger's money? Just being a
No, why
coincidence?
you applied it to the Plower loans right before they turned 18.
The other songs are. Hold on.
No, I'm not saying is a coincidence or not a coincidence. What I'm saying is, I don't remember that.
Okay.
And so I don't remember that being the motivation. If it was, I didn't know I had $1 million loan from the Plyler conservatorship. At least as I sit here today.
1961.
You know, I would have known I had a loan from somewhere.
I don't think the word
and
loan means
if
what
I
you
took
think it means.
Arthur Badger's money and applied it to that. I mean, again, I stole money that didn't belong to me. I misled Arthur Badger to take that money, and I was wrong.
Sometimes you practice that answer before your testimony today.
I've never practiced that answer, but you keep asking me these questions, and
You keep asking this question, Creighton. I'm going to keep giving you the same answer.
It states 321. You recognize generally that document.
Oh, he'll remember, sir.
He's like, same
He'll
question,
remember
same
to
answer,
grab the
sir.
shirt and fucking shelf, Marie.
And what is that?
It's so weird that he's standing right
You
next
won't
to him.
remember other things. You were an Indian's Rainbow. How to succeed in business without really trying. Oh
What
my
happened to
god,
Deion
that's fun.
he got in a wreck.
That's so fun.
Do you know his family?
When he got in a wreck,
He's on down, he's on down.
I knew who his family was prior to getting in the wreck.
He's on
But
down,
after
he's
he
on
got in
down.
this wreck, I became very close with his family.
Don't you carry nothing that will
And
make
Deion
you
suffered
cry.
some pretty severe
Come on,
illness,
he's
correct?
on down, he's on down the
But
road.
Deion hurt bad. Yes.
What? What, Tom?
You know, I heard you say that the other day. I don't specifically remember Deion having a head injury. I believe Deion had more orthopedic injuries, but he may have had some into his
Oh, and the
head.
case is brought by Struck and Page. Interesting.
You met with him on a number of occasions?
Cute. That's so cute. That's so fun.
Yes, I met with him on a number of
That would've
occasions.
been
Met
fun.
with his parents on a number of occasions?
That would have been a really fun.
About Deion,
About the case, while the case was going on.
Super cool.
I don't know if I met
I was
with his
never-
parents about
I mean,
Deion's case, but I know I met with Deion, and I may have met with his parents if they say that.
He just doesn't
I
remember.
mean, his
You
dad's one of the
became-
most honorable fellows that I know. If he says I met with him, I certainly believe that.
You said you became
every
close with
little
him.
way.
Yet you were
We're
questioning
getting
Miss Shelley.
justice more.
With the parents?
You're not questioning people that didn't question you. Is that what I'm getting?
I consider Deion's,
Super Dewey.
yes, I consider,
Also was
I think the world of his dad and his mom, and Deion.
How adorable. How adorable.
What was the recovery that was
I love-
obtained in Deion's
We went to
case?
the zoo.
Yeah, it is
I loved walking
5:20.
through the park, even though I wasn't like a keeper or anything.
So they're going to wrap this up soon. We're going to be on Cross tomorrow.
They were
$2 million.
It was so
Actually, this is,
casting 33-year-old Diana. Yeah, I know. I know.
$2 million, but I believe the recovery
Y'all,
was less than
We
$2
got
million.
over 50,000 of you here. Have you
Was like
subscribed?
a 12-year-old.
I'm just going to ask. If you haven't,
It's, Diana Ross.
maybe now's the time.
I
Maybe
believe
now's
the
the time to
recovery
just.
was less than $2 million. I said it was $2 million.
What the heck?
I promise I won't call it a loan of a subscription.
Was ist
I
los?
can't remember exactly what the recovery is,
Was
but I
ist
know it
los
was
an
less
your
than $2 million.
phone? An meinem
And I know
phone?
I misstated it as $2 million.
Was ist
falsified
los?
paperwork, correct?
It's not too
I
nice.
think they wanted to get this stuff out of the way and ask about the murder
It appears
tomorrow.
that I put inaccurate information
That's what I
on the
think.
paperwork.
Oh,
Yes,
y'all,
sir.
I can see you subscribing.
You put inaccurate information. You
Thank you.
falsified it, right?
If you
I
like
pulled,
that
I
word,
pulled
yes,
up the
sir.
ticker.
All right.
And y'all are making it
And
tick.
That's that right there. We put that $500,000 on there, correct? Oh, I'm sorry. Can I have the Elmo, please?
Let's have the
Sorry, Mr.
Elmo.
Waters, what was the question?
Bring the Elmo!
Let's get the Elmo up. I'll show you.
Creighton at some point has to move on.
Right
He's
there.
made
That's
the point.
$500,000 that you falsified this document with.
Made
Is
the
that
point
correct?
well, but it's time.
It's a structured annuity directly to my gun.
For us, peace and quiet and all
Yeah, that looks like one place that I,
The jury has heard this testimony so
yes.
much.
Why did I?
Yeah, why'd you pay $500,000? What was your purpose in doing that?
Time for us. Something
It appears that I was stealing
for us.
his money, $500,000.
Together.
You're not inflating your fees with that one?
To spare. Time to
You don't remember?
I know that I inflated the fees like I just talked about, but I believe what, go back to the top of that thing,
So
I
inflated
believe
the
what
fees
I
and
must have done with the structured annuity is I had that $500,000 check, and I must have had that made
I think they're at the end of the
I must have
day.
had that made to forge
They can't get into the murder
As you
stuff
heard.
now. They've got to wrap this up
to
today.
steal that money from Dion Martin
They've got to wrap this up today.
Bottom.
that I shouldn't have.
Is that your signature down there?
It is.
Is that Deion Martin's signature on the other side? You dispute that?
No, I don't dispute that.
We're over
I
697,000
know.
subs. So
You
how
sat
far
down
away
with
from
Deion
700
Martin.
are we? Not
Boys,
far.
oh my
This
God.
document with him and
Already
convinced
next
him
semester
that there was nothing to miss
We're a
here?
couple thousand away.
You know, again, I don't know if I went
Yeah,
over the
it is.
document with him or not, but I certainly
I
misled
really
Dion
love, I hate
Martin.
to say this, but I
certainly
really
lied to
love the
Dion
Barbara
Martin.
Streisand
I certainly
version
took
of
money
the
from Dion
songs.
Martin that did not belong
I
to
know
me,
that's terrible.
and I shouldn't have done it.
I don't know if he needs to
You
go
don't
client by
specifically remember
client.
talking to
But-
Deion. There was nothing in you that causes you to remember talking with Deion, sitting there with this document in front of him, as you looked him in the eye, knowing that you were lying to him the whole time. You don't even remember
Come for
that?
the comedy. Oh, I love Julie.
Nothing in you that causes you to remember that?
To specifically remember, I'm not sure that I did sit down with Dion Martin, but I certainly, Mr. Waters, I misled Dion Martin. I lied to Dion Martin. I took Dion Martin's money when I shouldn't have.
Well, let me ask you this. Of all the people on here, all these exhibits, do you have any independent recollection of a time where you sat down, looked that person in the eye, and you were lying to them and convincing them that everything was okay while you stole their money? Do you remember it?
Creighton's, so he won't look at the jury, so he'll look at him.
I'm
Interesting.
sure I did.
Okay, well, tell us about one.
Tell us about your lying.
I mean, you have
Alec.
to show me, you have to give me.
I'm asking you if you remember one time where you're sitting there in your heart, looking somebody in the eye, knowing you're stealing from them, and you remember it.
Son was Andrew
I
Gold.
remember stealing from people. I remember
love
lying to
that
people.
song.
And I remember misleading people. For me to tell you that I sat down with each one of these
Oh
people.
my God, I love that
Um,
song. Lonely Boy.
One
Is
conversation.
Creighton going to argue he just doesn't remember the crimes he's committed?
Looking somebody in the eye and convincing
remember
them
doing it.
with your lies that nothing was in
I don't
One
remember the
conversation.
heart
There
of
were
it.
plenty of conversations where I looked people in the eye and I lied to them. There were plenty of times where I took money that
have fun
I
and,
shouldn't have
like,
taken.
you know, like-
There were plenty of times where I stole money. For me to sit and tell you a specific time
Yes, she
that
was
I
one of
sat
the
down with a
Catwomen.
specific
She was one of the
document.
Catwomen.
Ask
And
him about
what
Tony
exactly was
Satterfield,
said.
and then move on.
If you ask me questions, but I can't
I don't know.
remember sitting down with Dion
But I don't care.
on a.
They certainly remember it, don't they, Mr. Murdoch?
I don't know if they do or not, but I would assume so.
can't tell us one time where it just sticks out of your memory where you're like,
He's trying to get to the blind spots.
or anything, whatever reaction you had. You
Oh,
can't
no.
remember a single one?
No, sir, not correct. I can remember a lot of times where I lied to my clients, misled my clients, and I stole money from my clients in conversation. But for me to tell you that I had a conversation about this particular document, I don't dispute it.
He just doesn't remember it. He has said that 100 times.
One of these people, looking them in the eye while you lie to them. You can't recall a single one. I've asked you this 3 times now.
No, it's way more than that.
Your Honor, ask and answer 3 times.
Here you go, Mr. Waters.
It is a murder trial.
Isn't it, Mr. Murdoch?
I'm sorry that I'm laughing.
I mean, come on.
I'm sorry.
I don't know if your point's made or not, but here's
That's a great song.
Here's
I don't know what either,
I'll say
Creighton. Nobody knows if your point's been made at
I
this point.
remember lying
Boy. That's
to
a great
clients
little
of mine.
ooh.
I did it on
I
more
love
than one occasion.
that.
I took their money
Oh,
when I shouldn't have taken it. I'm sure that I looked them
yeah,
in the
dude,
eye.
we know.
I'm sure that I misled them.
You are one.
But I can't tell you exactly when those occurred.
Somebody likes
12
you.
years ago
Somebody likes
is the
you.
only point. I don't dispute that they occurred. I don't dispute that everything about what I did was wrong.
You gotta laugh, or else you're gonna cry.
But I can't sit and tell you the specific details that you're
And that's
wanting me
Creighton's
to
point.
give you.
Creighton's going to say, and you can't tell us the specific details of June 7th.
Nothing works. I don't care.
If
That is argumentative.
Objections overruled.
I don't
that's what
care.
you want
That's
to do.
Here's the
that's what
question:
I'm
do I
trying
put
to
the
answer your
raw?
question.
Do I put the filling inside
These were real people
of
you
the
were
raw
dealing with,
dough,
right?
or do I have to
Absolutely. They
bake
were-
the
I
bottom?
know you want to give that answer, but these were real people, aren't they?
Nah, they're very real people. And, you know, one of the saddest parts of this whole thing is, you know, they're people that I still care about. And
You
I
hurt
did them
people
this
you
way.
care about?
No, there
You
was
did them
something
this
that
way.
didn't happen, but
What
I-
did you just say?
I have very.
What did you just say?
You know, that's what I was meaning.
I
in
did
that
them this
text
way.
I have
That
a-
exact
that you
language.
made an issue about to Annette Griswold.
I have like a short legs. Okay, you
And
wouldn't.
it was
You
a
wouldn't
lot
blind
talking
date
about
it,
my
Marie?
partners, but it was a lot
trust you.
talking about these people. I mean, I know
I trust you.
the
I trust you. I trust
that
you.
I did wrong. And that
He
I
doesn't
hurt,
even know what he
that I
said.
stole from. I mean, they're people that I
I
think a
think
lot
you want
of.
to bake a little first. Okay, I can do that.
And
That's not.
hang on.
This
I wanna
is
say
not
one more
good
thing.
for
Oh, sure you do.
my friend.
And there's no question that the actions that I did, the things that I did wrong, hurt a lot of the people I care about the most. And I did a lot of damage. And I wreaked a lot of havoc. That I'm,
Damage and wreaked a lot of havoc. I hear you.
He's
there's
like,
no
but I'm
question
not a
about
murderer.
it.
He's like,
what's been marked as states.
he's like, but I'm not a murderer. So you hurt everyone. You said you never hurt Maggie and Paul. You did hurt them. Even if you didn't shoot them, he's not going to ask that. But I did them.
Which case is this?
I'm going to go back to that. I did them.
This is Elise Mallory.
Okay, this might work, you
I
guys.
did them this way. That's
This
his
might work.
vernacular.
This
Not
might
they
work.
did them that
Wait,
way.
listen to Marie.
I did them that way.
Wait, what did listen to
What
Marie?
happened,
Wait, what?
with the
I don't know if
What?
Creighton caught that.
Hi, Baldy. I'm doing a chicken pot pie. Do I have dried beans? I don't. But I should
I believe
blind.
it was Miss Taylor.
Fuck me.
Miss
What, I did
Mallory's.
this wrong, didn't I? Okay, well, we're going to figure this out. It's going to be okay, you guys.
I believe it was her daughter. It might have been her granddaughter, but I believe it was her daughter.
I think I'm only
It
off.
was in a wreck,
Did she die?
and she killed.
And Miss Mallory came to you for help?
She did.
You remember that one
I
at
do.
all?
I remember.
Okay, we remember one now.
Oh, no, Mr.
I mean,
Waters, I
sorry.
remember all of these people.
Okay.
You know, I don't remember
Conversations.
them. You're just
My
asking me
nose
details
itches.
about conversations. I can promise you, I remember
I have to suck it up.
all of these people that I did wrong.
You stole all of the money, didn't you?
I got.
I stole
there better be
all
a
of the
fucking
money,
punchline,
most
okay?
of the money
There
that
better
I've
be a
been
fucking
accused of
punchline.
stealing, I stole.
No, I mean, you stole every single
It was
dime of
her
the recovery.
beef
She
event.
didn't get one dime. Isn't that right?
Hurry.
That's right.
I have to
I
look
don't
at
think.
the
I think
records, but
Kirby is an
if
actual.
You
that's-
credited yourself with legal fees and then you stole all the rest of the money, correct?
I don't want to
I
make
don't
the pie
dispute
crust
that.
too
If-
thick.
if you
Tell
don't
me
dispute-
about,
Just
first
to
of all,
put a
tell me about
fork
Miss
in it
Malley.
and
So she
stab
lost her
it,
daughter, correct?
and in a
Is that
few
correct?
and
That is
and
correct.
the
And she
dough.
came to you for
and-
help, is
Daughter,
that correct?
I
granddaughter,
would
but
do that.
All right,
one.
all right. And she
then
came to you
I
for
had
help,
to-
correct?
I'm sorry. Only me and my
Sure, I
daughter are
agree
going
on
to
that.
eat this.
Very, very sweet lady,
Tip for her.
correct?
Wrap it up,
Very
Creighton.
sweet lady.
All right. Tell
Okay,
me about
let
your
me-
conversation when you looked her in the eye and lied to her.
I'm gonna
and
show
were
you this
stealing
after I do it.
every dime of the money.
I'm going to show you how this.
This is a perfect example, Mr. Waters.
Get
I stole
stabby
her
with
money.
it.
I did her wrong, but I don't even believe that Elise Murray was there when I stole that money. I don't. If you look at that disbursement sheet, there's. I don't even believe I ever showed
Okay.
that to her.
All
Do you
right.
remember having any
All right,
conversations with her
madame,
and you lied with her
mademoiselle,
about this case while you were stealing her money?
Mademoiselle
I don't think I
Marie.
did in this case. I don't think I had any meetings. I think I stole her money, and I don't believe that I had a meeting with her.
See,
Miss Annie,
again, you can't tell us
Soleil.
what conversation you have with any
This
of
is
these
pretty
people.
good.
You
I'm not
look
even
them in the
trying.
eye and convince them that you were doing them right, that you were telling the truth.
That's not true, Mr. Waters. I remember a lot of those conversations.
Scratch and make
I
them
remember
What
a lot
you
of them.
said you didn't. You said you didn't.
I remember a lot of them.
and
I've
something
been
that
asking you now
doesn't
for the past 10 minutes to
hurt
tell me about one of them.
Oh my God.
Oh, like in a water
There are a
bath?
lot of
Stuck in your brain.
there are a lot of conversations I had
Water
where I
bath?
misled my clients and I stole their money. Where they trusted me.
I don't know you thick
And I remember them.
in one place. I wish I had some beans.
But you
And
keep
again, can you tell me tell me how it went down, what you said, how you convinced them,
Here comes
how
the
you
ask
looked in the
answer.
eye, how you made them believe, how you used your skills as a trial lawyer to convince them.
Objection
Can you just tell me about
compound.
one of those? What was going through your head when you did it?
Objection
Your Honor,
asked and
objection.
I
answered.
mean, simple stuff.
We've been going
10 minutes in the
over
oven.
this.
Okay,
For the last 10 minutes.
got it.
Overruled.
But Alec just said
Oh, see,
that's
I-
not what I said.
Kind of cook. I can't even plain cook.
Let's take a break.
Tell me
5:30.
about
Although the
one
filling-
Let's be done for the day.
conversations you had with all these people. Just
Bomb
one.
it, filling.
Where
tell
you,
you-
what was
excuse
going
me.
through your head and how it went down and you sat there
Oh
and
my
looked
God.
How
in
did
the
you
eye
steal from them,
and
Alec?
convinced them that you were doing them right while you were lying to them and stealing their money.
Yes, sir. I had a lot
I
of
know that
conversations
probably means
with
something.
a lot of my clients that I
I'm way into
cared
simple
about. And
stuff.
so
I am simple
I
stuff.
will tell you that I had
That's
conversations
my
with
nickname.
them where
Simple
I
stuff.
misled them and I lied to them
Bitch,
and I took
bitch.
their money. And
Oh, my bitches is raw.
um,
Hopefully this stink. Hopefully it ain't
that
raw.
was a number of times. But you're asking me,
Just one specific one,
Here's-
Mr. Murdoch?
That's it. That's what he's asking.
every single one of these clients,
Yes.
I would have had conversations with at some
It's
point.
fine, it's
But
fine.
this particular, like, Mr. Waters, that disbursement sheet, I didn't have, there was never a sit down with Miss Mallory about the dispersing the money.
You
A lot
don't
of
recall
butter.
talking to her about the status of her case and telling her lies and convincing her that you were on her side. You don't remember that.
No, I definitely remember that. That's not what you asked me. I had numerous conversations
Oh,
with Miss
do
Mallory,
you, sweetie?
you know, about this case.
Do you,
But
sweetie?
the fact is you were asking me about me sitting down with this disbursement sheet, looking her in the eye and convincing her. And I'm telling you that that didn't happen in this case. Now, I had a lot of conversations with her where I misled her, Mr. Waters, where I lied to her
Don't be like that. I know.
about,
I know.
He does remember what he said.
Then I'm not going to, Marie. I'm gonna,
Yep.
like you said.
Thank you, Judge.
Because what could go wrong?
9:30
But what I meant
Thank
tomorrow
you,
morning.
Judge
Everyone
Newman.
remain seated while the jury leaves.
Thank you, Judge Newman. You're a hero among men.
I'm just gonna turn her down, but I do want to have her on in the background because
9:30
she has
tomorrow
like the
morning.
little wrap up.
He's releasing the jury.
I don't know. What do you guys think?
The bailiff is not happy.
I know
with
it
the
looks
audience
really
getting
crummy.
up when the jury gets up.
Doesn't it?
They want the
You
court
think
to
the
stay in order.
thickness is
Just in
okay?
case the judge has anything else
I
to say
can't
to
tell
the
if it's
attorneys.
really even on
We'll
the
see if he
bottom, but
does,
I
then
think
we're
it
gonna answer
is.
some questions.
I had a judge get mad at me.
Cross-examination. I'm just waiting.
Oh yeah, no, oh boy, we
No,
got some good
fixed the
stories
alert
about
again.
what it was like to have
You want
kids
to try to break it again?
and try and hold down a
Yes, sir.
job.
Your Honor, we have
Uh-oh.
2 experts we brought in. Basically, one of them last night, and another one came in today from out of
That's
state.
on you for putting your client on the stand.
Not complicated ones. Pathologists.
You want to break in the class testimony?
30 to 45 minutes.
No.
I don't believe there's going to be much cross. The other one is a crime scene analyst. Not about the whole crime.
You know what I have? I have
Specifically based on the pathologist testimony about what happened in the fever. Total, they should not take more than 2 hours. I wonder,
No.
since this is apparently going to go on for a while, if we might put them up tomorrow.
If I'm Creighton, I would say no.
First thing in the morning, the morning break. That's it.
Can I put rice on it?
Because I
Weigh it
believe
down
this
with
will
If I'm, I would say no.
Monday anyway at the rate we're going.
Nope. If I'm Creighton, I say no. No way.
What do you think?
Accommodations, they're not controversial, they're not gonna
It doesn't matter. The
opine
defendant's
who
on the
killed
stand.
who,
Absolutely
when,
not.
how. Just the mechanics of what happened.
Absolutely not. Poot, you should have put them all on.
Your Honor,
No.
and I think the defense would have to concede. I've been very as accommodating as I can throughout.
Okay,
this,
good.
but
Cannot
I do not
accommodate
want to
this.
interrupt my
I'll
client.
just
No,
roll
you
in a bag
cannot.
of rice.
No, you cannot.
They took a very long time today,
This is gonna work.
and the state's entitled to stay
Yes,
in
they are.
consideration without interruption.
Yes, they are.
Can you project how many more hours you have?
Just wait till you see this.
Well, I'm actually
Depends on the
didn't think
defendant.
it would take this long to get this far, but I think I've got some more financial to move through, and then we'll get to the other evidence. So
4 hours, 6
I'm
hours?
so bad at that, Your Honor. 3, 4,
Same.
something like that. And if that's out at the outside.
Too much, but
So perhaps tomorrow afternoon we
it's filled with
can
rice.
get to 1 or 2.
And I pressed it down, but pressed it
Quickly, if Your Honor, just leave that door open. I'm going to keep them here.
You can't
If I have
force
to
the
keep them here
state to
open,
do it.
then the financial impact of that is huge.
I understand the dilemma, but I'm not going
You-
to require the state to
No.
break up the cross-examination
Oh, my bitches is
of this
wrong.
witness.
No.
And as I sit here and listen to this, I could have sworn
What did you say,
this was a murder case.
361?
Oh, for fuck's sake,
2
Poot.
hours now, you haven't heard the word murders. And
I have a
not
conviction. I have
criticizing his strategy.
You are
obviously,
exactly
denigrating
criticizing his
character
strategy.
is what this is about, but really not relevant to the issue. But I think that-
Credibility is an issue as relates to all witnesses in every case. The will adjourn till 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Reading.
I am
I'm really excited about this, you guys.
All right.
Right.
I might, I'll put up a video.
We're done with day 23.
It's good or bad.
Pooty Poot is trying it. He's got to try it. Here's the thing. I agree with him. In part, we have not heard a lot about murder, but you cannot have a prosecutor break up his cross-examination. It's absolutely appalling. They could have brought those other witnesses before Alec, and they are trying it, and it is not going to work. It's just not going to work. All right, we're going to do a bit of a summary of today. Don't forget to go subscribe. We are on the road to 700,000. I saw a ton of you subscribe. We are rounding past
Hit that like, share, and
697,000.
subscribe, babes.
300, 400.
That's me in the
So
air.
y'all are welcome to go do that.
Why are you doing
Woo!
that? I hope this doesn't.
I guess this is what. All right, this is where we're at. We're done for the day. We're done for the day. But here's the thing: Poot was in charge of his own
I'm
scheduling,
gonna try this.
and you know what he could have done? Here's what he could have done: he called experts on before. But did he do that? No. No, he sure didn't. No, he sure did not. And that is on him. Let's do a quick summary, and then we will get back to the fact that Creighton said his cross was going to be 3 to 4 more hours, and did exactly what I advised.
Oh, this isn't lunch break.
Your Honor, I'm real bad at estimating.
Where's
I don't
my
know.
producer?
3 hours, 4
They're
hours.
fired.
The judge was like, how long is it going to be? 3 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours? And then after
They're
Poot didn't get his
fired.
way with the judge, which wasn't going to happen,
Producer is. I'm gonna fire
he
them.
starts criticizing. He's like, well, this is a murder trial, and I haven't heard the word murder once. No, they're going over his credibility, and they're going to continue going over his credibility. And they have 99 other indictments against him, and they're going to go over those too. He's on the stand. They're going to go over all of it. They're going to go over what happened in the boat case. He has painted himself to this jury through defense counsel as a loving and devoted father. Every game, coached the baseball teams. He was a family of respect in the community. He has a beautiful wife who he loved dearly, a beautiful son who he loved dearly. But there's another side. He cared for his clients and stole from them without apology. He thought he was above the law and acted that way. They've attacked SLED's investigation.
Okay.
I have too, a little bit.
It's
to be
preheating.
totally honest. And they are trying to show why SLED might have behaved the way that they did. He was rolling around at the hospital after the boat crash with his badge hanging out of his pocket. That is not an accidental act in any way, shape, or form. He said, oh, maybe I put it in my pocket. When you go to put your badge that's in a wallet case in a pocket, something I actually have personal experience with,
Now the thing
you
is,
don't
I'm not
put the
blind
flappy
baking
side
top.
necessarily first. You generally put the
not blind baking
end side where the binding is in first. There's no way
No
it can
recipe,
open.
all recipes
But even
have
if you put the other side in, you hold it together and just put it in your pocket. It's not hard. It would be much harder to have
You know what?
the
It doesn't
badge
matter. It
part
might end up just
flopped out of the pocket that's heavier and
have
have
a
it not
pop-by
fall on the floor. They were going through
That's
that
a
at
thing,
length
right?
to explain SLED's
It is.
behavior.
It's
He
invented.
had police lights installed in the vehicle his law firm paid for. So this behavior of above the law doesn't jive necessarily with his testimony that he was afraid of SLED. And he lied to them because he was afraid of them. He lied to them because he thought that they wouldn't do shit about it. Does that mean that he's going to be found guilty of this? No, it doesn't. Does that mean that the jury will believe he's a murderer? No, it doesn't. Do I think Alec has held up well on cross-examination? Yes, for the most part. He has been very open, or seemingly very open, about all the people he lied to, all the people he stole from, and he's looked at the jury and said, I lied, I stole, I did things I shouldn't have done, but I did not kill my wife and son. And there will be jurors, and there are probably some of you in the chat, which is, again, everyone's entitled to their opinion, whatever it is, that will think, yeah, he's a liar and a thief. He thinks he's above the law. But I still don't know if he killed his wife and son. And I still don't know if the state has proven that to me, that he's the one that did it. And that's fair. The only thing he could do is sit down
Boy, am I
and be
gonna
very
take a
upfront
nap
about
after
all his
this?
bad deeds.
Oh, actually, I can't.
And then deny the murders. And
No, I'm
that's
not.
what he's
I'm
doing.
gonna make the
And
rest
I think
of this
generally he's done him,
This
or he's
pie
done
has
that
to end.
pretty calmly.
Or should I
So
let the
there are still
counsel
going to be
rule?
those who are like, there is plenty of doubt in this case. There are plenty of questions in
No,
this case. And there are
I'm
going to
gonna
be
let the
those who are like,
trust
but
pool.
he could lie to anyone about anything.
I need to nap
And
too.
these were family guns.
We've been going at this all day.
And was he trying to
Come on
convince
now.
Shelley to lie? Was he trying to convince Blanca to lie? And why are you convincing other people to lie? Even if you're lying to the police,
but I,
which I think most of the jurors are going to be like, it's a wash. Even if you're lying to the police, why try to convince Blanca to lie? Why try to convince Shelley to lie? But then again, who took Maggie's cell phone? Because the cell phones aren't having steps at the same time.
For you guys,
this is not an easy case. This is not a clear case at all. I think that it is. I don't think this is a clear and simple case, and I still don't think we know all of what happened. So I saw the chat. Lori and CT said, why didn't he talk about Gloria Satterfield? We're not there yet.
Mister.
They're not to Gloria Satterfield yet.
Up to the mister.
They'll get there. They're not. The
See
prosecution's
you
not
tomorrow.
yet.
Maybe.
This is a hard case. This is
Love
not
you.
an easy
Thank you
case
so
for the
much for
jury.
today, and thank you.
So
Michelle.
when we're going through the cross-examination, I've seen some being like, Emily, you're feeling biased on this one. No, I fucking hate the things that Alec Murdaugh has done.
Everyone gets a little.
But I still don't know where I'm at with if they've proven he committed these
Yeah.
murders. But I am outraged at the way he treated the badge. I am outraged at the way he treated his clients. I am outraged
maybe, I'm
that
just
he has
gonna
put
say
his
again,
family and his law
because
firm
put it
through
out
that.
there to do whatever
You saw the pain on his law partners
maybe this
because
is
he
how you
tore down a
really
100-year legacy.
case
It's disgusting.
State
He
bars
has
with different
tarnished
things in their state that
the
are
profession,
practice. You know,
and he has hurt
maybe
those
this
most
party,
vulnerable, his clients of catastrophic injury,
I
the
get
people
it.
who trusted him the most. I absolutely think that he was trying to
I think I'm gonna let
persuade kids in the boat crash while they were still searching for Mallory Beach in the water in the dark.
Where I put the filling in and then put the crust on top.
Horrifying.
And then bake it.
But I am not convinced
bake it too
that
much.
this jury's going to convict him of murder.
Look at
So yes, I hate a lot of his behavior because it is appalling and reprehensible.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
And I get fired the fuck up about it. But I still don't know where we are in this case. And I feel in my gut that there is a piece of this case that is missing. A big piece of this case that is missing. And I imagine a lot of you feel that way too.
Oh, I didn't put a egg wash.
There is something in this case that is missing. But Alec didn't show a lot of embarrassment.
Blah, blah, blah.
He didn't show a lot of shame
blah,
on the stand.
blah, blah, cut little vents, blah, blah, blah.
And I don't know. I think we're going to end up with those on the jury who are like, fuck this dude, he's a murderer, and he lied and he did all the rest of it. He can hurt those closest to him without even blinking. And there's going to be those on the jury that is like, fuck this guy, he has lied and stolen and hurt his clients and tore down his family legacy, but he is not a murderer. And if he is, they haven't proven it to me. And that's why I think this jury's going to have a very hard time coming to a decision because I don't think it's an easy case. I don't think it's an easy case.
Golden brown.
Don't think it's an easy case with the timeline. I don't think it's an easy case with the
How
facts.
thick is their crust?
I don't. Beyond a reasonable doubt is a heavy burden for the state in a case where there are questions. And the jurors who take the pieces of evidence towards guilt are going to take the pieces of evidence towards guilt and be like, these are the pieces of evidence towards guilt. But there are going to be other jurors that say, these are the pieces of evidence that go towards not guilt. And I think there's going to be a lot of conversation in this jury. But I think him testifying might wash all that away, and they're going to look at him and say, no, I don't believe him. I don't believe him. I don't believe him at all. Or I do believe him. He seems credible. We'll see. That's how I feel about it. I think one of the most telling things, and I want to go back and take a look at it, while they were talking about his ability to lie with ease to his clients, remember he was called cunning by his law partners. He talked about not remembering the specifics. And I think the prosecution's going to argue, oh, you don't remember the specifics of doing these horrific things to your clients, though words, not guns. And arguing,
oh my God, she doesn't
that if he didn't remember those specifics, of course he's not going to remember the specifics of the murder. It doesn't mean he didn't do it. He doesn't remember the specifics of the other crimes he has committed either.
Kira Blanc, is that the blind bake? It's blind bake.
He did say, I did him this way. I heard
I think I have flour all
that I care about most.
I can feel it.
And so I want to go back and look at his languaging with, I did him this way. It's very interesting to me because there's so much argument about they did him bad or I did him bad. And clearly the languaging is, I did him this way. That's real close for me to I did him so bad.
I mean, I'm a
and I don't know if the prosecution caught it. We did because we're law nerds. And I get to watch from home in my fuzzy slippers and have all chips for lunch. Cheers. Get to do the law nerd things. All right, law nerds, have you tried to break my website again? Please do. LawNerdAlert.com. I'll send you all the links for tomorrow and keep you in the loop on the trial. We do not sell your email addresses. We do keep them securely. We will not blow up your inbox. We will let you know what the schedule is for the week and give you a roundup at the end of the week and let you know when the quick bits are up. With that, I'm going to answer some of your questions. You've also gone a long way towards this road to 700K. And I very much appreciate it. So, law nerds, look at you. You've done the things. I appreciate you doing the things. Let's answer some questions, shall we? I've got questions. I mean, this defendant misled and lied, but what else? What else? There's a piece of this case missing. I think there's going to be jurors who feel the same way. Do you feel? Do we still have a poll up? Let's end our poll. Let's see. Does the testimony about the badge make Sled's behavior make more sense? 78% of you said yes. Let's put up another Let's put up another poll, shall we? Here's what we're going to put up on our next poll. Oh, I had it and then I lost it. What was I saying? I was saying something.
I want to put this in the big oven. I feel like I should not.
It'll come back to me.
Give it every.
It'll come back to me.
Successful.
What was I saying? It wasn't about whether you were going to go break LawNerdAlert.com. That's not what it was about. I was saying something else.
I don't know. I'm done with her. All right. I'm going to see what happens with this. You'll have to stay tuned And tomorrow morning, we'll show pictures of what the final product looked like, and which, of course, you'll be able to also see because I'll put them online. So you don't have to search hard for them. You don't have to work that hard for it. You already worked hard being here and helping me bake this fucking pot pie. I'm so excited. Thank you guys. I love you. Thank you for carrying me through one of the dark depression days. Hopefully it gets better for everybody and everyone. I know weather is rolling in for everybody. Please, please, please be safe. Please make sure you've got what you need in case of a weather emergency and you have a way to communicate. My email's always in my, not that I'm helpful in the emergencies, but I'm certainly there. So email me, whatever. But bottom line is just make sure you're prepared for the weather that's coming your way, and be careful. Be careful out there. Anyway, I love you guys so much. This was so much fun. Oh my God. I look forward to this every day. So we have to really figure out what we're going to do after this fucking trial's over, because I got to figure out I got to be here every day. So love you. I'll see you tomorrow morning. Be good. Thank you for helping me make my chicken pot pie.